March 19, 1995, renowned scientist faces charges of sexual abuse by the Associated Press, Bethesda, MD. Dr. Abraham Norton Perina, the renowned immunologist and Director Emeritus of the Center for Immunology and Virology at the National Institutes of Health in Bethesda, Maryland, was arrested yesterday on charges of sexual abuse. Dr. Perina, 71, was charged with 3 counts of rape, 3 counts of statutory rape, 2 counts of sexual assault, and 2 counts of endangering a minor. The charges originated with one of Dr. Perina's adopted sons. "These charges are false," said Perina's attorney, Douglas Hindley, in a statement yesterday. Dr. Perina is a prominent and highly respected member of the scientific community and is eager to resolve this situation as quickly as possible so that he may return to work and his family. Dr. Perina won the Nobel Prize in Medicine in 1974 for his identification of Selene syndrome, a condition that retards aging. The condition, in which the victim's body remains preserved in relative youth even as his mind degrades, was found among the Opaivu people of Ivuvu, one of the 3 islands of the Micronesian country of Ivu. It was acquired through the consumption of a rare turtle for which Dr. Perina named the tribe, and whose flesh was discovered to inactivate telomerase, the naturally occurring enzyme that disintegrates telomeres and thereby limits each cell's number of divisions. Individuals affected by Selene syndrome, named for the immortal and eternally youthful moon goddess in Greek mythology, were found to be able to live for centuries with the condition. Perina, who first traveled to Ivu as a young physician with the noted anthropologist Paul Tallant in 1950, spent many years in the islands conducting field research. It was also there that he adopted his 43 children, many of them orphans or sons and daughters of impoverished Opaivuki tribespeople. A number of the children are currently under Perina's care. "Norton is an exemplary father and a brilliant mind," said Dr. Ronald Kubadera, a longtime research fellow in Perina's lab and one of the scientist's closest friends. "I have every faith that these ridiculous charges will be dropped." December 3, 1997, prominent scientist, Nobel laureate, sentenced to prison. By Reuters. Bethesda, MD. Dr. Abraham Norton Perina was sentenced today to 24 months at the Frederick Correctional Facility. Dr. Perina was awarded the 1974 Nobel Prize in Medicine for proving that the ingestion of a now extinct turtle from the Micronesian country of Ivu would inactivate telomerase, which limits each cell's number of divisions. The condition, which is known as Selene syndrome, was found to be transferable in a variety of mammals, including humans. Perina was among the only Westerners to be granted unlimited access to this most remote and secretive of islands, and in 1968 he adopted the first of what were to be 43 children from the country, all of whom were raised in his Bethesda home. 2 years ago, Perina was charged with rape and endangerment of a child. His accuser is one of his adopted children. "This is a great tragedy," says Dr. Louis Altscher, the director of the National Institutes of Health, where Dr. Perina was a scientist for many years. "Norton is a great mind and talent, and I fervently hope that he will be able to get the treatment and help he needs." Neither Perina nor his lawyer could be reached for comment. Preface: I am Ronald Kubadera, but only in academic journals. To everyone else, I am Ron. Yes, I am the Dr. Ronald Kubadera, about whom you have no doubt read in the magazines and newspapers. No, not all the stories are true. They rarely are, of course. But in my case, the most important ones are, and I am proud of them. I am proud, for example, to have any sort of relationship at all with Norton, and mind you, just 18 months ago, I would not have even needed to say this, whom I have known since 1970, when I began working in his lab in Bethesda, Maryland, at the National Institutes of Health. Norton had not then received his Nobel Prize, but already his work had revolutionized the medical community, forever changing the way scholars would perceive the fields of virology and immunology, as well as, it should be said, medical anthropology. I am proud, too, of the fact that after establishing a relationship as colleagues, we began an equally intense one as friends. Indeed, my relationship with Norton is the most meaningful one I have ever known. Most important, though, I am proud of the fact that after the events of the previous 2 years, I am still his friend and he is still mine. Not, of course, that I have had the opportunity to speak or communicate with Norton as often as I, or no doubt, had like. It is a strange and lonely thing not having him nearby. In fact, until I moved here, some 16 months ago, a month after Norton's sentence was handed down, I don't believe that in the natural course of daily events and so forth, we'd spent more than 2 days not in each other's company. Maybe not even that long. I am, of course, excluding special circumstances, such as the occasional vacation with my then wife, or trips we made independent of each other to events such as funerals and weddings, etc. But even on those occasions, I would make an effort to communicate with him daily, either by phone or by fax. The point is, talking to Norton, working with Norton, being with Norton was simply a part of my quotidian life, in much the way some people watch television daily or read the newspaper daily. It is one of those forgettable yet not insignificant rituals, one that reassures you that life is progressing as expected. But when such a rhythm is suddenly interrupted, it is worse than unsettling, it is unmooring. It is how I have been feeling this past year and a half or so. In the mornings, I wake and go through my day as always, but in the evenings, I invariably delay bedtime, wander through my apartment, stare out into the night, wonder what it is I have forgotten. I tick down the dozens of tiny chores that I complete thoughtlessly in a typical day. Letters opened and answered, deadlines met, doors locked, until finally, regretfully, I climb into bed. It is only on the lip of sleep that I remember that the very pattern of my life has changed, and then I experience a brief moment of melancholy. You would think that I would be able by now to accept the changed circumstances of Norton's, and by extension my life, but something in me resists. He was, after all, part of my routine for almost 3 decades. But if life is lonely for me, it is far lonelier for Norton. When I think of him in that place, I am quite simply angry. Norton is no longer a young man, nor a healthy one, and imprisonment hardly seems an appropriate or reasonable punishment. I know this belief is a minority opinion. I have lost count of the number of times I have tried to explain Norton, his humanity, his intelligence, his extraordinariness, to friends, colleagues, and reporters, and judges, juries, and lawyers. Indeed, there have been many times over these past 16 months when I am reminded of Norton's former friends' treachery, how quickly they forgot and abandoned a man they claimed to love and respect. Some friends, people Norton had known and worked with for decades, all but vanished as soon as charges were brought against him. Worse, though, were those who left him after he was found guilty. I was reminded then of how disloyal and duplicitous most people are. But I am digressing. One of the primary difficulties of incarceration for Norton has been battling the intense monotony that has inevitably come to define his situation. I must admit, I was a little surprised when he began, less than a month into his term, to complain of crippling boredom. It had always been one of Norton's fondest dreams, the dream, I think, of many brilliant and overextended men, that 1 month or 1 year he'd find himself in a warm place with absolutely no commitments. There would be no speeches to give, no articles to edit or write, no students to instruct, no children to look after, no research to conduct, only a blank, flat expanse of open time, which he would be free to clutter with whatever he wished. Norton's had always spoken of time as a sea, a mirror-like, endless stretch of emptiness, and indeed this dream sea time, he called it, became a sort of joke, a shorthand for talking about subjects he hoped one day to pursue but had no way of engaging in at the present moment. And so he would make vows. He would greet tropical ferns in sea time. He would read biographies in sea time. He would write his memoirs in sea time. No one, least of all Norton, ever thought he would actually ever have sea time. But now, of course, he does, minus the warm location and pleasant, lazy torpor that one associates with hard-earned idleness. But unfortunately, it appears that Norton is perhaps simply not equipped for leisure. Indeed, it has been torturous for him, although, of course, I admit that a great deal of this may be attributable to the unfortunate circumstances under which this leisure was granted him. In a recent letter, he wrote, "There is little here to do, and, after a certain point, even less to think. I never considered that I might find myself in such a state, so exhausted, really, that I feel exsanguinated, not of blood, but of thought. Boredom. I'd always thought, really, that I would treasure a period of unceasing emptiness, that I would easily fill it. But time, I've come to realize, is not for us to fill in such great blank slabs. We speak of managing time, but it is the opposite. Our lives are filled with busyness because those thin chinks of time are all we can truly master. It seems a wise insight. But despite the obvious severity of the circumstances in which Norton now finds himself, there are some who have had the temerity to suggest that he should be grateful for what they consider the leniency of his current condition, a suggestion that seems not only obtuse, but cruel. One of these people is a man named Herbert West, whose name I have reluctantly changed, another of Norton's research fellows from the early 80s, who stopped by to visit Norton in Bethesda while on the way to a conference in London. This was before the trial, but after the arraignment, when Norton was under what amounted to house arrest, and all of his children had been removed from his care. West, whom I had always considered more tolerable than many of Norton's previous fellows, visited with Norton for an hour or so, and then asked me if I wanted to have dinner at a restaurant with him. I did not particularly want to, and thought it awfully rude that he had invited me in front of Norton, who, after all, was not allowed to leave the house. But Norton told me I should go, that he had some work he wished to complete and would not mind the privacy. So I was made to go to dinner with West, and although I found it difficult not to think of Norton alone in his house, we did manage to have a surprisingly pleasant talk about West's work and the paper he would present at his conference, and about an article Norton and I had published in the New England Journal of Medicine before he was arrested, and about some mutual acquaintances, until West said, as our desserts were set before us, "Norton's aged a great deal." I said, "He is in a terrible situation." "Yes, terrible," murmured West. "It is grossly unfair," I said. West said nothing. "Grossly unfair," I repeated, giving him another chance. West sighed and blotted the corners of his mouth with the point of his napkin, a gesture both contrived and effete, as well as ostentatiously, obnoxiously Anglophilic. West had studied, decades ago, and for 2 years only, at Oxford University on a Marshall Fellowship, a fact he was unusually talented at alluding to in every social and business interaction. He was eating blueberry cobbler, and it had stained his teeth the livid purple of bruises. "Ron," he began. "Yes," I said. "Do you think he did it?" asked West. I had by that time learned to expect that question, and also what to say in response. "Do you?" West looked at me and smiled, and then looked at the ceiling before looking at me again. "Yes," he said. I said nothing. "You don't," said West, a little wonderingly. I had learned what to say to this as well. "It is not relevant whether he did or not," I said. "Norton is a great mind, and that is all that matters to me, and I should say to history as well." There was a silence. At last West said sheepishly, "I'd better get back soon. I've got some reading to do before my flight tomorrow." "All right," I said, and we finished our desserts in silence. I had driven us to the restaurant, and after we paid for dinner, West tried to treat me, but I prevailed. I drove West back to his hotel. In the car, he made some attempts at conversation, which infuriated me further. In the hotel parking lot, after sitting in silence for a few minutes, West, expectantly, me angrily, he at last extended his hand, and I shook it. "Well," said West. "Thank you for visiting," I told him, crisply. I know Norton appreciated it. "Well," West said again. I could not tell if he had appreciated my sarcasm or not. I thought not. "I'll be thinking of him." There was another silence. "If he's found guilty," West began. "He will not be," I told him. "But if he is," West continued, "will he go to prison?" "I cannot imagine it," I answered. "Well, if he does," West persisted, and I remembered how unattractively ambitious, how grabby West had been as a fellow, and how impatient he had been to leave Norton's lab and run his own. "That'll at least be a lot of sea time for him, won't it, Ron?" I was so appalled by this flippancy that I found myself unable to respond. As I sat there gaping, West smiled at me, said another goodbye, and got out of the car. I watched him enter the hotel through its double doors and walk into the brightly lit lobby, and then I started the car again to return to Norton's, where I spent most nights. In the months after, the trial began and ended, and then the sentencing began and ended, but needless to say, West never again came to visit Norton. But as I was saying, no, people are not sympathetic to Norton's current situation. Indeed, people condemned and dismissed him before he was officially condemned and dismissed, legally by a jury of his supposed peers. What must it feel like to be a man of Norton's intellect and have your character determined and your fate writ by 12 incompetents? One juror, as I recall, was a toll booth clerk, another a dog washer, whose decision renders virtually every one of your previous accomplishments insignificant, if not entirely meaningless. From that perspective, then, is it any mystery that Norton should now find himself depressed, bored, and unstimulated? I should also like to say a few words about the media coverage surrounding Norton's trial, for it seems foolish to ignore both its tenor and its scope. I will first say that given the nature of the crimes of which Norton was accused, it has not surprised me in the least that the media has wasted pages and pages on stories that embroider elaborately, and with a shocking disregard for the truth, upon the few facts of Norton's personal life known to the public. Admittedly, the stories did, rather begrudgingly, detail some of his considerable accomplishments, but only to throw into sharper relief his purported wickedness. I recall that, in those days, I stood vigil with Norton in his house while he awaited his trial. Outside, a group of television reporters spent their days congregating on the curb at the edge of Norton's lawn, eating and chatting in the buzzy, insect-thick summer air as if at a picnic. Of the many, unfulfilled, naturally, requests we received for interviews, only one, regrettably, Playboy invited Norton to write his own defense instead of dispatching some salivating young writer to interpret his life and alleged misdeeds for the reading public. I had originally thought the offer a good idea despite the forum, but Norton was worried that whatever he wrote would be manipulated and used against him as a confession. He was correct, of course, and that was the end of that idea. But I also knew that the realization that he must not allow himself to speak in his own defense infuriated and saddened him. The ironic thing about this was that shortly before he had been arrested, Norton had in fact been planning to write his memoirs. By that time, 1995, he was semi-retired and no longer forced to contend with the various administrative duties and hassles of the lab. This is not to imply that he was not still the most vital and indispensable mind there, simply that he had begun to allow himself to organize his time in different ways. However, Norton was not to have the opportunity to record his remarkable life, at least not under the conditions I know he would have preferred. But as I have always said, his is the sort of mind that can surmount any challenge. And so, in April, 2 months after he began serving his sentence, I asked in my daily letter to him whether he might not consider writing his memoirs anyway. Not only, I told him, would they make a great contribution to the worlds of letters and science, but he would at last have a chance to prove to anyone interested that he was not what the world had been so eager to make him. I explained that I would be honored to type and, if he might let me, lightly edit his writing, as I had done before for various papers he had submitted to journals. It would be, I wrote, a fascinating project for me, and one that might keep him entertained. A week later, Norton sent me a brief note. Although I can't say I wish to spend what may be the final years of my life trying to convince anyone that I am not guilty of the crimes they have decided I am, I have chosen to begin, as you say, the story of my life. I had the first installment a month later. The Creek. I was born in 1924 near Linden, Indiana, the sort of small, unremarkable rural town that some 20 years before my birth had begun to duplicate itself, quietly but insistently, across the Midwest. By which I mean that the town, as I remember it, was exceptional only for its very lack of distinguishing details. There were silos and red barns, most of the residents were farmers, and general stores, and churches, and ministers, and doctors, and teachers, and men and women and children, an outline for an American society, but one with no flourishes, no decoration, no accessories. There were a few drunks, and a resident madman, and dogs and cats, and a county fair that was held in tandem with Locust, an incorporated town a few miles to the west that no longer exists. The townspeople, there were 1,800 of us, were born and went to school and did chores and became farmers and married Lindenites and began families of their own. When you saw someone in the street, you'd nod to him or, if you were a man, pull down the brim of your hat a bit. The seasons changed, the tobacco and corn grew and were harvested. That was Linden. There were 4 of us in the family, my father, my mother, and Owen and me. We lived on 100 acres of land, in a sagging house whose only notable characteristic was a massive, once grand central staircase that long before had been transformed by generations of termites into a lacy ruin. About a mile behind the house ran a curvy creek, too small and slow and behaviorally inconsistent to warrant a proper name. Every March and April, after the winter thaw, it would surpass its limitations and become a proper river, swollen and aggressive with gallons of melted snow and spring rain. During those months, the creek's very nature changed. It became merciless and purposeful, and seized from its outgrown banks tiny starry bloodroot blossoms and wild thyme by their roots and whisked them downstream, where they were abandoned in the thicket of a dam someone unknown had built long ago. Minnows, the creek's year-round inhabitants, fought upstream and drowned. For that one season, the creek had a voice, an outraged roar of rushing water, of power, and that narrow tributary, normally so placid and characterless, became during those months something frightening and unpredictable, and we were warned to keep away. But in the heat of the summer months, the creek, which didn't originate at our property, but rather at the Muellers, who lived about 5 miles to the east, dried once again to a meek trickle, timorously creeping its way past our farm. The air above it would be noisy with clouds of buzzing mosquitoes and dragonflies, and leeches would suck along its soft silty bottom. We used to go fishing there and swimming, and afterward would climb back up the low hill to our house, scratching at the mosquito welts on our arms and legs until they became furry with old skin and new blood. My father never ventured down to the creek, but my mother used to like to sit on the grass and watch the water lick over her ankles. When we were very young, we would call out to her, "Look at us," and she would lift her head dreamily and wave, though she was just as likely to wave at us as she was to wave at, say, a nearby oak sapling. Our mother's sight was fine, but she often behaved as a blind person would. She moved through the world as a sleepwalker. By the time Owen and I were 7 or 8 or so, at any rate, too young to have become disenchanted with her, she had become an object of at first pity and soon after of fun. We'd wave at her, sitting on the bank, her arms crossed under her knees, and then, as she was waving back at us, with her whole arm rather than simply her hand, like a clump of seaweed listing underwater, we'd turn away, talk loudly to each other, pretend not to see her. Later, over dinner, when she'd ask what we'd done at the creek, we'd act astonished, perplexed. The creek? But we hadn't been there. We were playing in the fields all day. "But I saw you there," she'd say. "No," we'd tell her in unison, shaking our heads. "It must have been 2 other boys. 2 other boys who looked just like us." But she'd begin, and her face would seize for a moment in confusion before clearing. "It must have been," she'd say uncertainly, and look down at her plate. This exchange occurred several times a month. It was a game for us, but an unsettling one. Was our mother playing along? But the look that crossed her face, of real worry, of fear that she was, as we said back then, not right, that she was unable to trust or believe her sight or memory, seemed too real, too spontaneous. We chose to believe that she was acting, for the alternative, that she was mad or, worse, genuinely moronic, was too frightening to contemplate seriously. Later, in our room, Owen and I would imitate her, but it was you, and laugh, but afterward, lying in our beds, silent, considering the game's implications, we were troubled. We were young, but we both knew, from books, from our peers, what a mother was expected to do. To chastise, to teach, to instruct, to discipline if necessary. And furthermore, we both knew our mother was not fit for those tasks. What, we wondered, would we grow up to become under such a woman? Why was she so incapable? We treated her like most boys would treat small animals, kindly when we were feeling happy and generous, cruelly when we were not. It was intoxicating to know we had the power to make her shoulders relax, to make her lips part in an uncertain smile, and yet also to make her turn her face down, to make her rub her palm quickly against her leg, which she did when she was nervous or unhappy or confused. Despite our concerns, we never spoke of them aloud. The only discussions we had about her were tinged with derision or disgust. Worry pulled us closer to each other, made us ever bolder and more obnoxious. Surely, we thought, we would push her to a point where the real adult, shed cloaked so well, would reveal itself. Like most children, we assumed all adults were naturally imbued with a sense of intimidation, of authority. Besides her lack of substance, there were fundamental ways in which my mother might be considered a failure. She was a slipshod cook, her steamed broccoli was rubbery, its florets bristling with the crunchy carcasses of minuscule unseen beetles, her roasted chicken squeaky with blood, and an only occasional housekeeper. Our father had bought her a vacuum cleaner, but it sat neglected in the coat closet until Owen and I one day dissected it for its parts. Nor did she seem to have any interests. We never saw her reading or writing or painting or gardening, all pastimes that we, even then, knew were of intrinsic worth and interest. On summer afternoons, we'd sometimes find her sitting in the living room, her legs tucked under her girlishly, a silly smile on her face, staring fixedly yet vacantly at a vast constellation of dust motes made visible by a stripe of sunlight. Once I saw her praying. I went into the living room one afternoon after school and found her on her knees, her palms pressed together, her head lifted. Her lips were moving, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. She looked ridiculous, like an actress playing to an empty theater, and I was embarrassed for her. "What are you doing?" I asked, and she looked up, alarmed. "Nothing," she said, startled. But I knew what she was doing, and knew, too, that she was lying. What else can I say? I can say she was vague, drifty, probably even stupid. But here I must also say that she has remained an enigma to me, which is a difficult thing for any human to accomplish. And there are other things I remember of her as well. She was tall and graceful, and although I am unable to recollect the specificities as her face, I know she was somewhat beautiful. An old, blurred sepia photograph Owen has hanging in his office confirms this. She was probably not considered as beautiful then as she would be now, for her face was ahead of her times, long, white, startled, a face that promised intelligence, mystery, depth. Today, she would be called arresting. But my father must have considered her very beautiful, for I can think of no other reason that he might have married her. My father, when he spoke to women at all, enjoyed well-educated women, though he did not find them in any way sexually appealing. I assume this is because intelligent women reminded him of his sister, Sybil, who was a doctor in Rochester and whom he admired enormously. So he was left with beauty. It disappointed me when I discerned as an adolescent that my father had married my mother only for her beauty. But this was before I realized that parents disappoint us in many ways, and it is best not to expect anything of them at all, for chances are that they won't be able to deliver it. Mostly, though, she was unknowable. I don't even know where she came from exactly. Somewhere in Nebraska, I believe, but I do know she was from a poor family, and my father, with his relative fortune and undemanding nature, had saved her. But curiously, for all her poverty, there was nothing work-worn or used about her. She did not appear to be depleted nor hardened. Rather, she gave the impression of being one of those indulged women who floats from her father's home to the finishing school and into her husband's arms. The glow that seems to surround her in Owen's photograph, her early, quiet death, her sleepy, slow movements, all make me remember her as luminous, protected, cosseted, even though I know otherwise. As far as I know, she had no education. Reading our report cards aloud to my father, she stumbled over words. X, M, She'd sound out before Owen or I would shout out the word, exemplary to her, smug and impatient and ashamed, and she was very young when she died. But then, too, she was young in all things. In my memories, she is persistently childlike, not only in behavior, but in appearance as well. Her hair, for example, no matter the occasion, she wore it loose, rippling down her back in a loose, snaking helix. Even when I was a child, this hairstyle of hers was troublesome to me. I saw it as further evidence of a rigorously, inappropriately maintained girlhood. The long hair, the distant, vacant smile, the way her eyes would wander from yours the moment you began to speak to her, all things not admirable in a woman with her supposed responsibilities. It is discomforting to me now, as I list these few details of my mother's life, how little I know and how incurious I have remained about her. I suppose every child yearns to understand his parental origins, but I never found her an interesting enough person to consider. Or should that reasoning be inverted? But then, I have never believed in romancing the past. What good would it do me? Owen, however, later became much more interested in our mother, and even passed through a period as an undergraduate in which he attempted to trace her family and complete an informal biography of her. He abandoned the project months after its inception, however, and became very defensive about it when asked, so I can only assume he found our maternal relatives without much trouble and gave the whole thing up in disgust. He was still enough of an avowed elitist back then to do exactly that. She has always mattered to him in a way that I have never been able to understand. But then, Owen is a poet, and I believe he thought it important that he had these details available for future employment, however mediocre or ultimately disappointing they may have been. At any rate, it was July of 1933. I hesitate to say it was a day like any other, for it sounds so melodramatic and portentous, as well as wholly unbelievable. Yet it is also true. So, it was a day like any other. My father was off with his friend Lester Drew, a small-time farmer, doing whatever it was two small-time farmers did together. Owen and I were gathering a bucket of leeches that we planned to bake into a pie and then give to Ida, the part-time cook, a sour woman we both hated. My mother was dangling her feet in the stream. For weeks afterward, Owen and I would be asked to try to remember, had anything different about her that afternoon? Had she seemed listless or ill or particularly fatigued? Had she spoken to us of feeling dizzy or weak? But the answer was always no. Indeed, if I can tell you very little about my mother's actions or mood that day, it is probably because they so closely resembled what we had come to accept as her normal behavior. As exasperating as our mother was, we could never accuse her of inconsistency. Even her last day of life followed that same inscrutable rhythm that only she could decipher. The next morning, Owen and I slept late, as we usually did during the summer. When I woke, Owen was still asleep in the bed next to me. The day was hot. Little was required of us. Unlike other children, we were not expected to complete any chores at all. The days were ours to fill however we chose. Consequently, our summer months were spent on frivolous pastimes, torturing the bullfrogs down by the stream, stealing apricots from Lester Drew's trees, creeping through the tall, scraping grasses after a family of groundhogs. In the mornings, we'd wake whenever we wanted, eat whatever had been left for us in the kitchen, and leave to execute the day's plans. Sometimes my father would be there with Lester Drew, rolling a cigarette between his fingers, a plate of red-sliced peaches between them, glistening sickly like raw flesh. They would grunt at us, and we at them, and we'd sit at the table in silence. They were there when I arrived that morning, but so were two other people, John Naples, the town doctor, and Reverend Cunningham, the town minister, all of them talking quietly. As I entered, their conversation ceased. My father was an impassive man, stoic and not given to emotionalism. He had a large square face and eyes the dull olive of caperberries. Therefore, whenever he did evince some sort of emotion, it was cause for alarm, or at least curiosity. In fact, I remember his expression from that morning, a mix of surprise, consternation, and bewilderment, rather better than I do his actual face. "Your mother's dead," said my father. He sounded calm and grave, and he spoke in normal tones, which belied his expression. Indeed, his voice reassured me. "Really, Joseph," said Reverend Cunningham, "it's best he hear it this way, straightforward," said my father. He had looked directly at me to tell me the news. Now he looked away and spoke to somewhere over Reverend Cunningham's head. "I assume you'll take care of the body, Reverend. Do whatever she wanted done." Then he slapped his hands together once in a neat, conclusive gesture and wandered out the back door into the yard. Lester, after giving me a long, dolorous look, trotted out after him, leaving me with Reverend Cunningham, who sighed, and John Naples, who scowled. "You," Naples said to me, "don't you have a brother someplace?" He knew I did. The previous summer, Owen and I had trapped a mess of green grass snakes and fed them, one slithery strand at a time, through Naples Clinic's letterbox. It was a bit of childish fun, but he had been enraged and had never forgiven us. He was a bitter, angry man, made corrosive by his disappointment with the world, the sort of man who, on the street, kicked up puffs of dust in the direction of children simply because he knew they'd have few means of retaliation. "Aren't you interested to know how your mother expired?" he asked me. "Naples," said Reverend Cunningham. Naples ignored Father Cunningham. "Those mosquitoes that crowd around your creek," he continued, "it's my medical opinion that they carry a strain of Chinese flu. Mosquitoes carry disease, and your mother wandered into a cesspool of teeming bacteria and caused her own demise." He leaned back against his chair, satisfied, and puffed on his pipe. "And if you and your brother don't avoid that creek, you'll meet with the same death." Reverend Cunningham looked aghast. "Really, Naples," he said. And then, having exhausted his resources on that one rebuke, he left through the back door as well. I was not surprised, and had expected little from him, not simply because he was a minister, but because he looked so diminished. He had the sort of face that was memorable for its absences rather than its presences. Cheeks so gaunt and cadaverous that it looked as if someone had reached in, scooped out the meat in 2 quick movements, and sent him on his way. Naples shrugged. He, unlike the others, seemed to have no intention of leaving. Owen and I had noticed that when we talked to adults as if they were a bit slow, even inferior, as if they were nuisances we'd learned to tolerate, they were often shocked into giving us information and speaking to us in tones they would never normally use with a child. Such a technique, however, did not have the same effect on Naples. His arrogance had lent him a sort of immovability that proved very inconvenient. "What the devil is the Chinese flu?" I began. Naples puffed away. "You wouldn't understand," he said rudely. "I think you made it up. And I think you're an insolent brat, you and your brother both. You did make it up, didn't you? Watch yourself, boy." "But what is it?" There were a few more rounds of this, me asking, Naples threatening, until he finally sighed and yielded. "A kind of airborne disease spread by mosquitoes. One bit your mother, and she got sick and died." It seemed a logical explanation, and I was quiet. For a minute we sat in silence, each of us, I imagine, contemplating her somehow disappointing demise. But then Naples remembered how he had been manipulated into answering my question and recovered himself. "I'm surprised your mother hadn't killed herself," he said. "God knows I would have were I your parent." His eyes shone with triumphs and anticipation. It didn't bother me what he said, but he must have mistaken my silence for hurt, and, satisfied, he knocked the ash out of his pipe into a tidy anthill on the table and left through our front door, banging it shut behind him. As he walked down the path, I could hear him whistling until the sound grew faint and then disappeared, altogether leaving only the purr of a flock of summer insects. It was the first time I had been spoken to as an adult, but it was also John Naples, this small-town, smug, fifth-rate doctor, who truly sparked my interest in disease. He did this inadvertently. I don't believe he told me about my mother's death in such blunt terms because he intended to speak to me as an adult. Indeed, he was a petty, cruel man, and I am certain he was attempting to do nothing more than stun me into tears. But in his harsh and erroneous explanation, he offered me my first glimpse into the world of disease and its exacting, brilliant puzzle. Even at that age, Owen was interested in words. He read dictionaries and all manner of books and loved any sort of wordplay, anagrams, puns, palindromes. He could amuse himself all day with strings of rhymes he had discovered or created. And although I too enjoyed reading, I never loved the sport of language the way Owen did. This was because to me, language had no native intelligence of its own. It was created by man and was given meaning by man. And therefore, clever writing often seemed to me little more than a Chinese puzzle box of contrivances. Writers are praised for having a facility with something man-made, something that can be changed or manipulated at will. But why is augmenting a man-made construction considered an act of brilliance? But perhaps I am not making sense here, so let me put it another way. Language has no inherent secrets. But science, specifically the science of disease, was all delicious secrets, dark, oily pockets of mystery. Language could be misinterpreted, misconstrued, its rules imposed or ignored at whim. There was no discipline to it. It seemed sometimes a sort of game made up by man to amuse himself with, much as Owen did. But a disease, a virus, a wiggling string of bacteria existed with or without man, and it was up to us to fathom its secrets. John Naples, of course, did not think about disease this way. A good sign of a weak mind is the doctor who insists that it's the patient, not the disease, on whom one's efforts should be concentrated. But I credit him for appearing in my life as a cautionary figure, the sort of person with whom I would now be interacting had I not chosen to pursue research medicine. Even then, I knew I would not be satisfied with imperfect explanations. I was simply too impatient. Naples, thankfully, was not to have the last word. My father may have been a lazy man, but he wasn't foolish, and in this matter, he proved surprisingly competent. Later that afternoon, after telephoning his sister in Rochester, he had overlooked the matter of informing Owen, which I had to do myself when he at last padded down to the kitchen, rubbing his eyes and grousing. He called a medical school classmate of Sybil's who lived in Indianapolis, who called a friend of his who lived in Crawfordsville, a town 50 miles to the east of us. This doctor, Dr. Burns, arranged for my mother to be transported to his clinic for an autopsy. The next week he sent us his report, which stated that my mother had died not of Chinese flu. I myself am not familiar with the illness, though I must also admit that as a pathologist, I am perhaps not as well versed in local afflictions as my esteemed colleague Dr. John M. Naples, Burns wrote diplomatically in his letter, but of an aneurysm. An aneurysm! After Sybil explained it to me, I pictured it often, all but heard the soft explosion as the artery burst, saw the coil of soggy, flaccid tissue, the black blood staining the brain, the shining, sticky red of pomegranates. Later, as a teenager, seized in an odd moment of guilt, I would think, how young, how unfair. And later still, when I was an adult and old enough to give serious consideration to my own death and the circumstances I'd prefer, how dramatic. I'd picture shooting stars, fireworks, glorious drops of light falling from the sky like thousands of glittering gems, each shard no larger than a seedling, and almost envy my mother her last great experience. She didn't feel any pain, Sybil wrote to me. She had a good death. She was lucky. A good death. I thought about that phrase often, until I became a doctor and saw for myself what Sybil meant. But as a child, the words were as mysterious as the concept of death itself. A good death. My mother was someone who was given a good death. A dreamer, a ghost, she was given the greatest gift nature can grant. That night, she slipped under her quilt as quietly as she slid her feet into the pale, murmuring stream and closed her eyes, unaware and unafraid of where she might go next. For years afterward, I had dreams in which my mother appeared in strange forms, her features sewn onto other beings in combinations that seemed both grotesque and profound, as a slippery white fish at the end of my hook, with a trout's gaping, sorrowful mouth and her dark, shuttered eyes, as the elm tree at the edge of our property, its ragged clumps of tarnished gold leaves replaced by knotted skeins of her black hair, as the lame gray dog that lived on the Mueller's property, whose mouth, her mouth, opened and closed in yearning, and who never made a sound. As I grew older, I came to realize that death had been easy for my mother. To fear death, you must first have something to tether you to life. But she had not. It was as if she had been preparing for her death the entire time I knew her. One day she was alive, the next not. And as Sybil said, she was lucky. For what more could we presume to ask from death but kindness? After that, it was Owen and me and our father. I have spoken briefly of my father, and while it would be inaccurate to say we liked him, he was certainly more tolerable than our mother, although they shared a similar maddening refusal to remain anchored in the world of practicalities. If my mother had found her share of luck in death, my father had long ago accepted luck as his birthright. My father had been born and raised in a nearby town called Pete, another place of which you will have heard nothing. Today, Pete is all but deserted, the sort of place that grows sadder and sparser with each passing year, as its children grow up and leave, never to return. When my father was young, though, Pete was something of an important town. It had its own railroad station, which had in turn spawned a small but healthy local economy. There was a hotel, for example, and a music hall, and a main street lined with two-story wood shops painted the colors of the sea and rock. Travelers heading west to California would stop in Pete for an egg salad sandwich and a celery soda from the general store near the station before re-embarking. The townspeople thrived from these impermanent relationships, which were in their own way pure. The exchange of money for goods, a pleasant farewell, the assurance that neither party would see the other again. After all, what are most relationships in life but exactly this, those stretched flabbily over years and generations? My father's parents, both of whose parents had immigrated from Hungary, were the owners of the general store. Unlike their son, they were hard workers, frugal, and made wise investments. In 1911, when my father was a senior in college, they died, one after the other, of the flu. My father and his sister inherited their parents' store, their house, and 70 acres of farmland they had bought in a town called Linden, as well as their savings. As in the case of my mother's death, my father proved himself a capable and efficient administrator. He sold off the store and the house in Pete, paid the taxes, arranged for the burial, and established a savings account for his sister. Sybil, who was graduating from high school, used some of her money to pay for Wellesley. My father, lazier, made it through the rest of his term at Purdue, graduated, and moved to Linden, where he built a house and every year added a few more acres to his land. While Sybil began medical school at Northwestern, my father grew soybeans, flat beans, and yellow beans. He fathered his sons. Eventually, he began working for the local railroad as a timetable administrator. He had accomplished all he would in life. My father proved as frustrating to me as my mother was elusive. He was, so far as I could determine, interested only in achieving a state of complete and total inertia. This was almost indescribably irritating to me. For one, we lived in a country in which a person's worth was measured by his industriousness. Not that either Owen or I particularly cared what the townspeople thought admirable, it was simply that we happened to feel the same way, that there was something shameful and perhaps even obscene in my father's behavior. It was, after all, the Depression. We heard stories of children abandoned by their parents, saw photos of defeated and exhausted-looking men waiting for a bowl of soup, a job, alone. And yet my father, unambitious, placid, spectacularly unmotivated, somehow emerged utterly unharmed. I remember many nights sitting at our kitchen table, prickling with impatience for a father who would shout, berate me, beat me to do better, to work harder, whose ambitions for me would be greater than my own. Instead, my father merely sat there, dreamily humming the latest popular song and rolling his cigarettes. Corn, the remnants of a hastily constructed meal, nested in his brushy mustache, And when I pointed it out to him, he would languorously poke his tongue out and sweep it around his mouth and nose in a serpentine and graceful movement, humming all the while. This careless, carefree gesture irritated me more than anything. It makes me laugh a little now, my self-righteous disapproval. I, of course, greatly benefited from my father's continual dumb luck, but back then, it seemed to me that he was doing Owen and me something of a disservice. Growing up in our home, you would have assumed that fortune fell from the sky with a reassuring thump, and that nothing, not even the prospect of amassing a great fortune, was worth aspiring to. My father did not, in fact, accumulate his money out of any sense of capitalist zeal. No, if it happened, it did. And the few times he made poor business decisions, he didn't seem to mind that either. The entire situation enraged me, as indulged children yearned for nothing more than the romance of poverty. Often, I found myself dreaming of parents who were hard-working immigrants for whom I was the sole hope. I was very moved by sentimental children's stories such as The Silver Skates, and rendered my own family as characters in a similar narrative. My father would be the lumpish stroke victim, helpless and slobbering, and Owen, my crippled, idiot younger brother. I was the pioneer and the hero, ruthless and resourceful as well. Education would be my family's sole hope. My academic success would be a necessity. I would become a doctor and yank us all out of despair and filth and into tight, square houses. In my fantasy, my hands, made magical by years of American education, would cure my poor father, who would immediately set to work despite my protestations. My mother, strong and determined, her beauty restored, would smile for the first time in years, and my brother, once proper schooling was paid for, would gain language, learn to move like an athlete. How I yearned for such motivation! But as it was, I had to defy the burdens not of poverty, but of a contentedly and determinedly unkinetic father and a comfortable childhood, one I might have enjoyed were I not so set upon denying it. But then I also had Sybil. As I have mentioned, my father greatly respected Sybil. I do not think it an exaggeration to say that he was even in awe of her. Certainly she was as much a puzzle to him as he was to me. How could someone so industrious, so intelligent, so active, have come from the same family as he? Not everyone was so impressed by Sybil, though. In those days, people who were jealous or small used to say that it was a good thing that Sybil could support herself, because no man ever would. If confronted, they would explain that they meant only that she was too independent, too outspoken, but really, everyone knew what they meant. Sybil, with her Brady roll of hair, was considered too ugly ever to marry, and indeed, she never did. She was 4 years younger than my father, but when she died of breast cancer in December of 1945, she looked older than I imagined a 52-year-old could. People had considered Sybil strange all her life, and by the time she began her pediatric practice in Rochester, she had, I believe, resigned herself to occupying the position of a provincial town's sexless spinster. This is a pity for a great many reasons, but largely because I have always believed my aunt would have made an excellent immunologist. She was endlessly, unflaggingly inquisitive and creative, confident but not arrogant. She had a wide-reaching mind, one that made the sorts of balletic leaps in reasoning and analysis of which only the true genius is capable. She seemed to know everything, and once I myself reached medical school, she admitted that she herself had wanted to be a medical adventurer. I wasn't sure, and neither was she, what exactly such a job might entail. We knew only that we both wanted to do it, but could never have done so. Later, she would admit to me in that same shy way that she had always wanted children and urged me, no matter what else I might choose to do in life, to have children of my own. She promised me that nothing would bring me greater joy. Naturally, this has been much on my mind lately, for obvious reasons. Sybil was correct and wise in so many ways. How could she have been so wrong about this? As a child, I saw a great deal of Sybil. Until my mother's death, after which she came more frequently, she used to visit us for a few weeks every summer. She would refer her patients to the other local pediatrician and arrive with gifts for all of us. For my mother, whom she never quite understood, she would bring something frivolous and pretty, partly from a clumsy condescension and partly because she knew that beauty and frivolity would not be wasted on my mother. Whatever it was, my mother would appreciate it and her own beauty would only augment the gifts. One time I recall, she brought her a silk dress printed with splashes of wildflowers. My mother immediately put it on and twirled around in it. I can still see her spinning in our living room and the creamy, buttery blur the silk made. Sybil had never known quite what to say to our mother, whom I believe she both pitied and envied. Pitied because my mother seemed so content with the simple, unambitious life she lived, and envied because she was content, because she did have the life she did. For my father, she would bring something whimsical, a bird whistle one of her patients had carved, a container of maple syrup in its pebbly jug, a book on rock collecting. For Owen, she brought books, puzzles, sheets of drawing paper so thick with cotton they were fibrous. But as much as Sybil liked us all, I was clearly her favorite. Although Sybil loved Owen and he her, they never had the sort of relationship that my aunt and I enjoyed with each other. In fact, I have always suspected that Sybil regarded Owen as a bit facile, and although she highly praised all his artistic efforts, the epic poems, the abstract sketches of farm life, she did so with only a sort of diffused general enthusiasm. She could never offer him any specific criticism or praise. She did not have a disdain exactly for art or artists, but neither did she make much of an attempt to understand either. To be fair, I should here add that Owen never felt about Sybil as I did, chiefly for two reasons. The first had nothing to do with Sybil himself even. It was simply that Owen had always attributed a sort of mystique to my absent mother and torpid father. Against the backdrop of an American culture he would eventually declare vulgar and excessively ambitious, he considered their lassitude radical and even rebellious. To me, however, inertia does not constitute rebellion. Of course, Owen too had phantom parents, but where mine were impaired, his were, for lack of a better word, countercultural. I have always thought that Owen's greatest regret was that he wasn't born 30 years later to a pair of beatniks. The other reason Owen never cared for Sybil as passionately as I did have to do with Sybil. Although he respected her mind and was fond of her, he also considered her inelegant and untaught in all things cultural. But while that may have been essentially true, it doesn't negate the fact, as I have argued with Owen many times in the past, that she was still the most vital adult in our lives. Were it not for her, we would not have been given an alternative model of adult behavior and might have applied ourselves toward less challenging vocations. At any rate, Sybil always saved the best presents for me: a small microscope, an old stethoscope, a hand-lettered resin model of the heart. She brought me cases of African dung beetles mounted on pieces of stiff white cardboard and encased in black leather frames. There was a ball and bat, which came with an early physics lesson, an old radio she lugged down from Rochester, only to show me how to disassemble it, a thick slab of magnifying glass, and a lecture to go with it, after she discovered me crouched on the hard dust road, roasting ants to death. Sybil's gift the year I turned 11 was a book that seemed initially something of a misstep. The Lives of the Great Scientists was unimaginatively written and childishly illustrated, and the text insultingly cheery and simple, as if for a dull 6-year-old. Really, it was no more than a sort of who's who of the scientific canon, in which all the top scientists, their names, their important contributions, etc. I half expected to see their height, weight, and extracurricular interests listed as well. Were given a short entry, as if scientists, like baseball players, could be ranked in some sort of definitive fashion. I must say, though, that as absurd as this concept seemed at the time, it becomes more appealing by the year. In fact, I was given my own entry in the most recent, 1994 edition. The text was, of course, extremely reductive, but no less inaccurate than many biographical sketches many times its length. The entry also includes a picture of me with Philip, 9, who was around 10 at the time. The photo's quality is so poor that Philip's face appears merely as a round, dark circle with a gash of white for his smile. I, myself, appear hulking, awkward, a gently bumbling circus act. But to continue, the book, of course, was hardly my introduction to the possibilities and workings of the natural world, but it was, I suppose, my introduction to the personalities of science, with whom I found myself deeply fascinated. For it was then that I realized there is a certain sort of mind that turns to science, and this, I decided, was the sort of mind I admired. I have already mentioned the curving staircase that ran up the center of our house. It was incongruously fancy for such an architecturally modest place, and always seemed to me something like a visitor, destined to return one day to its proper and glorious permanent state, joining two floors in a Fifth Avenue townhouse. This affectation had been installed by the previous owner, a fledgling architect who had attended Columbia and had never quite overcome the humiliation of having to leave the city to return to his family's property in Linden. And although the construction was sound and the wood solid, the staircase had fallen into disrepair in the 50 years it had endured our family. My father spoke often and half-heartedly of tearing it down and replacing it with something simpler, but he never did. And so it was that, by the time he died and I returned to the farm, the staircase had all but collapsed, and Owen and I were forced to use a ladder to access our old bedrooms on the second floor. But in 1935, the staircase, while not especially aesthetically pleasing, was at least still functional, and at any rate quite suitable for my needs. I decided to begin my project from the top stair and paint my way down. The staircase's carpet had been removed some years before, and because the steps were so shaggy with dust and splinters, each one needed a few layers of paint before the grain of the wood was obscured. I made my way down the 20 steps, painting the front, bottom, and sides of each with varying colors in turn. After a few hours, the paint dried and I once again began at the top of the stairs. Working my way down, I painted on the front and top of each step the name of a different scientist. By the time I had finished, the staircase was a blaze of color and words. Curie at the top, Galileo beneath her, Einstein beneath him, Gregor Mendel, James Clerk Maxwell, Marcello Malpighi, Carolanus Linnaeus, Nicholas Copernicus, and so forth. I had listed the names in no particular sequence, only as they occurred to me. But before I could complete my project, I was interrupted by Owen, who began yelling at me for not including him in it. Our ensuing fight brought my father and Lester ambling in from outside, and after gaping at the staircase for a long, silent moment, during which even Owen and I held our breath, Lester began screaming that we needed to be beaten, the harder the better. And then, unexpectedly, my father began to laugh. The three of us, Owen, Lester, and I froze, all of us in mid-speech. Until that day, neither Owen nor I had ever heard our father laugh before. It was an unremarkable laugh, wheezy and rusty, and, I thought, irritatingly lacking in much enthusiasm or mirth or energy. The laugh lasted for only a few seconds, after which my father concluded this uncharacteristic expression of emotion by saying, "See, Lester, I can't destroy the staircase now. The boys have taken it over." Lester scowled, disappointed that Owen and I hadn't received a proper punishment. He didn't think much of my father's parenting skills. And I, too, was angry, although for different reasons. Somehow, my wonderful tribute to the mind of the scientist had been co-opted by my father to be employed as another justification for his idleness. But interestingly, the staircase, which my father left undisturbed, not from any respect for my work, but, as I have said, from his own laziness, would become much more significant than any of us then realized. I have already noted that Owen and I returned to the house upon my father's death. In his last year, my father, not surprisingly, taken to living in absolute squalor, and the house had transformed itself into a barn of sorts, with small rodents and untamed, unclaimed cats rummaging through the sticky kitchen cupboards. By the time we returned in 1946, since leaving for college 4 years earlier, we had proved almost wholly successful in our resolve never to return to Indiana. The house had gone without cleaning for at least 4 years, and I do not embellish when I say that it was a disaster. Peeling floorboards, rusted door hinges that screeched so gratingly we tried never to open them, furniture that choked out great vogues of dust when we sat upon them. And then there was the debris, which had been vomited throughout every room, papers, crumpled boxes, and cracked bottles, various neglected gadgets. My father hadn't, presumably, been upstairs in some time, because the ladder, when Owen and I finally discovered it under the house, was rusty and unyielding after what must have been years of neglect. Upstairs there was a mess of such proportions that contemplating it still exhausts me. We found a family of bats nesting in the beams above Owen's bed, whole dynasties of mice, balls of dust as big as human heads, replete with snarls of unidentifiable hair. But it was the staircase, its crude, old-fashioned primary colors, deadened from age and dirt, and the canopies of glittering spiderwebs that covered it, that gave us both pause. This was a massive staircase, and its collapse meant that my father was allowed only a small space, perhaps less than 200 square feet, in which to live. It had bisected the living room, so that in order to enter the kitchen, one would first have to go outside and around the house to the kitchen door. In the summertime, this was merely inconvenient, but in the winter, with its harsh winds and buffets of snow, such a trek would be arduous for even a young person. Because there was no makeshift bed in his small living quarters, and because my father had been discovered lying face down in the grass some yards from the house early that March, we concluded that he must have been attempting to stagger to the kitchen, which was dismayingly ill-stocked, just a few tins of tomatoes and a can of mushroom soup, when he had his heart attack. We later discovered a sad little bed constructed from some deteriorating quilts and an old sofa cushion in the little lean-to formed by the outside wall and the screened-in sun porch attached to the back of the living room. It would therefore not be too great an exaggeration to say that the staircase was responsible for killing my father, although ultimately he killed himself with his own laziness. Even his suicide was an act of characteristic passivity. I was torn between sympathy for and annoyance with my father's pathetic end. What can you say of a man who neglects his house until his house destroys him? Really, though, I was sorrier about my staircase, although it was purely a nostalgic reaction. As I had grown older, it had only irritated with its childishness in both conception and execution, and although I always said I would, I never did find the time to paint it over. Shades, I suppose, of my father yet. Neither Owen nor I placed much value on funerals, but partly from a sort of guilt at the humiliating way in which our father had died, and partly out of guilt for not having attended our mother's funeral, we found a small church and convinced the local pastor, a man whose name I no longer remember, Reverend Cunningham having long since died, to perform the services.
Only a dozen or so people appeared at the funeral to mourn my father's death. Lester Drew had been institutionalized by his niece after he had had a severe stroke some years before, and so the only people in attendance were curious townsfolk, most of whom we didn't recognize, and some former employees of my father's, farmers and sharecroppers mostly, of whom we had dim recollections. I think some people were there simply to see how a rich man dies. I imagine that the whole affair must have been a great disappointment to them. The shabby church, the pastor's vague and tentative sermon, the unenthusiastic expressions on my and Owen's faces, the scarcity of people and the absence of friends and family. If this was how one of the richest men in town was laid to rest, they must have thought, what bleak ceremony, if any at all, awaited them. Had we not been so young and callous, we would have thrown a more impressive and festive funeral, if only to reassure them. At the time, though, we were not in the habit of attempting to assuage others' insecurities. After the punch and biscuits had been served at the pastor's house, we did not think it appropriate to invite mourners back to the scene of the death, where the long wisps of grass upon which our father's spread-eagled body had lain were still matted down in an unsettlingly distinguishable shape, and after we had shaken the hands of the dozen or so people present, we thanked him for his help. "It was my honor," said the pastor solemnly. He was a blandly handsome man with sad eyes, who kept looking intently at Owen when he thought Owen wasn't watching him. He was not much older than we, but already had a defeated-looking wife and 2 squalling blonde sons. "You poor boys, you have only each other now." I wondered for a moment if he might have been pitying us not only for being left alone, but for being in such poor company. It was clear he didn't much like us. To me, he said, "God be with you always." To Owen he said, "Always watch out for your brother. You are his keeper." "What for?" Owen asked. At the time, Owen was very interested in truth and justice, and was beginning, tiresomely, to dabble in Marxism. He had always been very impressionable. "I shall treat my brother as I treat any of my fellow men. No better, no worse," he said grandly, and the pastor moved off, sighing and shaking his head. Writing this makes me remember how much I miss Owen. I am a little surprised to see those words on paper, but I would be lying if I did not admit it. Despite my many complaints and annoyances, it occurs to me, and not for the first time, that my childhood, while often tedious, was certainly much simpler than my life today. This is, I suppose, as many people remember their childhoods. But back then, I do believe I was familiar with a state that was reasonably close to contentment. I was not funny-looking, I was an adequately skilled athlete, I was rich but not extravagant, I was intelligent, I had interests, I was stronger and swifter than Owen. My schoolmates left me alone. I was never beaten or teased, I never needed friends or anyone else. After all, I had Owen. Now I live a life in which I funneled great amounts of my savings to my lawyers from my barred-in quarters. I am fat and no longer stronger and swifter than Owen, and even if I had any hobbies, I would not be able to practice them. I am living a strange kind of life, a life in which I have no one. My children are gone, and my colleagues are gone. Everyone who has ever mattered to me has left me, even Owen, or should I say especially Owen. We have not, of course, had either the easiest or the most consistent of relationships. But at one time, Owen and I were very close, and even when we were not, even when he was passing through one of his childishly enthusiastic phases in which he adopted and abandoned idealisms and philosophies like other boys did girls, he was amusing and witty and bright. He was my ambassador to the world outside my own. Not that I myself was immune to romanticism. I remember, as a young Nan, once telling Owen that he should fashion himself after me. "Look at me," I told him. He rolled his eyes. "I am going to be a scientist. That is all I care about." "You are too scattered," I told him. I warned him that he would become a dilettante if he did not become more disciplined. But now I almost admire Owen's indecisiveness. It was almost as if he, to make up for my single-mindedness, was trying to be of as many minds as possible. I was impatient then, of course, but now I can recall fondly my brother's prickliness, his fierce idealism, his quickly burning passions. I remember Owen in those days as so vital, so indefatigable, so intellectually nimble in ways I was not. For such different-minded people, we were unusually and energetically competitive, but still, there were times when we agreed too, and during those moments, we could argue anyone out of anything, bend them with our ferocity and righteousness. At any rate, we could always match passions, even when our passions were not directed toward the same subjects. And it was with Owen that I shared my earliest, most fervent craving, that of leaving, of escape. I can't remember ever articulating this desire specifically, but I can remember my sense, from my very early years, that life was not Indiana, and certainly not Linden, and possibly not even America. Life was elsewhere, and it was frightening and vast and mountainous and uncomfortable. I believe Owen knew this as well, the way some children know that they want to remain close to home. And it was this mutual determination that, where we were beginning, would not be where we stayed, nor where we ended, that, more than interests or predilections, both united us and encouraged us to endure the obligations of childhood until we could leave it behind and pursue life in earnest. Interestingly, the 2 years or so after my father's funeral were to be the happiest, most harmonious time in our relationship. In those years we were quite close, and for a brief, ambitious, honeyed period, I made an effort to write to him every week, something we had not done all through college. In the late spring of 1946, we embarked upon a vacation together, to Italy. A photo from this time shows us about to board the ship, the Arcadia, in New York. Both of us are wearing linen suits and derbies. It was our first trip to Europe, our first vacation together, in fact, and unfortunately, our last, although we had no way of knowing that at the time. And when we returned, 3 months later, I remember promising one another that we'd reprise the trip annually to places farther and farther afield. I can remember only a few of the specifics from that trip, where we saw, meals we ate, conversations we had, ruins we admired, even places we stayed. But I can still recall, with a sort of odd, unpleasant clarity, that unfamiliar and inarticulable sensation I began experiencing about halfway through the journey, whenever I gazed at Owen. I remember feeling something pressing against my chest at those times, substantial and insistent, and yet not uncomfortable, not painful. After a few episodes, I deduced it was, for lack of a better word, love. Naturally, I never said anything to him. We did not have those sorts of conversations, but I remember quite clearly looking at him one evening as we stood at the prow of the ship, at his sharp nose that ended in a blobbish wodge of putty, my nose, listening to the dark waters slap against the side of the boat and feeling almost overwhelmed. When Owen spoke to me, I was unable to answer and had to pretend I felt ill so I could go to bed and lie awake by myself and think about my new discovery. The feeling did not last, of course. It came and went throughout our trip, and then over the years. My schoolmates left me alone. I was never beaten or teased. I never needed friends or anyone else. After all, I had Owen. Now I live a life in which I funnel great amounts of my savings to my lawyers from my barred-in quarters. I am fat and no longer stronger and swifter than Owen, and even if I had any hobbies, I would not be able to practice them. I am living a strange kind of life, a life in which I have no one. My children are gone and my colleagues are gone. Everyone who has ever mattered to me has left me. Even Owen, or should I say, especially Owen. We have not, of course, had either the easiest or the most consistent of relationships, but at one time, Owen and I were very close, and even when we were not, even when he was passing through one of his childishly enthusiastic phases, in which he adopted and abandoned idealisms and philosophies like other boys did girls, he was amusing and witty and bright. He was my ambassador to the world outside my own. Not that I myself was immune to romanticism. I remember as a young man once telling Owen that he should fashion himself after me. "Look at me," I told him. He rolled his eyes. "I am going to be a scientist. That is all I care about." "You are too scattered," I told him. I warned him that he would become a dilettante if he did not become more disciplined. But now I almost admire Owen's indecisiveness. It was almost as if he, to make up for my single-mindedness, was trying to be of as many minds as possible. I was impatient then, of course, but now I can recall fondly my brother's prickliness, his fierce idealism, his quickly burning passions. I remember Owen in those days as so vital, so indefatigable, so intellectually nimble in ways I was not. For such different-minded people, we were unusually and energetically competitive, but still, there were times when we agreed too, and during those moments, we could argue anyone out of anything. And although it was never as intense as it was that day on the water, I grew to first accept and then long for that familiar ache, even though I knew that while experiencing it, I was unable to accomplish, much less contemplate, anything else. After graduating from college, I began medical school in the fall of 1946. I have little of interest to say about medical school itself. Even its dullness and the unimaginativeness of my fellow students were not too great a surprise to me. I went to medical school because it was what one did back then if one was interested in anything even tangentially related to the biology of the human body. Were I an undergraduate today, I probably would bypass it in favor of a doctoral program in virology or microbiology or some such. It is not that medical school in itself is not an interesting or even stimulating environment.
It is that the people who tend to matriculate there lean toward the self-righteous and sentimental, more interested in the romantic heroism of doctoring with which the profession has allowed itself to become suffused and associated, than in the challenge of scientific inquiry. This was perhaps even more true 50 years ago than it is today. My classmates, or at least those I came in contact with over my 4 years, were easily divided into two categories. Those in the first category, the less objectionable of the two, were dull and obedient and enjoyed memorization. Those in the second, more offensive group were grasping and dreamy, bewitched by their own future status in the world. But they were all ambitious, competitive, and eager for their own bit of glory. I was not a particularly distinguished student. Although I was probably one of the most intellectually curious and creative members of my class, or even the entire school, there were many, many others who were better, more diligent students than I. They went to every class, they took notes, they did each night's reading. But I was occupied with other things. At the time, I was an avid beetle collector, a habit and interest I had maintained since childhood. Naturally, the opportunities to find unusual beetles in Boston were somewhat limited, but during the spring months, I would take sometimes days at a time and ride a train down to Connecticut, where Owen was earning a doctorate in American literature at Yale. I would leave my bag at his place and then catch another, smaller, dozier train out to the countryside, where I would spend the day in one field or another with my net and my notebook and a pickle jar containing a bloom of cotton damp with formaldehyde. When the sky grew orange, I would hitchhike back to New Haven, where I would spend the evening in Owen's suite, eating whatever he had prepared and trying, with limited success, to engage him in conversation. Owen had grown more and more silent over the years, for which I must admit I was grateful, for his elaboration on his studies, which concerned Walt Whitman and the American imagination, sorely tested my claims of intellectual promiscuity. And watching him cut his omelet into small, fussy trapezoids, I had to stop myself thinking that he reminded me of our stolid, lumpen father. Naturally, my professors were not enthusiastic about my skipping so many classes, but since I always did well on my tests and papers, there was little they could do to punish me but deliver lectures on how my lack of discipline would all but ensure mediocrity in my professional life. I didn't doubt their seriousness or their sincerity, but neither did I allow myself to worry about my own future. Even then I knew that I was bound to have the sort of adventures for which I would not be best or usefully equipped by a perfect attendance record. I do not wish, however, to idealize what was at least partially a fit of tiresome and immature disrespect for my professors and the institution. Now, in retrospect, with my career and legacy being what they are, I suppose it is all very easy to say that I knew everything would resolve itself in my favor in the end, and that my lack of ambition was genuine. Though, if I am to be honest, I suppose I should acknowledge, too, that I was even then so eager for a certain sort of greatness, the sort that seemed both possible and yet so distant, a blurry-edged dream on the periphery of my vision, that at the time it seemed easier to pretend to all and to myself that I did not care for a spectacular future at all, lest I come to think that my time in medical school and my successes or failures there might become a predictor for the rest of my life, something that might determine the chances of that shimmering image coalescing into something more vivid, or not. But it was in my third year of medical school that things really changed for me, or rather, that I really changed things. This was the year that Gregory Smythe extended to me an invitation to work in his lab. You will now understand why this was so surprising, and indeed, for many years, I was asked about my time there with some regularity. I would be lying if I said I was not initially flattered. Nowadays, a mention of Gregory Smythe is greeted, if it is answered with any sort of recognition at all, with ridicule, the sort of self-assured, self-satisfied smirk that is always girded with both relief and fear, the kind of response the mention of many of today's most highly regarded scientists' names will no doubt provoke a generation or two from now. But back when I was in school, Smythe was considered an important mind, a visionary, the sort of doctor and scientist it was expected one wanted to become. Smythe was also something of an unusual figure on the campus and in the scientific community. For one, he was involved in what was widely acknowledged as some of the more interesting medical work at the time. Today, it is very easy to laugh at the sorts of misguided notions and theories that were once considered groundbreaking, but there is no denying that the 1940s were, in their way, a period of great scientific expansion. As wrong, and there is no gentler way to state it, as many of Smythe's and his colleagues' theories were eventually revealed to be, his generation also possessed an admirable curiosity, and their thirst, motivated by any number of things, but undeniably genuine, resulted in the foundation of what we recognize today as modern science. Without them, there would have been nothing for you or I to refute, nothing for us to dispel or debunk. I sometimes think, looking back at Smythe's work, that his most important legacy was identifying the sorts of questions that would occupy the scientific community for the next half-century, even if he was ultimately unable to provide the correct answers. I knew of Smythe before I had even met him. One of the most popular theories in the mid-1940s was that cancer was caused by a viral infection. This theory had been proposed decades earlier, but it had been aggressively promoted by Smythe, who had spent much of the early part of the decade trying to prove that cancer, which for all scientists knew back then was caused by demons or sorcery, was not only tidily explainable, but also eminently treatable. If, the thinking went, you could isolate the viruses that cause cancer, you would then be able to develop a vaccine to kill it, thus eradicating cancer forever. Like all the most pleasing theories, it was inspired but disciplined, as well as neat, logical, and satisfyingly plausible. It was also accessible, and Smythe's theory, which became known in the popular press as Smythe's conceit, as if it were the Pythagorean theorem or the theory of evolution, or as if Smythe were the Aristotle-like author of some ancient, semi-mystical, heavily allegorical philosophy, soon made him a quite famous and, inevitably, much envied man in both academic and popular circles.
But I will return to him later, which seems fitting, as it was only after I had been working in his lab for several months that I actually met Smythe. Unsurprisingly, given my grades, my attitude, and my general unsuitability, I was rather a non-entity for almost the entire time I was there. My colleagues never spoke to me, and my tasks were the most menial. I felt no resentment. However, students such as myself were, it seemed, continually arriving and departing, there one day and vanished the next to someplace else, a presence as temporal as the monkeys we were responsible for feeding, the mice whose water bottles we changed, the dogs with terrified eyes we injected, until one day they too vanished from the lab, taking with them their sounds and smells. There were usually around 15 of us, and Smythe, of course, in the lab at any time, and although I had been somehow, romantically, anticipating a free and creative exchange of ideas and theories, I was that naive, it was in truth strictly hierarchical. Although a controlled environment and peopled with only a very narrow sliver of society, it hewed slavishly to the formalities and distinctions of rank of the outside world. At the top was Smythe, and what he said, or what his immediate inferiors said he said, which was more often the case, had to be followed without questions or debate. But Smythe was a less and less frequent presence by the time I arrived, more interested, it seemed, in giving interviews to the New York Times and to Edward R. Murrow. The next most important people in the office were the two chief residents, Walter Broussard and Monroe Fitch, both MDs and both, as they managed to remind you every week or so, hand-picked by Smythe to run his lab. It was their job to supervise the experiments, write first drafts of Smythe's research papers, and handle them through their eventual publication, and administer the daily goings-on at the lab, which included the hiring of medical students and undergraduates. Both of them disliked me, Broussard more than Fitch, but I had been hired directly by Smythe, and so they were forced to tolerate me. Both of them, again, Broussard more than Fitch, were not unknown in their own right. At school, I had heard professors speak of their brilliance and promise. They were sometimes called the Turks, and it was thought that they would be the scientific minds who would succeed Smythe and, in the meantime, carry his projects to fruition. The two of them rarely spoke to each other and, I saw, were quite competitive. Each disdained the other for the supposed inferiority of his education, a curious thing, as they had been classmates from prep school through medical school. His intellectual vivacity, again, both seemed equally unimaginative to me, and it became clear for his relative favor with Smythe at any moment. Beneath Broussard and Fitch were 4 junior residents, also MDs, named Parton, Nesser, Oliver, and Curtis. The 4 of them were in their way even more insufferable than Broussard and Fitch, who had chosen them, with Smythe's approval. All of them, too, had gone to boarding school, though not Broussard and Fitch's, and all of them walked about the lab with an expression that aspired to solemnity, a gently furrowed brow underneath hair still cut in a schoolboy style, their hands clasped behind their backs in an approximation of greatness, but that was, despite its ambition and seriousness of intent, unable to conceal the slight smiles they wore when they thought others weren't looking, that admiring preen that women affect upon encountering a mirrored surface. I was assigned to work with Parton, whom I liked best of the bunch, for his smooth, fat-cheeked face and messy shirt, for which he was always being rebuked by the Turks, to whom these sorts of details mattered, and for the fact that he left me alone, forgetting for days that I was assisting him with his experiments, and that he was therefore responsible for monitoring my movements and, as they called it, daily output of activity. After the junior residents came the 2 medical students, me and a fellow named Julian Turnbull, who was a great favorite of the Turks and who never once spoke to me, as if my very inappropriateness were a condition he might be able to contract by even the briefest communication. So he stayed away, and that suited me fine. I knew he was in my year, and that he was from somewhere in Connecticut, and that he had a fiancée at Wellesley, but I knew nothing of how he thought, nor where his intelligence lay, for he never spoke of those matters, almost as if they were incidental to his life at the lab. Next came 2 undergraduates, both of them usually biology majors at the college. These turned over so quickly and were at any rate so interchangeable that none of us ever bothered to learn their names. Both of them headed for medical school, both of them always looking rather frightened. To be working in Smythe's lab as an undergraduate was an almost kingly honor, and they wore on their faces expressions of fear and pride. Looking at them, I sometimes wondered what promises had been extracted from them to win them these slots, what tests they had had to pass with their advisors, what obligations they now carried. After the undergraduates came a man named Dean O'Grady, who, in the humor of the day, was known as Fat Irish because he was fat and Irish. Fat Irish was the person in the lab whose work was the most visible and quantifiable. While the rest of us took notes and flicked our fingernails against air bubbles and syringes and extracted blood and took more notes, Fat Irish took care of the animals and did the things we would not. He cleaned the monkeys' cages and fed them a slurry of browned bananas and oatmeal. He changed the mice's water and cleaned weeping scabs from the dogs' eyes. I was impressed by his impassivity. He was neither an animal lover nor a sentimentalist. The lab had once had one of those, I learned, and it had ended disastrously when Fitch had discovered him late one night trying to shoo the dogs from their cages and into his waiting truck. Nor did he seem impressed by or interested in the lab itself. You sometimes had animal caretakers, as I would have myself one day, whose hatred for the people who ran the lab was visceral. It was not because they were animal lovers. A job application from anyone who admitted to loving animals was immediately thrown away, but because they abhorred science and the people who practice science, all of us in our white coats, and what they considered our despicable arrogance. Though whether it was our education they hated or what we were doing with our education, they considered one excessive and the other self-indulgent, was difficult to say. They were not people capable of superior cognitive reasoning, and because they were unable to understand what it was we were doing and yet were equally unwilling to admit their limitations, they found it easier to call us names and detest us.
It is not only animal caretakers who behave like this, but also journalists and animal activists and priests and politicians and housewives and artists, people, in other words, for whom every mystery must be attributed to human arrogance and evil. But to return to Fat Irish, he would arrive at 4 every afternoon and begin his work, and when we came back the next day, messes would be cleaned, water trays filled, and the labs would smell more intensely of their signature perfume, the eggy scent of detergent and the sweetish fragrance of stale feces. Sometimes, working late, you would see Fat Irish and nod at him, and he would nod back. He would not try to make conversation. If you asked him a question directly, he would answer in the most perfunctory way, not rudely, but not foisting on you the sort of chatter about the weather, working hard, their various aching body parts, of which janitors and waiters and various service staff in general seem to have an endless supply. Instead, it was, "Good morning, Fat Irish. Good morning. Bassett 4 croaked last night. I'll take care of it." And that was all. After Fat Irish, we come to the bottom. The lab techs, David and Peter, the two of them, granted neither last names nor desks, although they did have white coats. They went from station to station, cleaning flasks, cutting pieces of mesh, scrubbing spoiled biomatter from test tubes, delivering mugs of burned coffee, fetching mice from cages, returning mice to cages. I tried not to use them too frequently. First, it was faster to do the work myself, and second, they were both loquacious, fond of telling you about their women, or about the meal they were awaiting that night, or about how sick of their jobs they were. They were not needlessly cruel to the animals, but they were sloppy. They clutched the mice so tightly that they squealed and kicked their small feet in the air. They forgot which dog went into which cage. They knocked over Bunsen burners and swabbed up their ensuing mess imperfectly, so that you were, for the rest of the day, forced to pick your way around your own desk until the night janitor came to clean what they had missed. The lab was located on the first floor of a building called Chase Hall, 10 stories, red brick, ugly, and utilitarian. It was destroyed some years ago. There was a main room, about 1,200 square feet, a long rectangle with 4 windows looking out onto the green beyond. In the south corner, farthest from the roar of the building incinerator, which abutted our lab, was Smythe's office, a small glassed-in square in which sat a burled desk, perfectly, suspiciously clean-surfaced, a metal filing cabinet, and a metal bookcase. Just outside his office, running along the east side of the room, beneath the windows, were front-to-front metal desks for each of the chief and junior residents and for the medical students and undergraduates. The remainder of the room was dominated by 8 long metal countertops fitted with sinks and crowded with Bunsen burners and flasks. The floors were linoleum and the walls a pale butter that always made me crave bread or potatoes, something starchy and floury. Behind the main room, running its length, were the 2 animal labs. The first, to the south side, was the mice lab, windowless, about 300 square feet, and lined on 3 sides with cages stacked some 7 feet high along the walls, which were here a shiny, curdled, charred orange color. The mice lab, like animal labs everywhere, stank of damp newspaper and feces and the moldy, algae-ish stench of wet fur. Every night, the floors were swabbed with disinfectant, but it seemed only to intensify the room's native odors, which were so impermeable they seemed to have been baked into the walls. Adjacent to the mice lab was the dog lab, almost twice as large, but with the same smells, the same rust-colored walls, the same wire cages, although here they were stacked all the way to the ceiling. There were 36 or so cages, and they were all small, about 2 feet square, so that the dogs, usually hounds for some reason, were unable to stand and spent their days on their sides or crouched, front legs spread open, in a way that made them appear drunk and unseemly. Then there were about 10 or 12 taller cages, and these were reserved for monkeys, which we had with some regularity, but not frequently enough or in large enough numbers to merit their own lab. What I remember most about those labs is their silence. One heard the mice's frantic, shrill peeping, the dog's futile, squealing whimpers, only when they were being removed from or replaced in their cages. The rest of the time, they were silent, staring at their paws and waiting. Only the monkeys complained and chattered and screeched all day, shrieking at nothing. They were a bother for that reason, and for the enormous mess they made, and for the intensity of their odors, although they were, of course, more valuable specimens to work with. I spent most of my time with the mice. One of Parton's ongoing experiments, the exact parameters of which I never did discover, because strangely, although I was trusted with much, I was apparently not seen as consequential enough to learn what it was I passed most of my days doing, involved infecting mice with various sorts of viruses, in the hopes that they would provoke a cancer. You began with, say, a dozen mice, one mouse per each numbered cage. Then you would take a virus and inject it with a mix of saline into each mouse. And then you would wait. Every day you would weigh and measure and observe them. Did they seem torpid? Were they eating and drinking properly? Were they growing any strange nodules? You certainly hoped they would, but it never happened, not in any of the tests I conducted. I recorded the results in my notebook, which Parton might have asked to see but never did. Boredom made me fanciful. Number 12, white mouse, I would write, they were all white, chalky in complexion. Nose and paw pads, rose pink from yesterday, when carnation pink. Personality, dull. They were all dull. They were mice after all. They spent their days doing mousy things. After a certain point, around 3 months, you would kill them, autopsy them, and begin with a fresh group. I rather enjoyed killing the mice. There were surprisingly few ways to do so. Drugging them took too long and was too expensive. Drowning them was messy and also tedious. And, at any rate, either method would compromise key tissues we would need to study. It was Oliver who taught me how to kill them. What you did was hold a mouse by its tail and twirl it in a circle like a lasso until it was dizzy, its head lolling sickly from side to side. Then you'd put it on the table, and with one hand hold its head behind its ears, and with the other hand pull it up by its tail. A little crick, and the neck would be broken. Sometimes, Julian Turnbull and I would stand at either end of the long counter that ran down the middle of the mice lab, both of us whirling 4 or 5 mice in each hand, killing them in batches. It was a satisfying task, a small but real accomplishment to mark a day that, like so many other days, seemed devoid of structure or progress or meaning. Then you'd take the mice to the main lab and spread them on one of the countertops, stomach up. You'd cut out each spleen, a tiny, savory-looking thing, richly, meatily brown and the size of a slender watermelon seed, and place each in its own petri dish with a bit of saline. You'd have next to you a springy pile of fine wire mesh, cut into 1-inch square pieces, which you'd sterilize over a flame, and then you'd rub the spleen against it into another petri dish to obtain a single cell suspension. Spleens, of course, are soft and pulpy like foie gras, and you had to be careful to only brush them against the mesh. Anything more vigorous, and you'd find the organ smeared over your fingers, sticky and dark as fudge. You might do this a few times, or until the organ had turned liquidy. Then you'd pipette some of the sauce into a tube, examine it under a microscope, and record how many cells there were per milliliter. The main point of these experiments was, as I've noted before, not only to prove that cancers were caused by viruses. Note that I have not said whether cancers were caused by viruses. Smythe, whether through his own arrogance or because he had decided to make the terrible error of believing what a science writer, always an oxymoron, had written about him, seemed to have convinced himself that his theory was impregnable. His lab was not interested in proving or disproving him. Fitch and Broussard and the rest were interested only in the specifics of his supposition rather than in its inherent veracity, but also how to establish a cell culture. If you could prove that, say, cancer X was caused by virus Y, then all you'd have to do was create a vaccine, which would eradicate the cancer.
I'm simplifying, but not by much. This is really how they thought at the time, not just in medicine, but in all the sciences. You make a bomb, you drop it on a troublesome people, the troublesome people are no more. One experiment I was made to repeat involved kidneys, whose malformations were easier to identify, easier than spleens, for example. You take a mouse's kidney, a more fibrous organ than the spleen, and snip it into bits into a test tube. Then you'd take those pieces and pass them through layers of increasingly fine screens to try, again, to reduce it to a single cell layer, which would be distinguishable by its smeary quality. After that, you'd pulverize the tissue with saline and fetal calf serum nutrient, which of course helps promote growth, before placing this in a sterile bottle with a flat surface and incubating it at 37 degrees.
The cells, in suspension, would then attach to the surface of the bottle, appearing in flat, starry clusters. Once you had a thriving monolayer of cells, you'd introduce a virus, inoculating the cells. After a few days, you'd then centrifuge the whole batch and remove the supernatant, the non-cellular part, as your vaccine. That was the thinking anyway. And I have to admit, at the time, this method seemed sensible, logical. Perhaps, in retrospect, a bit too sensible, a bit too logical, but it was more plausible than many of the prevailing theories of the time. Although, as I would learn shortly after, what is most plausible is not necessarily the most correct or worthy of the most consideration. More often, it is the outlandish theory, the one that seems so improbable that you find yourself returning to again and again, paying it an outsized share of attention, largely because you find yourself intrigued by the originality of thought behind it. I was 24. I was infecting dogs. I took syringes of various viruses and injected them into dogs' kidneys. They were very keen on organ transplantation in those days, and so soon I was doing real surgeries, albeit on dogs, and I was able to do them unsupervised, right there in the canine lab. Sometimes Parton would walk in, gaze at me dolefully, as if he'd no idea who I was and it was not his right to ask, and then shuffle out without saying a word to me. I opened up the dog and tied off the artery to its kidney and stitched it closed again. A few days later, when the dog was in kidney failure, it moaned and whined, its urine was treacly and venomous in appearance, and leaked out in fat, viscous, reluctant drops. I redrugged it, removed its dead kidney, now the bruised, sheeny blue of rotting meat, and tried to transplant into the dog a kidney I had infected in another dog. I sewed both dogs back up. The donor dog I had incinerated. The one that had received the transplant soon expired as well, although whether from the infected kidney or from my poor surgical skills, I was never quite certain. I observed it and took notes on its decline in my notebook, and when it died, I harvested its organs of interest and preserved them for further analysis, and then had its corpse incinerated too. This is how day after day passed. I realize I sound bored recounting it now, and perhaps even a little dramatically fatalistic, but at the time, it was interesting enough, both the work itself, for at times I truly did feel, as a good lab with a charismatic leader encourages its fellows to feel, that I, as much as anyone, perhaps more, was on the inevitable verge of a discovery of a small but important sort, something that might change science forever. And because I was learning from my days in the lab and the lives of those around me, that it was not a life that I would choose. It is a funny thing, working for someone else in a lab. You are chosen because you are the best in your class, or the most promising in your field, or an interesting thinker, and you are put in a room full of others like yourself. In some of your colleagues, you see your past, the student you once were, and in others, you see your future, or at least a template for your future, although you yourself, you assume, will be better and brighter and more talented than they. But what does it mean to be successful or talented in a lab? For your work there is not truly your own. You are chosen because of your mind and then asked, to varying degrees, to cease skinking for yourself and begin doing so for another. For some people, this is easier than for others. They are the ones who remain. And so, although you gain fraternity, you forsake your independence. But ambition is a difficult thing to quash completely, and so it is redirected. Instead of working alone, you work in a room with others. But even as you do, you hope every day that you will be the one to make the key discovery, that you will be the one to find the answer, that you will present it triumphant to your director, and that he will be generous and intellectually confident enough to give you your due credit. This is your hope, and it has motivated and kept alive men much more distinguished than I. But it is answered for only a very few of them, and they, the ones who one day are awarded their own labs, their own patented cell lines, their own papers, are the lucky ones. They are all of them patient, though. I, however, knew by the end of my first term with Smythe's lab that I could never be that patient, nor that pliable. Part of this certainty was attributable to the discomfort I felt with the culture of the lab itself. Labs at that time were not like the ones today. Not that I cared a terrible amount about my colleagues' lives, the things they were interested in outside of the office, but there was at work a kind of conservatism, a fixation on neatness that I found difficult and dispiriting. In those days, science considered itself the realm of gentlemen. This was the era, after all, of Linus Pauling and J. Robert Oppenheimer, both of them exceptional, of course, but not exempt from having to dress a certain way, or from being able to perform at cocktail parties, or from pursuing romance. Genius was no excuse for social ineptitude, the way it is today, when a certain refusal to acquire the most basic social skills or an inability to dress properly or feed oneself is generously perceived as evidence of one's intellectual purity and commitment to the life of the mind. But this was not how it always was. Then it was difficult to ignore one's colleagues' extra office activities and interests because one was expected to be appropriate in one's own. People spoke of the Turks approvingly, not only because they had done well in school and were, so it was said, quick-minded and obedient and thoughtful, but because they were so presentable. Both had wives who had gone to Radcliffe, both came from well-known East Coast families, both were handsome and well-dressed. They were very earnest. They were convinced that what they were doing was serious and important work, and so was I. But they were the sort of men for whom humor was to be practiced only at the appropriate events, parties, dinners, etc., and then only within a very limited range. Except to Europe with their parents, and I suppose with the army in wartime, which hardly counts, neither of them had traveled, and neither of them longed to. Their friends were people like themselves, and they hired people like themselves. Oliver and Nesser compensated for their strange Scandinavian surnames with their nicknames, which were Skip and Trip, and their lives were the lab to their homes in Cambridge or Newton, and then back.
People like Fat Irish may never have thought beyond a life of emptying mice cages and swabbing urine from the lab floors, but in their own way, the Turks were as limited, as unimaginative. They assumed they would make a great contribution to mankind, and that is a faultless goal, I suppose. But the process itself never seemed as compelling to them as the outcome was, nor as the fantasy of having their name appended to whatever it is they dreamed of inventing or solving or fixing. I had gone into science for its adventure, but to them, adventure was something to be endured, not sought, on the road to inevitable greatness. It was not until I had been working at the lab for 6 months that I finally had my chance to meet Smythe. I had seen him before, of course, but only in glimpses. In newspapers, in magazines, as he ran into the lab to talk with Brassard and Fitch, or to grab a piece of paper or a journal from his otherwise worrisomely tidy desk before leaving again for the world outside his lab. A few of my professors would occasionally ask me about him, jealous. What did he have me doing in that lab? What was he doing? I always told the truth, and this was boring and opaque enough to stop their questions. I cut open mice. I didn't know. Had I known what I thought about him, had I admired him and wished to protect his work, I would have lied and made my own work sound more fascinating. One day, however, Brassard stopped by my counter as I was grating my spleens. "Smythe left this for you," he said, placing an envelope by my elbow. He was disapproving, but he was always disapproving. I took off my gloves and opened the envelope, a regular business-sized envelope with my name typed on the front. Inside was a letter on onion skin, also typed, so poorly I assumed Smythe had done so himself, inviting me to dinner that Friday at 6:30 p.m. He had signed it with a black fountain pen, and the ink had bled through the paper and blurred into a smudge. It's difficult now to remember precisely what I thought of this invitation. I suppose I was flattered, although Brassard, who had somehow figured out what the letter was, made sure to inform me later that day that Smythe made a practice of inviting over each medical student who worked in his lab once, he emphasized the word, during his tenure. But oddly, I don't recall being overly excited. Nor was I particularly worried. I had never quite understood how I had gotten the position in Smythe's lab in the first place, and I knew for certain by then that it was not a place I would stay. Lack of interest has a kind way of eliminating all potential nervousness. On Friday, I arrived for dinner at Smythe's house, a tall, narrow brownstone on the edge of the medical school campus. In the front was a Japanese red maple, now bare, it was early March, a holly bush with glossy, sharp leaves, and a clump of veined crocuses peering through their halo of mulch. The rest of the garden was bare, just plain wood chips. There was no harmony or apparent order to the plants' arrangement, they just were.
Inside, the house was very much the same way. In one corner of the entryway sat incongruously a Japanese tansu of blistering, puckered camphor. In another, just as incongruously, was an old-fashioned English secretary desk, the grain of the wood patterning its surface with satiny stripes. The rugs that covered the dusty floors were old Orientals, and I saw what looked like cracker crumbs speckling their tassels. The walls were hung with black shadow box frames backed with black felt, upon which were mounted lockets, their gold dull and whitish, and little scrimshaw carvings, a gnome, his crudely carved hands slapping together in a gesture of merriment, a ship, its sails pooching out unconvincingly, and cameos showing dreamy, loose-curled girls gazing off to the side, their expressions vacant. They were deeply idiosyncratic touches, and yet there was something furtive and unspecific about the house as well. It looked like the showroom for a second-rate auction house specializing in estate sales. There was nothing there that echoed who Smythe appeared to be, with his birch-bark-colored hair and his lined face and his tall, upright walk and his magazine articles. Behind the frames, the walls were painted, each a different, strange color, puce and teal, and that bright light green particular to unripened fruit. I had expected beiges and browns, and perhaps some unobjectionable blues, everything neat and in order, not an eccentric's house, for Smythe was not an eccentric. And yet everything around him that night seemed to argue that he was. Dinner, when it was at last served, was as ill-organized and haphazard as the house itself, as if assembled from whatever had been found in the refrigerator 10 minutes before. There was tomato soup, thick as gravy and tasting strongly of ketchup, game hens so undercooked that I could see the red arteries marbling the flesh, carrots and onions so overcooked that they overflowed the tines of my fork with the gentlest press. Another soup, this one seeming to consist purely of boiled onions and leeks and topped with a wet, suggestive coil of mustard. And for dessert, what Smythe proudly told me were persimmons, sitting prim and oriental on their blue and white chinoiserie plates, but as hard as green plums. They tasted, when I was finally able to saw off a bite, like grass, but sour, and it would be many years before I would be able to correct this impression. It was only the two of us at the table. Smythe sat at the head nearest the kitchen, and I sat to his right. With each new course, he popped to his feet, disappeared through the pocket doors behind him, and came back bearing 2 plates in triumph. It had occurred to me, walking up the path to his house with a bottle of wine I'd thought to buy at the last minute, that he might be interested in interrogating me, that this might be a test of some sort. I was not worried about passing, but the thought of sitting down with Smythe and, I assumed, his family, and being interviewed about my thoughts on various scientific quandaries of the day did not exactly fill me with excitement. But these had been wasted worries, for Smythe spent the entire evening speaking, from the time I entered the door and he took my coat with one hand and handed me a juice cup of brandy with the other. I have never cared for the taste of brandy, so flannelly on the teeth, and I tossed it into the shedding ficus in the foyer when Smythe went to fetch himself another cupful. Throughout dinner, and over the glass of sherry he placed before me afterward, which I drank, although I was longing for something cakey to neutralize the persimmon. The sherry glass was cut crystal and heavy, and I rotated it slowly in my fingers, watching the spangles of light it made against the wall opposite, which was a sickly, parchment-like yellow. The evening began with small talk, which I was unaccustomed to and for which I had no talent. When I realized I had to say nothing, only to smile and nod from time to time, I was relieved. When we sat at the table, after standing for some time in the entryway, the two of us holding our plastic cups of brandy, while to my left lay a parlor, darkened and unused, he began to talk instead of his work. You would think, would you not, that in the more than 2 hours I listened to Smythe speak of his work, I would learn something interesting, or that he would say something thoughtful, or at the very least provocative. But this was not to happen. He had the ability to talk at length on interesting subjects while somehow rendering them not only intensely uninteresting, but completely opaque. "Sir," I'd interject, as Smythe cut eagerly into his fowl. He ate the entire meal with vigor and apparent satisfaction, but failed to notice that I had left most of mine untouched. "Will you tell me a little about your research into viral mutation?" This was, after all, the basis of his entire theory, his life's work. But he did not want to speak of his research. Instead, he spoke of the people who had impeded it. There was the dean, and the associate dean, and this colleague and that. He listed dozens of names, detailing to me what each had done and how now they had been humbled and made to look at him anew. The dean, he had heard, had rolled his eyes upon hearing about the Time magazine story. The associate dean had initially refused to give him the space he had wanted in Chase Hall, had tried to shunt him into a darker, inferior, smaller lab on the 5th floor. But he had prevailed, hadn't he? He was without rancor, even jolly, as he told me these stories, onion and leek soup dripping from his spoon. He was not interested in discussing science. Still talking, he excused himself to the kitchen and came back with more soup, this time a blend of the two, which he swirled together with the handle of his spoon until it achieved a strange pasty consistency, and then he tucked his napkin into the collar of his shirt to protect his tie. He held it flat against his shirt with one hand and spooned up the soup with the other, murmuring his appreciation. Watching him, I wondered what the Turks would think of this display, or if perhaps they already knew what Smythe was truly like, and if so, why did they remain with him, and how could they respect him? Had I underestimated the limits of their tolerance? Or was this an act that Smythe was performing only for me? Were the Turks and the junior residents crouched in the darkened parlor, their faces tight with held-back laughter, watching this bit of theater in which I was an unknowing and unwilling participant? Was this even Smythe's house? Where was his wife? I knew he had one, and on his left ring finger he wore a thin golden circle. And wasn't there something unnaturally still about these rooms? I kept thinking that if only I could find a reason to walk through the doors into the kitchen or cross the foyer into the living room, I would find the real house, one in which Smythe held forth articulately and behaved like the great man we all thought he was, and his pretty wife would serve a good meal, and his life would make sense to me, and I would cease to feel like such an anthropologist in my own town, with the man who had hired me and invited me to dinner at his house. After we had drunk our sherry, he was silent for a moment, and I was able to speak at last. "Sir," I asked, "why did you hire me?" "Ah," he said, after a silence, "why indeed?" He sighed and spun his glass in his fingers, and the reflections it made moved across his face like firefly light. "You are not a good student. You are dreamy and arrogant. Your professors find you ungovernable." He said this all cheerfully, in the same pleasant tone in which he had recounted his enemies' many failed plots against him. "But when they told me about you," and here he turned and looked at me, and I could see for the first time his eyes, the pleats of skin that hung beneath them, his scleras as pink as those of the mice whose organs I harvested and shaved through sieves every day, I suppose I remembered myself when I was your age. How desperately I wanted to escape. How little I felt I belonged, how much I craved my freedom, how much I craved my fame. We are alike, the two of us. I'm not like that, I wanted to say, but I said nothing. He was drunk, I could now see. How long had he been like this? Had he been drunk when I first came in? I felt suddenly foolish and childish and embarrassed for myself. Why could I not see what was before me? What was the trick to understanding people that I alone seemed unable to possess? As I thought, Smythe was making strange noises, small gulping sounds. I thought he was choking, but when I hurried to him, I realized he was crying, his chin flat against the napkin still tucked into his shirt, his hands folded in his lap like a child's. "Oh God," he said, "oh God." I did not know what to do. My coat was on the chair next to me, where Smythe had placed it. I picked it up and fled. The following Monday, I did not go into the lab. I did not go to any of my classes. Instead, I stayed home and read, or looked at my atlas and made lists of places I wanted to see. I thought occasionally of what Smythe had said to me and decided he was wrong. I thought of him crying and felt pity for myself and disgust for him. For meals, I made my favorite snack, hot oatmeal into which I stirred raw eggs, until I realized that it was the sort of strange concoction Smythe might serve. I was terrified that I might become him. although it was not until some years later, about the time in fact I discovered what a persimmon should truly taste like, that I was able to define why. That worse than his poor science, the flimsy scholarship, was his small, inexplicable life alone in that strange house, with no one around to distract him from the meagerness of his own existence. It startled me to learn this about myself, that I had such petty, poor fears, that I had come to think in such trite and soft ways. After a few days of my moping, the medical school secretary called, asking snippily if I was planning on returning to classes, followed by Brassard, who told me in his sniffing way that I had potentially ruined Pardon's experiment and oughtn't bother returning. When I hung up, I was relieved, for in the space of my dinner with Smythe, the lab had come to seem a sort of trap, a sort of place where I would become like him, holding my theory tightly to me, idealist, terrified of the inevitable day when I would be proved an imposter. Or at least, this is what I told myself I feared. Now I had been not just released, but told I was inappropriate, that I would never become one of them, and their words, their dismissal, left me shaky with joy. I was safe, I thought, and for some time, for a long time, I was. The next day I returned to my classes. My professors, some of whom were quite close to the Turks, seemed to have heard that I was no longer with Smythe's lab, and, surprisingly, treated me better than they had before, although I was still nobody exceptional. But I was careful not to feel resentful about this, as I might have before. I thought of Smythe. But now they're coming back to me, now they're giving me what I want, and cringed. For the next year, I attended classes and sat silently in the lecture halls, determined not to make myself into something more significant than I really was. It was my first lesson in humility, in the lab or in life. One of the attractions of medical school for the unimaginative, or if I am to be more charitable, to the less dreamily inclined, is certainly the lack of choices it offers. Of course, a doctor, whether he works with patients or alone, with tissues, must make dozens of decisions within a given day. But the larger questions, the ones about what you must do next in life, are answered for you. Indeed, you need never think about what the next year will bring, because for many years the path is laid before you, and it is only your duty to follow it. College leads to medical school, which leads to internships and residencies, which leads perhaps to fellowships, then to an appointment or a private practice or a job in a hospital or a group. It is this way now, and it was this way when I was in school as well. By the January of my last year in medical school, I was feeling anxious. It was not a familiar sensation, and not a welcome one either. I had no intention of working with patients, and so, while my classmates interviewed for internships, I sat in my room like a hunk of wood, waiting for my future to resolve itself. It embarrasses me now how inactive I was, how I allowed ignorance and naivete to stymie me. But at the time, it seemed a no more or less effective way of answering a future I could not even begin to imagine for myself.
A few months into this paralysis, probably in March or so, a year after my disastrous dinner with Smythe, in fact, one of my instructors, a man named Adolphus Sereni, with whom I was completing my surgical rotation, asked me to come see him in his office at the hospital one day. "Well, Perina," said Sereni, "what do you plan to do when you graduate?" "I don't know, sir," I told him. Sereni looked at me for a long moment and then sighed. He was a large, cushiony man with a fringe of pale, pebble-colored hair circling the back of his head. We had never spoken before outside of rounds, or much during them. "Something has come up," he said, "and you have been suggested for it." "What is it?" I asked. He sighed again, not irritatedly, I think now, but because he was fat and puffy, and it was in his nature to sigh. When he moved in his chair, air gusted from him. "Well, here it is," he began. "There's a man named Paul Talent, an anthropologist from Stanford, young, well-regarded. He claims to have evidence of some lost tribe on an island called Uivu. Have you heard of it?" I hadn't. "Well, never mind. It's somewhere in Micronesia, I understand, though you'll have to look at an atlas to confirm exactly where. Small spot. At any rate, he has a private grant of some sort, reasonably substantial, I understand, to go there and study them, if he can find them, that is.
Another sigh, though this one intentional, I believe. Doctors in those days did not think much of anthropologists, who were considered, often rightly, not truly scientists. His team will include him, of course, and his assistant, and a doctor, who will be responsible for drawing blood, taking samples, recording, and he flapped a plump hand, so on. He has connections here, and asked if a young doctor could be convinced to go with him. You were recommended. Are you interested? It may have been the first time in my life I felt giddy. I am, sir. You understand, Perina, said Sereni with a sort of sternness I found dramatic and therefore thrilling, that this is at least a 4-month appointment, that there probably won't be money for you to come home during that period, and that nothing at all may come of this expedition, that it could be many months of your life spent chasing down someone else's imaginations, that this island you'll be living on is, for all purposes, terra incognita, that it will almost assuredly be uncomfortable, in all likelihood intensely so? Do you understand that? Yes, I do, I answered. He sighed once again, almost sadly, although that would have been impossible, as he neither knew me nor had any personal attachment to me. When would I leave? I've been informed that he wants to depart soon, very soon, probably late June. You'd barely have time to graduate. That's all right, I assured him. I would have left earlier. My diploma meant nothing to me. But, sir, I asked him, why are you speaking to me about this? Why not Talent's contact? He's out of town, but he asked me to speak with you as soon as I was able. Who is Talent's contact? I asked, but I already knew the answer. Gregory Smythe, said Sereni. He looked at me again, and this time he seemed puzzled himself. He spoke very highly of you. The fact that Smythe had suggested me for the job bothered me at the time, and it was not until I was much older and at my own lab that I realized his reasons for recommending me for such a job, one that would take me far away from him, one in which there would be no danger of encountering me on campus and becoming embarrassed upon seeing me. He had, after all, cried in front of me and served me that strange meal, one in which the only people I could tell about his perplexing behavior would be Stone Age natives, their noses spliced with animal bones. By the time I had determined his motivations, though, there was nothing to forgive for such a self-serving act, and I had only pity for Smythe, his misshapen life, and the even sadder turn it had taken. It will perhaps say everything you need to know about the medical college, and Smythe too, when I tell you that my being offered this assignment was, by the Turks and their kind, at least, as a humiliating sort of punishment, and my acceptance as a sort of professional suicide, final proof of either my idiocy or my unacceptability, or both. The next few months passed quickly. I was not nervous, I was not anxious. I did my coursework and went home every afternoon feeling light and calm. I began packing weeks early, assembling in a canvas rucksack what were now to be the tools of my trade: a spirometer, a thermometer, a blood pressure cuff and stethoscope, a reflex hammer, and a small portable microscope. I had a cedarwood container, a little larger than a cigar box, in which I stored various small items, buttons and screws, thumbtacks and rubber bands, and into which I now packed 24 glass syringes, each wrapped in gauze, and an extra dozen steel needles, and a metal flask I filled with disinfectant from the labs. I had received a brief letter from Paul Talent, welcoming me to the project and giving me my instructions. We would meet on June 20, a day after my graduation it turned out, in Hawaii, and from there hitch a ride on a military transport plane, which would detour on its way to Australia to drop us off in the Gilbert Islands, from which we would continue to Uivu. Beyond these details, however, he had provided little useful information, nothing on what to pack, nothing on what I might expect, nothing more specific about the nature of his studies, nothing even about the island itself. Months later, in Uivu, I would spread my gear before me, marveling at how misguided I had been, how thoroughly I had miscalculated, and before my time there was over, I would have left most of it: books, jackets, shoes, even my butterfly net, scattered through the jungles of Uivu, abandoned as things no more relevant to the islanders' lives than they would turn out to be to mine. In part, though, I cannot blame myself too severely, for my ignorance of the situation I was to enter was almost entirely due to the fact that the world at large was ignorant of Uivu. Directly after leaving Sereni's office, I went to the library to consult its atlas, and although I had the island's coordinates, it took me a few seconds to locate it, my fingers skimming over pages of blue ocean. And then I found it. 3 small chips of light green arranged as 3 points in a ragged isosceles, its topography rendered unspecific and blurry, a little less than 1,000 miles east of Tahiti. Further research yielded a small collection of facts, each interesting on its own, but which, once combined, somehow failed to illuminate one another in any helpful way. The country, I read, had never been colonized. Like the Hawaiians, its people were thought to have immigrated from Tahiti 5,000 years ago on outrigger canoes. They were a hunting and fishing culture. All children, both boys and girls, were expected to kill, the encyclopedia did not specify how, a wild boar before their 14th birthday, 20. They had a king, Tuamaele, who had 3 wives and 30 children, and who lived in a wooden palace in the capital, Tavaka. It was not a wealthy country, but the soil was rich and there was always food. But once its people had been notorious for their ferocity, and tales of their love of brutality and zest for cruelty had carried across the seas. So far, in fact, that theirs was the lone country that Captain James Cook purposefully bypassed in his 1787 travels through the Pacific. The fierceness of the Vuuans, he wrote in a letter to a friend the year prior, makes the crew uneasy, and as it is difficult to sail, we shall not be anchoring there. I read this in the encyclopedia, but I could not believe all of it. The wooden palace, the king with 30 children, the wild boar killing, they all seemed somehow familiar, like something I had once read in, say, a Kipling story about some faraway allegorical land. But although I had not enough experience in the world to prove this, I suspected even then that the strangest details were the most mundane, and that what we tell others to shock will only inure them to realizing what is truly remarkable, and in this perception I was not to be proven wrong. 12 Hamilton College, summa cum laude, 1946. Harvard Medical School, cum laude, 1950. Both Norton and Owen received medical deferments from the armed forces in 1944, Norton on the grounds of his flat feet and mild but recurring sciatica, and Owen for his asthma and extreme astigmatism. 13. A well-known professor might pick 1, or at the most 2, of his most promising medical or undergraduate students to work in his lab for anything from 1 to 4 terms. These students are usually chosen on the basis of their grades, test scores, dedication, and diligence. 14. It is difficult to overstate Gregory Smythe's influence and importance to the scientific community in the 1940s and 50s. Until his theories fell out of favor, Smythe was one of the rare scientists to gain popular appeal and acclaim. Time magazine even featured a drawing of him on the cover of its April 18, 1949 issue with the headline, Harvard University's Gregory Smythe, We Could See the End of Cancer in Our Lifetime. 15. Norton is being a little sarcastic here. Several cancers are in fact highly associated with viral infections, most notably human papillomavirus and hepatitis B and C. What he mocks here is Smythe's insistence that all cancers can be directly attributed to viral infections. 16. After his work was discredited, Smythe fell into disgrace, but it is difficult not to hold him at least partly responsible for his humiliation. Smythe had a reputation for arrogance and had many enemies within the academic world. When the tide began to turn against him, he fought back and insulted his critics instead of simply allowing himself to step into the more dignified shadows of obscurity. Because Smythe was a tenured professor, he remained at Harvard until his death in 1979 of, ironically, liver cancer, although he was less and less present and was placed on what amounted to permanent probation in 1968. As Norton suspected, Smythe did in fact have a family, a wife and 2 daughters. Interestingly, it is they, not he, who remain well known today in countercultural circles for leading a small but influential, whether underground-like feminist group that they founded in 1967. Norton probably had dinner at Smythe's house shortly after his wife, a poet named Alice Reeve, left him with their children to flee to Canada with her lover, a poetry professor at Radcliffe named Stella Janovic. But that is the stuff of another story. 17. One of the great surgeons and biologists of his time, Adolphus Gustave Sereni, 1896–1974, was among the more renowned scientists on the faculty at Harvard Medical School while Perina was a student there. He and Perina would go on to have a fruitful but ultimately contentious relationship, which is addressed later in this narrative. 18. The contact was actually secondhand. One of Tallant's colleagues at Stanford, not Tallant himself, was friendly with Smythe. 19. Now Kiribati. 20. This popularly accepted myth is probably a conflation of two facts. First, all Yuvuan boys are given a spear upon their 14th birthday. Second, the first king of the islands, King Ulolo the Powerful, who unified many of the various tribes scattered among the archipelago in approximately AD 1645, his work was eventually completed by King Vaka I more than a century later, was said to have killed a wild boar bare-handed before his 14th birthday. Since then, the boar has occupied a central place in Yuvuan life. Although it is a treasured hunting companion and a symbol of the culture's ferocity to the outside world, killing or taming one is also considered a significant accomplishment and proof of the warrior's strength and bravery. The fundamentally paradoxical nature of the beast's place in society, both friend and challenge, is not a contradiction that seems ever to have troubled the Yuvuans. The Dreamers. June was a month unlike any I had experienced, and at the end of each of its days I would go to bed early, if only so I could think for a few minutes about all that I had seen and felt. As it happened, I had skipped my graduation and departed for Hawaii 2 weeks before I was to meet Tallant. My last night in Cambridge, which even before I left was vanishing from my mind as cleanly and swiftly as salt in hot water, Owen had come up from New Haven to see me. Our goodbyes had been unsatisfying. He was brusque and seemed obscurely angry with me, but he did agree to keep for me some things, books, papers, my winter coat, heavy as a corpse, that I wouldn't need on my travels. We agreed to write to each other, but I could tell from his expression that he was as dubious about that ever happening as I was. It was only after we had shaken hands and he had left with a trunk packed with my things to catch the last train back that I thought about what my life would be like so far away from Owen. It was true that we spoke less and less as we grew older, a detachment that seemed as inevitable as it was mysterious, but he was the only one who knew me, who retained memories of me from each year of my life because it had been half his life as well. But this regret too quickly dissipated, so eager was I to begin my new existence. It was easy then to believe that my life until this point had been only a long, tedious rehearsal, a thing to be impatiently endured and withstood, a simulacrum of a life, not a life itself. I had a train ticket to California, and from there I took a ship to Hawaii. In those days, Honolulu was still very much a quiet colonial outpost, with all the attendant flourishes and cliches, and as the boat pulled into harbor, you could see on the dock groups of fat, jolly musicians plucking their plinky songs on their ukuleles, and barefooted boys, half Asian and half something else, smiling and begging for the disembarking passengers to throw them pennies. It had been arranged that I would stay in a dormitory room at the local university, but because I had arrived earlier than anticipated, the building was fully occupied and no bed was available until the next evening. And so that first night, after storing my luggage at the dormitory, I took a taxi to the edge of Waikiki, where I walked to Diamond Head on the sand, one beach giving way to the next. Beyond me, I could sometimes hear the sounds of bars, groups of men laughing at something, the chingy-changy music. I stood periodically and listened to the dry palm fronds chattering against one another like bones, and to the ocean, its remorseless, lonely conversation with itself, a sound that, though I did not know it at the time, I would not hear again for months to come. I walked with the moon above me, which here seemed to glow whiter and rounder and brighter than it had in Boston, and when I grew tired, I lay under a tree and slept, as I had seen other shadowy forms doing as I made my slow way across the sand. The next day, I ventured to the city's downtown district, past its pretty colonial buildings.
The grandest thing I saw, though, was not a structure, not even the humble squat palace once occupied by the humble squat queen, but instead the trees outside it, ancient shower trees, their leaves peachy petals that swirled about them in snowy gentle cyclones. In Chinatown, I walked around the frayed shapes of sleeping men, the soles of their feet black and crisscrossed with channels and cuts, until I found a bar with an open door. It was not a good place, this Chinatown, with its sad saloon-shuttered buildings, out of whose dark interiors poor jazz seeped like poison. But the sun was hotter than I had anticipated, and I was very thirsty.
The bartender was so flat-faced, it appeared as if someone had held each of his ears and pulled in either direction, and so sun-darkened that his skin had become glossed and smooth, like a chicken that has been broiled in butter for too long. He was Chinese, I guessed, or at least some sort of Oriental, for his eyes were hooded and narrow, although his black hair was wavy and coarse. I ordered a glass of seltzer, and he watched as I gulped it down. "Where you from?" he asked finally. "Boston," I said. I noticed he was missing his left thumb, although he was able to move the stump back and forth, which he did rather expressively, like a dog would its bobbed tail. He was unimpressed by this information, but there was no one else in the bar for him to speak with, and when I finished my glass, he refilled it without my asking. "How long you here?" he asked. "Not long," I said. Now that I had had something to drink, I was able to concentrate on the room, which was low-ceilinged and dark and lacquered, the wooden counter sticky from years of smoke and spilled liquor and cooking grease. "I'm on my way to Aivu." To my surprise, he nodded when I mentioned Aivu, and when I asked him what I knew, he laughed and said, "Good hunters. Boars." He refilled my glass again. "Scary." It was unclear whether he meant the people or the boars. Then, almost gently, "They are very violent there." I waited for him to say more, but he had begun to hum a meandering, wistful tune, strangely moving in the ugliness of the bar, and when it became clear that he would say no more, I finished my drink and paid and walked back out into the sunshine. I passed a few more days like this, taking taxis to various beaches on the island, marveling at how they first appeared to be uniformly, indistinguishably lovely, but eventually revealed themselves particular and distinct. One had sand so fine that even after beating out my shirt and pants, I still found myself dusting it from my clothes and shaking it from my hair the next day. Another was booby-trapped with tiny, unseen pine cones dropped by the fringe of gawky, shaggy ironwood trees that edged the beachfront, so that each step contained a small, unavoidable pain. Another had sand the color and texture of wet, raw sugar, making it sludgy and sticky to the touch. One afternoon, I went to the library downtown, where the librarian helped me find an old, cloth-covered book on Aivu. It turned out to be a picture book, a Hawaiian language primer published by the Honolulu Missionary Academy in 1871, each page containing a simple woodcut and a few lines of text. Because it was in Hawaiian, I could not read it, but the pictures, a boar, its eyes beady and black, its tusks as extravagantly curled as an old-fashioned handlebar mustache, the king, smiling and fat and shirtless, clutching what looked like a long feather duster, a knobby torpedo I took to be a sweet potato, made it seem once again more, not less, fantastic, a place that indeed existed only in children's stories. And then, finally, it was the day I was to meet Talent. He had sent a telegram to the hall where I was staying at the university, informing me of his arrival time and suggesting that we meet in the lounge area at 6 p.m. We would leave the next morning at 8. The flight to the Gilbert Islands would take 9 hours, followed by another 3-hour-long transfer to Aivu. I was nervous before meeting Talent, uncomfortably so. I was not usually anxious about meeting people, and after all, I had been requested. I was a doctor. I was, I told myself, essential to his operation. Yet this was a false sort of confidence, because as I was aware, but unable to admit, it was Talent who had allowed me to even dream of this adventure, and without him I would be back in Boston, jobless, grounded, scrabbling for a second-rate internship at a third-rate hospital. Shortly before 6 I got dressed. I had even brought a suit, one of the first things I would later discard, and went down to the lounge, which had cool cement floors and 2 orange-cushioned bamboo sofas separated by a dirty woven palm mat. There was already someone sitting there, bent over a book, and as I walked toward him, he looked up. There is really no satisfying or new way to describe beauty, and besides, I find it embarrassing to do so. So I will say only that he was beautiful, and that I found myself suddenly shy, unsure even of how to address him. Paul? Talent? Professor Talent? Surely not. Beautiful people make even those of us who proudly consider ourselves unmoved by another's appearance dumb with admiration and fear and delight, and struck by the profound, enervating awareness of how inadequate we are, how nothing, not intelligence or education or money, can usurp or overpower or deny beauty. As the months I spent in Talent's presence dragged by, I would alternately be tortured by and find solace in his beauty, and would find myself by turns surrendering to it, enjoying my proximity to it, and, less happily, trying to argue against it, as fruitless and pointless an activity as trying to convince yourself that sugar is sour. "I'm Paul Talent," said Talent, unnecessarily, as I gaped at him. I mumbled a hello. We shook hands. "So you landed all right, I see." I made a grunting noise. We were standing at the edge of the filthy mat, Talent an inch or 2 taller than I. I stared at my shoes. "You're ready to go then," he continued. I nodded. "Well, I'm very happy to have you on this mission," he said. He had a particular way of talking, I noticed. There were no question marks in his sentences, no exclamation points, and yet his voice was not toneless, but rather shaded and rich and somehow substantial, something that conjured a dense forest of variegated trees, all lush and stately and grand. It was a voice that betrayed nothing, not approval, not happiness, not fear or anger, but that might make you crazy with its promise of mysteries. I wanted to hear him speak some more, but I was also afraid to ask him anything, was suddenly unable to say anything at all. "Well," said Talent at last, no doubt worried by my monosyllabism, "I'll see you tomorrow morning." At that moment, I realized what I could have said to him. "Would you like to have some dinner?" But he had already walked away, of course, and I was left standing there on my own. I was able to study Talent more closely on our flight. The plane was a military vessel, so hugely bulky in its hangar that it seemed as unlikely as a dodo ever to fly. Talent and I and our luggage shared room with crates and crates of supplies, but no other passengers. The engines were so loud that conversation was, I was relieved to discover, impossible. And so, after smiling vaguely in my direction and writing in a notebook for an hour or so, he closed his eyes and napped. I had never given much thought to my own appearance. My body was, until that point, a vehicle of utility, and not something I had ever even considered possible or in my ability to change or shape or perfect. But looking at Talent, his hair and skin and eyes the same dark gold brandyish hue, his many teeth remarkably white and crowded, which gave his smiles a lupine effect, I was made unavoidably aware of my own flaws, my bunchy knees, my flowery skin, my floaty puff of hair. It seemed both improbable and ludicrous then that Talent and I should be of the same species, and cruel that he should be a mirror of human perfection against which I could only catalogue my deficiencies. I spent the rest of the flight staring at him, willing him to open his eyes, and yet dreading it too, disgusted by the ache I felt, and yet enjoying it too. When the plane at last landed and Talent stirred, I was exhausted and exhilarated, abrim with a sweet, private sadness. "Next up, Ivu," said Talent as we disembarked, and I thought he sounded happy. I was happy too.
From the Gilberts, we were flown above Uivu in a buzzing gnat of a plane, its loudly whisking propellers so vigorous that the trees, stocky clumps of date palms, blew backward as we descended. The plane dipped around a bend, over and along a long, curved stretch of mountain range, and for a second, suspended over the frayed, tender line where the ocean met the land, I looked toward the horizon and found myself unable to determine where the sky ended and the water began. It was all a dazzling, indistinct wash of blue, an audacious blue with no name, so insistent and unvaried I had to close my eyes.
Uivu, as I have mentioned, is a group of 3 islands, but only 2 were officially inhabited. The first was Uivu, the main island, baguette-shaped, about 20 miles long and half as wide, split lengthwise by a single, unbroken mountain range called Taimana. This was where the king lived, as well as the majority of the country's 35,000-odd occupants. 60 miles to Uivu's east was the second island, Avaoka, the same approximate shape and size, but whose entire northern side was made inviolable by a wall of cliffs. Even from the sky, I could see how the waves slapped against them into fat white plumes, like handfuls of feathers being tossed into the air, and see the halos of broad-winged birds that circled their sharp lava rock peaks. But the rest of Ivaaka was low green hills, and so it was here that the country did most of its large-scale farming. We flew over acres of neatly stepped fields, the soil freckled with barely distinguishable dots of green and gold. "Taro," said Talent, pointing at one, and then, at another, sweet potato. "How can you tell from here?" I asked him. The fields with their rows of vegetation looked the same to me. He shrugged. "I can," he said, and I felt somehow ashamed of myself for having asked. We passed over some huts, simple structures with what I could tell even from the air were palm leaf roofs, and an occasional wooden house, but most of Ivaaka's farmers were seasonal, and the island had few full-time residents. Only the plantation's overseers, for all of these farms were owned by the king, and their produce was given to the government, which then distributed it to the Uivuan citizens, lived here year-round, Talent explained. The pickers and growers and gardeners worked on Ivaaka only for 3-month shifts before returning by boat to their homes and families on the main island. The plane sank in the sky, and as I looked down again, I saw a blur of deep brown streak through one of the fields. "Boars," said Talent, and I turned in my seat to look back and stare at them. There they were, the famous Uivuan boars, and even from a distance, one could tell they were monstrously large. There must have been 100 of them in the pack, and I could see the dirt spraying up around them, an echo of the water breaking against the island's cliffs. "And that is Uivu," Talent shouted to me, and I followed where he was pointing. The angle was not ideal. I saw a slant of black mountain, its facade brushed with vegetation, and I crouched in my seat to try to get a closer look at the place where I would be spending the next few months of my life, at the forbidden island that would now be our home. But then the plane turned again and descended once more, and we were above Uivu. "This is the south side of the island," Talent called over the noise of the propellers. "We'll land here." And so we did, bumpily, juddering over what I would later see were small hillocks of grass and soil. The runway was no runway at all, just a long stretch of plain earth. That was how few planes landed here. As we were lifting our bags out of the plane, I saw a short, round figure walking toward us, and when it was about 100 yards away, it hollered, "Paul," and I realized it was a woman. "Esme," Talent called back, and I was upset and unnerved to see him smile, to see his face fall momentarily into happiness. The woman came closer, and the two all but flung themselves into each other's arms. Then there was a quick exchange in a language I couldn't understand, but that sounded like pops of gunfire, followed by the two of them laughing, the first time I had heard Talent laugh. "Oh, I'm sorry, Norton," Talent apologized. It seemed that he would call me Norton and I would call him Talent, though neither of us had formally established this. "Esme Duff, this is our doctor, Norton Perina. Norton, this is Esme Duff, my research associate." "Oh," said Esme. "Norton, welcome. Welcome to Uivu. Have you ever been to the Pacific?" "No," I said. "Well, you're in for a big surprise. Many big surprises, actually," she said, laughing. "I'm sure," I said. "Esme is the real Uivu expert," said Talent, while Esme smiled and preened. "She speaks the language much better than I do, and has arranged all our guides, everything. She'll be indispensable to you." "I'm sure," I repeated. And in that moment, I promised myself 2 things. First, that I would hate Esme Duff, and second, that within a few months it would be I, not Esme, whom Talent would consider the expert. I was very kind to allow myself such a generous timeline to usurp Esme in usefulness and knowledge, for the next few days were bewildering and dizzying. For one thing, it was soon revealed that there were no cars on Uivu. From the field where we had landed, which, Esme informed me, had been kindly lent for our use by the king, who sometimes used it to practice boar hunting, a dozen boars would be rounded up and released, and the king would charge around on horseback, hurling spears at their ridged, humpy spines. We hoisted our bags onto horses, which had also been lent by the king, and which had been tethered to palm trees at the far edge of the field. Even the horses, which were about a half-foot shorter than the horses I knew, stumpy-legged and broad-shouldered, more like ponies, were unfamiliar. As we made the half-hour ride toward town, I learned of all the things Uivu did not have. There were no roads, for one, trails, yes, with patches of grass and struggling flowers, tamped down by horses' hooves, nor was there a hotel, or university, or grocery store, or hospital. There were, dismayingly, churches, quite a few of them, their white wooden spires the only thing taller than the palms, which cast stripes of black shadow against the dirt, but offered no comfort from the sun, which washed the sky a hard, glaring white. I asked Talent, who was managing to look graceful on his small horse, if there were many missionaries on the island, but it was Esme who answered, telling me that although 100 or so had made their way to Uivu in the early 1800s, most of them had died in a terrible tsunami that had destroyed the northern half of the island in 1873. The rest returned home soon after, and Uivu was once again left to the Uivuans, the way it had been for the thousands of years prior to the missionaries' arrival. The Uivuans won't build their homes on the northern side by the sea. They consider it bad luck, she said. But the missionaries wanted those views, and they paid the price. I said I was surprised by the number of churches. I had counted 4 in about 20 minutes, which also seemed to suggest a high conversion rate. But this time it was Talent who answered. They weren't as successful as it appears, he said. The Uivuans enjoyed the novelty of the churches, and when the first one, St. Jude's, just beyond that crooked frangipani tree, was built, a great many of them came, including the king at the time, the current king's grandfather. They thought it was funny, I think, so the missionaries took this as a sign that they were ripe for conversion and built more. There are 5, right, Esme, on this side of the island, and there were an additional 3 on the north side, but the tsunami destroyed those. Did the Uivulings help in the construction? I asked. No, the missionaries had to do everything themselves. The king gave them the land and the wood. If you look at them, you'll realize it's all palm wood, a difficult and impractical material to build with, and the construction is poor, but he refused to let them employ any of his people. They were lucky to get even that. No one tells an Uivuan what to do, Esme called out from the head of the line. We know that well by now. She laughed, sounding smug. No one tells the king what to do, Talent clarified. Every privilege we have here, the mission will undertake. The guides will have us with the king's permission. He is involved in everything that goes on here, and nothing can be done without his blessing. But we would not meet the king this time, he said. A daughter was getting married, and His Highness was too busy with the preparations to see us. I would have liked to meet the king, to see his wooden palace, but I was happy for one thing, at least. Esme hadn't met the king either, and so was unable to inform me of all that I was missing. A mansion with dark floors that gleamed with oil, a bevy of silent wives seated on palm mats like a clutch of nesting doves, the king with his fierce, knowing smile. My first night in Uivu was spent in an arid, stifling hut whose ceiling was made of dried palm fronds plaited together so snugly that although I heard the rain clattering on a sheet of stray aluminum outside, what its eventual use might be, I had no idea. The only moisture inside came from my own sweat, which was intense and seemed to worsen as the sultry night crept by. I was on my own. It was unclear to me, and I did not wish to discover, whether Esme and Talent were sharing a hut or slept separately, and all night my mind buzzed, and I worried and was unable to close my eyes without seeing the herringbone pattern of the ceiling floating behind my lids. The next morning, the 3 of us hauled our supplies to a small launch with a diesel engine, unconvincingly appended to the rear. A man, our captain, his skin a burnished walnut, although I think his shine was due not to superior health, but to perspiration, a layer of which seemed to slick everything he touched, watched us climb in, and then started the engine with a sharp tug and nosed the boat toward Uivuivu. Had I known how long it would be until I would once again see the relative sophistication of Uivu, I might have turned around and watched the land as I was dragged from it. But at the time, I was too busy staring at Uivuivu, which seemed, curiously, not to draw any closer, even as the water pleaded away from beneath us. It was a dreary day, I remember, and the sea appeared as a flat disk of tin, storm-colored and dull. Above, the sky was the same sullen gray, and the spray on my tongue tasted of metal as well. I stared into the sea and once saw, or thought I saw, some swift shadows shimmering underneath the surface. But when I looked back down after having called Talent's attention to them, they were gone. Slowly, excruciatingly, the island came into view. We had approached it from its backside, which faced Uivu's south, and which made it appear as inhospitable in its physical reality as it was in my imaginings. This was the part we had seen from the air in our descent, a vast, sheer cliffside of, I was told, almost 6,000 feet, rising assertively from the waters beneath it, which collected at its base in a thick, beery foam. It was so covered with layers of greenery, trees tiered upon layers of grasses and mosses and snaky snarls of succulents, all of them colored those improbable parody shades of green you encounter only in jungles, that it was only when we drew closer that I could see the stone underneath, which was slate black in some parts and the pale gray of wet newsprint in others, and was revealed only in small gaps. If you looked directly up at the sun, it was possible to see, blurred against the white sky, a feathery skyline of trees at the island's peak. As the boat turned and headed eastward into the sun, the island sloped steeply downward and began to appear as a massive wedge of cake that had been tipped to its side. But perhaps in compensation for the physical dimensions of the land, which became more pregnable the farther down its length we traveled, the plant life grew wilder and denser, so that the forest pushed all the way to the very edge of its earth, and the water surrounding it was covered with a busily kaleidoscopic skin of its leavings, wind-tattered hibiscus flowers and sunburned mango leaves, hard little nuts of unripe guavas and scraps of ferns, so thick that you felt for a minute frightened of the jungle, its voracious appetite and ambition, its hunger to consume every surface it encountered. A half-hour later, we had reached the far side of the island, and here, although there was no beach, land and water met on equal level. Our captain, who had not spoken a word to us throughout the journey, dropped a homemade anchor, a lidded tin pail full of jangling nails, about 20 feet from shore. The water was the complex green of many colors of a dirty tourmaline, but so clear that I could see clouds of glassy minnows darting under the boat, casting pale smears of shadow onto the ocean's sandy floor. We could not pull closer to shore, not only because there was no shore to be had, but because of a series of large boulders, their faces smooth and impassive, that punctuated the waters. As I waded toward the island, my supplies strapped to my back, I passed one that was pitted with small, shallow pockets, each of which cupped a glossy, bristling black sea urchin. The last yard or so before land was fiercely pebbled, with stones, the water's surface scummy with handfuls of vivid red seaweed, as if it were the ocean's last attempt to assert itself before the might and force of the jungle, which was here tauntingly dripping long tails of a peculiar, three-sided cactus over the feeble waves. There was a shivering in the bushes before us, rather as if in some castaway movie, and then, emerging from the thick of the forest, again as if in a movie, 3 men, all Uivuans. All of them were dressed in that inimitable blend of modern and native, a man's undershirt worn with what looked like a beaten bark fabric sarong, a pair of drooping sack-like pants worn by a man whose nose was, I was excited to see, actually punctured with a thin reed-like bone, a limp cotton shirt atop nothing at all but a curious genital guard made of loops and loops of woven dried vines that is particular to places whose relationship with civilization is a new or evolving one. I would see it in the Brazilian jungle, and later in Papua New Guinea, and again in Nagaland. After the boat captain, they were the second, third, and fourth Uivuans I had met, and after all the stories of their ferocity, I was surprised by their size. The tallest came just to my shoulder, and by the flat ugliness of their faces, the way their noses sprawled sloppily across their cheeks, the way their skin shone like an old grease stain, the way their lower jaws seemed to punch forward from the rest of their features. They were neither fat nor thin, although their legs were corded with stringy muscle and their thighs were enormous, the thighs of people who had spent their lives climbing up and down steep mountainsides. The tallest of the three, the one wearing the cotton shirt, approached Talent, and the two of them rubbed their noses against one another, hard, before beginning a low staccato conversation in Uivuan. The other two men stood staring at us fixedly. Esme, who'd been the last to struggle through the silty muck of sand, now stood a few feet from me, flapping a loafy hand at her face in a weak effort to cool herself, and although they did not appear to be hostile, something about the stillness of their attention made me not want to let my eyes stray from theirs, and I found myself staring back, dizzy in the heat, while little gnats busily orbiting my head like planets. We each had our own guide. Talent's was the tall one, Fa, and Esme's the one in the sarong. His name was Tumain. Uva, the man with the bone in the nose, and as he passed before me to hoist my rucksack onto his back, I caught a glimpse of what looked like carving on one end of it. My knapsack was very heavy, but when I reached out to help Uva adjust it on his back, his skin was as textured as rhinoceros hide. He sidestepped me slightly and rocked his shoulders until the bag centered itself between his blades before turning and following the others, who had disappeared between two large trees so thickly pelted with moss that it was impossible to see the bark beneath. He, like his fellow porters, had only a small, soft cloth bundle of his own, about the size of a pillow, slung by a fragile rope across his chest. We walked. There was no path, and so Fa, leading the way, pushed back saplings and bushes and leaves the size of frying pans, each of us catching and pushing them behind us in turn as we passed. I was unnerved at how quickly the jungle had swallowed us, at how insignificant our presence was within it. 15 minutes or so into our journey, I turned around to look at how far we'd come, only to see that our path had already been obscured by armies of trees. Above and around us, the air was vivid with conversation, honks and clucks and shrieks and chirrups, and even after only a half hour, the sky had been all but blotted out by the treetops, the blobby swatches of blue growing tinier and more infrequent with each step. Uva and the other guides were barefoot, the bottoms of their feet crusted and puffy, but Talent, Esme, and I wore heavy-soled boots, and with every footfall I could hear unseen creatures skitter on the ground beneath us. The tree's roots had braided themselves into a slippery latticework, and I had to concentrate on the floor below lest I tripped and fell. In my peripheral vision, all was richly dark green, and so close I felt as if I were walking through a narrowing, furred tunnel, an illusion enhanced by the sunlight, which became ever more inconsistent, dribbling through the dense treetops in trickles. Our route, which had been uphill, grew suddenly steeper, and the air at once cooler and moister. So thick was the vegetation that there was no breeze, which only made the trees and bushes around me seem more unreal, more like statuary, although all around us was their smell, a complicated and insistent perfume of loam and rot and sugar that made the back of my throat ache, and still we did not stop. Above me, Esme swayed, and Ta grabbed her arm, swiftly and gently, and although she nodded and kept walking, when I passed her, I felt and heard her breath, as hot and loud as a horse's after a long race. I was carrying nothing except for a small rucksack, but the air had begun to feel as substantive and thick as soup. I thought, ridiculously, of chowder, its pearly buttermilk sheen, its surface a wrinkled skin. And when Talent announced, after we'd reached a shallow plateau at the top of a particularly steep passage, that we'd stop for the day, I wanted to cry with relief. We dropped to the ground, the three of us, while Fa, after speaking with Talent, who listened and then nodded, and the other two guides veered right off what I had come to think of as our path, although there was no path, and vanished into the forest. I drank the water in my canteen, which had become as warm as the air around me, and therefore left me parched. Esme lay down and rested her head against her bag and closed her eyes. Around me, the jungle hummed, a low, ceaseless buzz, as if the entire island were some sort of mysterious appliance plugged into an enormous yet invisible energy source. I must have slept. When I woke, I couldn't tell how late it was, if such a thing mattered here, although the gloom did seem deeper, more urgently alive. Mats of woven palm had been laid out about 3 yards from each other, and our bags placed near them. Between the first two, Esme and Talent sat talking quietly. "Good evening," said Talent, looking up as I walked over. "Have some dinner." He, unlike Esme and I, had carried 2 bags, and from the larger he drew a packet of crackers. On the ground, lying bright and disconcerting against the moss, was a can of Spam, its tin lid peeled back like a bedsheet, and the meat beneath a slimy, nauseous, feminine pink. "I'm not hungry," I told him. "You should eat," he said. "You're hungrier than you know, and tomorrow's another long day. Besides, we should eat these crackers before they get too soggy. Nothing stays crisp in this humidity." "By the time I left Uva the last time, I was longing for crackers," Esme said, but her voice had lost its triumphant smugness. She seemed not yet to have recovered from the day's exertion. Her face was still an unattractive, splotchy red that made it look stubbled. So I accepted the crackers, which were floury and mild, and spread some cold meat on them. As I handed the empty plastic wrapper back to Talent, who shoved it into an outside pocket of his bag, I listened to its lively crackle, which made me think of burning wood. "Shouldn't there be a campfire in cases like this?" I asked them. I even smiled at Esme, who was too busy hacking off pieces from the brick of Spam to notice. In answer, Talent took up a nearby branch and held it to the tip of the flame from his lighter, but the fire almost immediately fizzled, leaving behind a sulky curl of weak smoke. "Oh," was all I could say. "Of course, the wood here was too wet." "Don't worry," said Talent. "Once we reach higher ground, Fa tells me, the forest will clear and everything will be much drier." I walked a couple of minutes into the forest behind us, in the direction Talent had pointed, where I found a thin stream, silvery as a snail slime, creeping over the surfaces of a series of notched gray boulders. I relieved myself against a tree that disappeared, branchless and almost comically erect, into the canopy above us, and washed my face in and drank from the water, which was cool and tasted faintly salty, oceanic, as if it had been mixed with fistfuls of ground-up seashells. When I returned, Esme was asleep on her mat, another mat pulled over her, her boots lined up at her feet. Talent, though, remained where I'd left him, his knees pressed against his chest, his head and neck pitched forward a bit, staring into the forest at something I couldn't see. "How was it today?" he asked as I sat down. "Fine," I said. "I realize," he began, and then stopped, looking down at his hands. "I realize I haven't told you very much about what I'm doing here. You were very good to have come, or very crazy, or desperate." I laughed, but he didn't. "The truth is, I don't know, really, what we'll find," he continued. Another long silence, which I would come to know meant that he was thinking carefully about what he would say, not because he was afraid that I'd misinterpret him, but because he was the sort of person who never spoke unless he was certain. He was not interested in speculation or theoreticals. He never said anything unless he knew it to be true. Which is not to say he was incurious, or arrogant, or sloppy, or that he never doubted, or rethought things dozens, nothing of the sort. But he did his wondering, his imagining, in silence. To engage someone in his uncertainties was, I think he felt, presumptuous, and perhaps even rude. And yet he was uncertain. He didn't know what he'd find. He was not a man who operated on hunches and intuitions, and yet this time he had. He had guessed at what he might find, and he had asked me to follow him based on that guess. This did not offend or alarm me. Science itself is guesses. Lucky guesses, intuitive guesses, researched guesses. I had worked for people who were certain, and it had felt disquieting and dangerous. And so I had been happy to come here. Well, perhaps not happy, but certainly not worried. Although Talent had not been completely incorrect, I had been desperate as well, not knowing the full story. I suppose this sounds foolish now, unrealistic, But when you are young, planning seems less important, less essential than it becomes when you have things to protect: money, research, a reputation. And so I settled back to wait. It took some time for him to begin. As a doctor, Talent said, what do you want the most? You want to cure diseases. You want to eradicate illnesses. You want to prolong life. Actually, I had no interest in any of those, at least not in the way I believe Talent meant it, but I did not contradict him. But what I want, and this will sound childish, but it is ultimately why we are here, and it is an interest many of my colleagues share, even if they are too grand to admit it, is to find another society, another people, one not known to civilization, and, I should say, one that does not know civilization. After this came a long disquisition about the discipline of anthropology and its various practitioners and heroes and miscreants and theories, which I mostly ignored, but which I listened to enough to learn that Talent considered himself, though he did not use the words, something of a maverick, someone who would reshape the field entirely. But then he said something that would intrigue me for those many months we were on the island together, and to which I would never find definitive answers. I know what it's like to be studied, he said. I know what it's like to be reduced to a thing, a series of behaviors and beliefs, for someone to find the exotic, the ritual, in every mundane action of mine, to see. And then he stopped, so abruptly that I knew he had just revealed something he had not intended to, and that he, who was not an incautious man, was wondering why he had done so, and regretting it as well. "What do you mean?" I asked, and I kept my voice as gentle as possible, so as not to startle him, so as to lull him into continuing. But of course, he was not a pet or a child, and it would take more persuasion or cleverness than merely a quiet voice to overcome his better instincts. "Nothing," he said, and fell silent, and I was at once aware of the loud, buggy air, and that I had been holding my breath. It was Talent who spoke next. "I want to tell you a story," he said, and then paused. I would grow accustomed to this as well, his way of beginning and then stopping, of great, paragraphs-long speeches that would end, abruptly, in silence, sometimes for minutes, occasionally for hours. But this time his silence was brief, and when he spoke again his voice was strong, and the story that emerged was delivered less as a speech and more as a recitation, as if he were a wandering storyteller whom I had encountered in a dark, piney medieval forest, not a humid jungle, and I had given him a coin, a slab of black bread to bewitch me, for a moment to transport me from this world. Many years ago, many, many years, before the age of man, there was a great stone, a god, named Evuvu, who ruled alone over a vast kingdom of water. He was very powerful, this god, and his dominion contained everything below the surface of the sea. His was a kingdom of tail-whipping, tooth-bared sharks, and gigantic, blind-eyed whales, and fleets of fish and fields of swaying seagrasses that brushed against his base like nymph's hair. But Evuvu was lonely. All around him he saw couplings, beasts that joined and bred and glided by him, trailed by their offspring. Even the loneliest, the most solitary of his subjects, the hermit crabs with their world-spotted shells, and the creeping, prickly starfish, were surrounded by children. Being a god, Evuvu was not worried about mortality, but he thought he would like someone to be with whom he could discuss the burdens and difficulties of being a god and a king, with whom he might give birth to his own race of children. But for this he would need another god, his equal. Evuvu had a dear friend, a turtle named Opaivweke, who was almost as old as Evuvu himself, and who, because he could live both below and above water, had traveled far and wide, and had many marvelous tales about places Evuvu had never been. He regaled his friend with stories of the air and the land, where there were as many creatures as were underwater, but who flew instead of swam. Evuvu had to ask the turtle to explain flight to him many, many times before he was able even to begin understanding what it was, or who walked, or ran, or crept on 2 or 4 or a dozen legs. One day, Opaivueke was telling Evuvu about his latest journeys, and the god could not help but sigh. "What is wrong, my friend?" asked Opaivueke. "Ah, friend," replied Evuvu, "I am lonely. All around me I see happiness, companionship. I too would like a companion, some children, but I need another god, and there can be only one ruler of this world." The turtle was silent for a long time. Then he bade his friend goodbye and swam away. Some time later, the turtle returned, again with wondrous news, but this time even more wondrous than the god could have hoped. On his most recent trip above water, Opaivueke had talked to another friend, Aaka, the god of the sun, and explained to him Evuvu's desire. Aaka, it emerged, would like to meet this powerful god of the water, about whom he had heard so much. And so a romance began between the god of the water and the god of the sun, with the turtle their messenger. It was he who ferried comments and compliments and questions and chants, spiraling into the cold black depths of the water to deliver Aaka's words to Evuvu, and then his flippers fanning through the currents, which Evuvu calmed to make his friend's journey easier, up to the surface, where Aaka would pause in his course in the middle of each day to listen to the news from a world he could never visit. Within time, 3 children were born. The first, a boy, named Evuvu, after the god of the sea. The second, a girl, named Evaaka, the daughter of stone and sun. And the third, a boy, Uvuvu, whose name means simply of stone. Half of all 3 children lived below water, like Evuvu, and half of them lived above it, like Aaka. They floated in and were cooled by the watery kingdom of one father, and warmed and nourished by the heat of the other. Always they were sustained by their parents' love and devotion. And so, when they too grew up and became lonely, they turned to Aaka, who blessed them with their own children, mankind. And as long as the humans were kind to their parents, Aaka made sure that their crops would always grow, and Evuvu promised that the sea would always be full of fish, and that they would always be able to sail his waters, because men, after all, were his descendants as well, and therefore his to cherish and protect. As for Opaivueke, he lived a long, long life, long enough to see his friends' grandchildren and great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren grow and prosper, long enough to give birth to his own children, who bore his name, stone-backed animal, and who on land preferred to live atop and in water around the turtle's favorite child, his godchild, Evuvu. Opaivueke was not a god, of course, but he was and is always honored, not only by his 2 friends, but by all his friends' descendants, for his devotion and selflessness, of course, but also for his noble duties as a messenger. This is why, when a man is lucky enough to find an Opaivueke, he must make a sacrifice to the gods, and also eat some of its flesh himself. To do so is to send a message to the gods, a prayer for the one thing that Aaka withheld, with Evuvu's approval, from his grandchildren. And maybe one day the gods might answer them. Talent stopped talking, and we both sat for a moment without speaking. I am sitting on the child of a god, I thought. 2 gods.
It was preposterous, and yet I felt, despite myself, a tremor ripple through me. "That is the first story a young Uvuan learns," said Talent quietly. "It is almost as old as these people are, thousands of years old, and it has never changed. They have no written language, or at least they didn't until the missionaries, but everyone knows it. This symbol," he traced a circle on the ground with a stick and through it a straight vertical line, "means turtle. And you find it on ceremonial stones and dishes from hundreds of years ago, from people who have made an offering of one of Opaivueke's children to Evuvu and Aka, hoping that they will be the one who will be granted the exception, who will finally be allowed to live as a god." He was silent again. But there is another story now, one that is not old at all, one that has in fact emerged only in the past century or so. For many years, the grandchildren of Evuvu and Aka made their grandparents and parents proud. And why not? The humans were brave and resourceful.
They were excellent hunters, superior fishermen. They protected their parents against all invaders and properly respected both of their grandfathers. And although years, more than anyone could recall, had passed without anyone finding one of Opaivawake's children to sacrifice, neither god seemed to be offended, and all passed in harmony. But then, slowly, so slowly that no one noticed for many years, things began to go wrong. The people of Ivuvu felled many trees and did not replant. They allowed people who did not belong on the island, Hualas, or white people, to live among them. The Hualas brought with them great beasts made of iron that churned up the soft soil of Ivaka, and great nets with which they scooped vast quantities of seafood from the ocean, more than could ever be consumed. They made waste, mountains of it, and what was not left on the land, on top of their parents, the humans shoveled into the sea. From below and from above, Ivuvu and Aka grew first alarmed and then angry. Ivuvu sent towering waves to batter his children, and Aka wept to see him do so, for although Ivuvu intended only to scare the humans into respect, by destroying them he also destroyed part of the god's children. Chunks of all three of the islands crumbled into the sea. But still, that did not change the humans' ways. And so Aka sent blistering waves of sun, ceaseless, remorseless. During the months that he normally retired and left the skies to his sister, Puaka, the goddess of rain, he instead stayed on, hurling sharp daggers of burning light to the ground. And now it was Ivuvu's turn to cry, for although Aka's efforts caused the humans' crops to shrivel and many of them to die, he knew that his children were scalded and scorched and parched, and that they longed for fresh water. The gods knew that not all of the humans had forsaken the old ways, and they felt sorrowful that they could not separate and save the good from the bad, the righteous from the disrespectful. But still, the humans continued to ignore the gods and the agreement that they had made with their grandparents so long ago. And so the gods were forced to continue their punishments, the tidal waves, the fierce droughts. Aka asked his sister to join his efforts to subject the humans to torrential rains, rains so terrible that many hundred-year-old trees were uprooted and slid groaning into the sea, and that waterfalls overspilled their canyons and turned creeks into barreling, angry rivers. With each attack, the gods watched their children grow weaker and smaller and more depleted, and with each attack, their sorrow grew, as did their anger. And so the gods decided that they had no choice. One day, after many years, a man named Manuaka, kindly animal, was fishing in a cool stream high atop Ivuvu when he saw swimming in the shallows, unbelievably, a turtle. Quickly he grabbed the creature and rushed home to his village. There he killed it, and in his eagerness and haste and perhaps poor manners, he ate the entire animal without sacrificing any to the gods, his forefathers. That night, he dreamed that he had been turned into a god, that he was the first to be allowed to live forever. But oh, the gods were furious. They saw what Manueka had done, and they knew that if a human could forget to offer some of this sacred creature to them, as was their right, then man had fallen very far indeed. And so they decided to punish Manueka by giving him what he most desired, eternal life. But a horrible life. For after his 60th years, some say earlier, some say later, Manueka became less and less human. He forgot what it was to be a man. The people he had once known became strangers to him. He spoke in a voice no one recognized. He forgot to keep himself clean. He became a creature that was not quite an animal, not quite a man. He was driven from his people and never allowed to return. And so Manuaka wanders the jungle still, not one thing and not another, a memory of a man, an example of the gods' wrath and their warning as well. He reminds us of Ivuvu's and Aka's power, that life is theirs to give and theirs to take, and that they are always watching us, ready to take or give the gifts that men most desire. Here, Talent stopped, and once again I felt that shiver. Around us, the night seemed to have grown darker still, so dark that I could not even see Talent seated right next to me, so dark that his voice seemed to become something tactile and textured, a curtain of deep plum velvet hanging between us.
And then I felt yet another shiver, but this one more frightening and colder, because it was in this moment I realized this story, this myth, memorized by talent from who knows whom, and secreted and cultivated and petted and caressed until he was able to almost sing it, perfect in its pauses and rhythms, was why we were here. He meant to find Manorika. He meant to give meaning to a fable. He meant to hunt down a creature that loped through children's nightmares, that populated campfire tales, that existed in the same universe as stones who could mate with planets and father mountains and men. Suddenly, my existence here seemed surreal, and the quest, even the word quest, was something out of fictions and fantasies, in which an object, magical and imbued with improbable powers, is sought by a group of feckless heroes we were to undertake seemed tinny and cheap. And yet, and this was even more frightening still, I could also feel something within me come undone. Even today, all these decades later, I cannot explain it with any greater accuracy. I found myself suddenly imagining a long, fat, chalked line stretching across a flat, burned earth. To one side was what I had known, a neat bricked city of windowless structures, the stuff and facts I knew to be true. I thought, unbidden, of my staircase, its names of those wiser than I, and was at once embarrassed for myself for finding myself in this situation, in speechless thrall to an anthropologist. And on the other side was Talent's world, the shape of which I could not see, for it was obscured by a fog, one that thinned and thickened in unpredictable movements, so that I could discern occasionally glimpses of what lay behind it. Nothing more than colors and movements, no real shapes. But there was something irresistible there, I knew it, and the fear of succumbing to it was finally less awful than never knowing what lay beyond that fog, never exploring what I might never again have the opportunity to explore. And so I closed my eyes, I forgot my senses, and I stepped over the line. "Is Manuika real?" I asked, and immediately berated myself for doing so. "You are forgetting yourself," buzzed some high mosquito whine of a voice within me. "Be careful, you are forgetting yourself. Remember who you are. This is not how you think. Remember what you have been taught." But I couldn't. I tried, but I couldn't. He sighed. "Nobody knows," he said at last. "Older Bouvouans, of course, swear he is. But no one knows where he was meant to live. Ivouans say Ivouan, not surprisingly, or what became of him. Or rather, there are many theories about what became of him. That he dove into the sea and never returned, that he vanished, that he grew shriveled and hairy and small and turned into a monkey, that he became a stone. The only thing that remains consistent is that he never dies in these stories. He may disappear, he may transform, but no one claims to have seen him die. I thought about this. Do they still sacrifice turtles? "Ah," said Talent, and for the first time I heard approval in his voice. Now that is a good question. The question, really. No, they don't. At least not on Ivua. Opavicus are very rare these days. You rarely see them in the water, much less on land. There is a subspecies of them, a smaller freshwater turtle that they seem to resemble, and you sometimes, once in a great while, will find them on Ivaca or Ivaca. But the islanders are scared of them now and avoid them. They are prized, and it is good luck to see them, but no one dares touch them. No one except the evil ones, I guessed? Allegedly, yes. He was silent again, this time for a very long period. "There is a story," he began, and then stopped, began again. "It is said that there is a tribe of evil ones who live deep in the jungles of Ivua. It is said that they keep to the old ways, that they still sacrifice to the gods. It is said, and here I could feel rather than see his head turn toward mine, that they never die. I have never seen these people, this tribe, myself. But when I was last here, 3 years ago, studying the Uvuan family structure, very interesting in and of itself, I met a man who said he had been to this island before, that he had seen a man who was not a man, who looked like a man and moved like a man, but who flailed and could not speak, who screeched like a monkey, and, though he seemed strong and healthy, was without sense.
This was distressing enough, but what was more upsetting still, he said, was that the man was followed by another and another, a whole group of men and women, all normal in appearance, but all incapable of making meaningful conversation. All they could do was jitter and babble and laugh at nothing, the neighing laughter of the brainless. The Uvuans value conversation, you know, and to be without it is to be mu kwa kao. I suppose the nearest translation is without throat, although kwa kao can also mean friends or love. So, without friends, without love. The man, who was a hunter, left these strange people and hurried back to his home on Ivua. For months, years, he tried to persuade his friends and family to return with him to the Forbidden Island and find these people, to see if he could help them and to learn who they were. But the Uvuans, who are already wary of Ivua, as it is Opavika's children's favorite grounds and therefore sacred, refused to accompany him. But this man, this hunter, could not forget what he had seen, no more easily than he could explain what compelled him to return to the Forbidden Island, which, in truth, frightened him. These people haunted him. The man could think of nothing else, and so, when this hunter learned that someone had finally believed him, albeit a huala, and was planning to find these people, he asked to come along as translator and guide. He would bring 2 cousins of his, whom he had, over many discussions, finally managed to convince. Fa, I realized. He was the hunter, the storyteller. Yes, said Talent, and again I felt rather than saw his face turn toward me in the dark. We are going to find these people. If they exist, well, find them. Immortals, I said, and I could hear my own skepticism. But if Talent heard it too, and he must have, he didn't remark on it. Immortals, he agreed, his voice inscrutable once more. And then he fell silent for the last time, and I sensed the darkness drawing itself around me like a warm and heavy cloak. For the first week or so after that night, I tried to keep track of what time it was and whether it was night or day. My watch stopped working the second day, moisture had crept in through its joints and laced the face over in cobwebby patterns. But quite soon I realized that doing so was pointless. So thick was the foliage that the sun became unnuanced and unreliable. You could not say that it had vanished, really, or that the light had faded, because there was no direct light in the jungle. There was only darkness and the absence of darkness. One was night, the other day. Looking back on it now, of course, I realize how extraordinary those first few days were before I became immune to the awes of the jungle and even grew to despise them. One day, it must have been our 3rd or 4th, I was trudging uphill as usual, looking around me, listening to the conversations of birds and animals and insects, feeling the floor beneath me gently buckling and heaving with unseen layers of worms and beetles as I placed my feet upon them. It could feel like treading on the wet innards of a large dozing beast. And then there was, for a moment, Uva at my side. He normally walked far ahead of me, in a pack with Fa and Tun, darting forward and back to assure Talent that all was safe, holding his hand out before him, signaling me to stop. Then, quickly and gracefully, he sprang toward a nearby tree, indistinguishable from the others, thick and dark and branchless, and scrabbled up it quickly, turning his wide feet inward to cup its thorny bark. When he was about 10 feet or so up, he looked down at me and held out his hand again, palm down. Wait. I nodded, and then he continued to climb, vanishing into the canopy of the forest. When he came down, he was slower and clutching something in his hand. He leapt down the last 5 feet or so and came over to me, uncurling his fingers. In his palm was something trembling and silky, and the bright, delicious pale gold of apples. In the gloom of the jungle, it looked like light itself. Uva nudged the thing with a finger, and it turned over, and I could see it was a monkey of some sort, though no monkey I had ever seen before. It was only a few inches larger than one of the mice I had once been tasked with killing, and its face was a wrinkled black heart, its features pinched together, but its eyes large and as blankly blue as a blind kitten's. It had tiny, perfectly formed hands, one of which was gripping its tail, which it had wrapped around itself and which was flamboyantly furred, its hair hanging like fringe. "Vuaka," said Uva, pointing at the creature. Vuaka, I repeated, and reached out to touch it. Under its fur, I could feel its heart beating, so fast it was almost a purr. Vuaka, said Uva again, and then made as if to eat it, solemnly patting his stomach. No, I said, horrified, no, and he tipped his head at me curiously and shook it at my poor taste, I suppose, and then walked off toward the chert again, where he tossed the monkey upward, and I watched it latch onto the bark and hurry up, a flashing pulse of sun. Later, from Talent, I learned that the vuaka was an early monkey, a sort of monkey, and that they lived in enormous colonies in a certain kind of tree that was also endemic to Ivua. The Uvuans considered them a delicacy. They scalped and then roasted them by the dozen on long twigs and ate them like kebabs. But the tree, the kanava, grew only in thickly forested areas, the kind that no longer existed on Ivuaka or Ivua. In fact, these days, the kanava, and therefore the vuaka, could be found in great quantities only on Ivua, but nothing, not even the lure of fresh vuakas, could induce the Uvuans to this island. Talent left. It was something he rarely did. Fa may be here to find the lost tribe, he said, but the others? I think they're only here for the vuaka. It was too wet to roast them, of course, but Talent said the men would skin them and cure them with salt they'd brought from home for exactly this purpose. I knew it was sentimental, not to mention pointless, to feel pity for the poor, pretty Vuaka, and I didn't want Talent to think I was weak, so I said nothing. But that night, lying on my mat, I thought of the Vuaka, its huge, sad eyes, the glorious streak of gold it had made as it vanished into the dark above us, and felt for a moment a despair so profound that I was momentarily unable to breathe. But soon, even the forest, what I had initially seen as its diversions and newness, its unsullied perfection and possibility, became wearying. Where I had once seen mystery, I now saw instead only repetition, the constant damp, the constant half-light, the constant pattern of trees and trees and trees, an unbroken grove of them reaching into eternity. I longed to see the sky above me, blue and sticky with clouds, or the sea, its anxious, roiling energy. Here, we knew it had been raining only because the trees, so incessantly thirsty, I thought of them as stands of throats, greedily swallowing every drop they could, sweated water, which disappeared into the pelts of moss that clumped around their bases, and because the ground grew squelchy and spongy. At the shoreline, any seedling that had been dropped by birds could live. I had seen mango and guava trees, and others I could not name but recognized anyway. But this deep in the forest, the plants were more ancient and native, and I knew none of them. This ought to have been exciting, but it was not. The total absence of familiarity can make a place seem alien and unconquerable, and you turn your attention and curiosity away from it to avoid growing frustrated. Then there was the matter of the jungle's prolificacy, which I began to resent, as if it were an overdressed woman parading her entire cache of sparkly jewels before me. I felt as if the jungle were constantly showing off to itself. Every rock, every tree, every surface that would stay still was trimmed, bedecked, baroque with greenery. There were fistulas of bushes wrapped with creeping vines and spotted with moss and lichen, and trees draped with great valances of hairy, hanging roots from some other unseen plant that lived, I imagined, high above the canopy. Things flew up from the floor and trickled down from the treetops. It was an exhausting performance that never ended. And for what? To prove the imperturbability of nature, I suppose? Its unknowability, its fundamental lack of interest in humanity? Or at least that's what it seemed like at the time, a mockery. It was absurd, I knew, to wake each day and resent the jungle and my own insignificance in it. But I couldn't help it. I began to think I might be going a little, well, not crazy, I suppose, but that I might be losing touch, as they say now. And then I felt childish and ashamed. On and on the jungle went, so unceasing in its excesses that I eventually became numb to them. A creature, its malachite dark back diamonded with scales, skittered across my feet, A wraith-like monkey shrieked from a tree, and I did not stop or ask Uva or Talent what they were. There were so many shades and tones of green: serpent, aphid, pear, emerald, sea, grass, jade, spinach, bile, pine, caterpillar, cucumber, steeped tea, raw tea. How inadequate is our vocabulary for color, that I feared I would lose my ability to distinguish anything else. Faza's loincloth, a bright crimson, burned my eyes, and yet I found myself staring at it as much and for as long as I could bear, as if trying to fix its redness in my mind before it too began to be interpreted by my eye as yet another shade of green. At night, I dreamed of green, great floating blobs of it, morphing gently from one shade to the next, and in the mornings, I woke feeling beaten and exhausted. During the day, my thoughts returned to visions of deserts, of cities, of hard surfaces, of glass and concrete and chips of mica glinting from asphalted streets. There was also, still, the problem of Talent, whom I could barely look at and around whom I was trying to become more fluent and less stuttery. He stayed up late in the evenings, writing in his notebook, and from my mat I'd watch him as the darkness filled the air like bats. He was careful never to use the flashlight unless we really needed to relieve ourselves, for example, and so even after the light disappeared completely, he would continue to write, and I would lie there as still as I could, listening to his pen scritching across the page. For some reason, this was a beautiful image to me, Talent writing without any illumination to guide his way, and when we were walking, I would sometimes close my eyes and turn it over in my mind, savoring it like a candy. On those long hikes, I also tried to make, and sometimes succeeded in making, interesting observations to him. But whenever I managed to do so, there was Esme, ready to offer her own opinion on whatever the subject was. Esme was a difficulty of a different sort, of course. Aside from her bossiness and smugness and general possessiveness of Talent, which, frustratingly, I was still unable to determine whether he noticed or not, and if so, whether he cared, there was the simple fact that she was unpleasant to regard. With each day, her hair grew wilder and less manageable until it floated like a penumbra above her puffed face, and her skin, as I've mentioned, had taken on a more or less permanent rash. This ought not to have bothered me, but it did. There were more serious problems with Esme as well. Late one night, I walked to the stream, the same one I mentioned earlier. Its source seemed to be high in the mountains, where we were headed, and saw a crumpled blossom on the jungle floor. Against the dark, it was gloriously, impossibly white, the white of fresh paper, and at its center was a splash of deep burgundy. Here, the flowers were waxy and indistinguishable as flowers. Where there should have been stamens, there were grossly suggestive plasticky lips upon which bugs alighted to rest. Where there should be leaves, there were aggressive, thrusting planes. But in that white flower, I was reminded of the blooms I had grown up with: sugary peonies, as frilled and shirred as ballet skirts, gauzy clumps of asters. It seemed the loveliest thing I had seen for many days, and I stood there staring at it. But as I continued stumbling over to the creek, I saw that the flower was no flower at all, but rather a crumple of tissue, at its heart a smear of blood. I felt a sort of fury. First, rightly, that Esme should be so careless with disposing of her own trash, and second, and I admit less defensively, that she should have spoiled for me an image so soothing. Back on our mats, I poked her awake. "You have to be more careful," I told her. She was slit-eyed, wild-haired. "What are you talking about?" she asked. "Your waist," I said. "I nearly stepped in it." "Leave it alone, Perina," she said, and flopped back over onto her other side. "Esme," I hissed. "Esme." But she was already feigning sleep, and I dared not speak louder for fear of waking Talent. "Esme," I shook her shoulder, and under her shirt, her flesh was repulsive, a quaking blancmange, its surface pimpled with perspiration. The next morning, we ate breakfast, more spam, scooped out of the tin with the splintery slices of a hard yellow papaya-like fruit that Fa had found and cut for us, in silence, with Talent writing in his notebook, and even Esme, for once, wordless. I did not look at her. but around her seemed a sickening scent, a tinnily feminine smell, so oppressive that it was a relief finally to begin the day's climb and to find it vanishing slowly into the odors of the jungle. And from then on, I was unable to look at her without thinking of unpleasant bodily sensations. After some days of walking, I am sorry, but the exact length of time eludes me now as it did then, it could have been 5 days or 15, we entered one afternoon a different sort of place.
I cannot describe it any better than that, except to say that the very quality of the air seemed to change. One step behind us was the jungle we knew, sodden and creeping and thick with secrets, like something in a fairy tale, and in the next was someplace else. Suddenly, the air was drier, the trees less assertive, the sun, visible, actually casting shifting, fuzzy-edged parallelograms of light across the elaborately ferned and twigged forest floor. Above me, I could see a crochet of spiderwebs stretched between two trees, glinting like a tangle of jeweled necklaces. Fa said something quickly and excitedly to Talent, who in turn told us that we were little more than a day's walk from the place where Fa had seen his people. He had marked the location by scratching a large X with a stick in the bark of something called a manama tree. The manama's bark grew in scales, Talent said, and when pierced, it wept a jammy sap that dried in a crust of hard blemishes. We would know it when we saw it. But now, he announced, we would rest. And we did at once, all 6 of us dropping our bags on the ground. It was good and odd to lie there, to have survived the jungle, even though later I would have to admit that the jungle was without any real dangers, that then was really the time to feel frightened, to feel the sun creeping over our faces, to hear the first faint bird calls. Their music seemed like fairy song, so strange and beautiful was it, so otherworldly. We slept then, all of us, even the guides, and when I woke and saw the others' still bodies, I thought for a minute that they were dead, and I was alone in this strange, sunlit place, surrounded by trees I did not know the names of, and birds I could hear but could not see, and that no one would ever know I was here, or remember I had ever existed, or would ever find me. The sensation was fleeting, but what I would remember is how quickly, like a breath, I moved from despair to resignation, how well equipped the human mind is to readjust to its realities, to soothe oneself of one's deepest fears. And then I felt proud, I suppose, of my very humanness, and briefly invincible, and sure that I would be greeted with nothing in the next day that I could not bear. I walked in the direction of the stream, which had become perversely wider and more powerful the farther uphill we climbed, a clear, quick channel of cold water. Its taste, oddly, more intensely sea-like than it had been at the lower elevation. I drank from it and then sat at its bank, watching it move over pebbles, admiring the small orange flowers that trimmed its edge. And it was then, sleepy, daydreaming of nothing, that I saw something move from beneath one of the boulders that lay across the river. A dark form, no more than that, like the shadow a cloud casts when it scuds over the sea. But as it grew closer, it began to take shape, and I saw it was a turtle, the ridge of its peaked and bony back breaking through the skin of the water, and knew at once what it was. "Opaivuke! Opaivuke!" I was shouting, and I could hear the others running toward me. I say I knew it was an opaivuke, but it was only because we were on its land. Otherwise, the turtle, at first glance at least, was nothing remarkable. It was perhaps somewhat smaller than I'd imagined, about the circumference of a hubcap, and its feet, not surprisingly, more flipper-like, more like a sea turtle than I'd pictured. Then I regarded it more closely. It had stopped its journey downstream to tread water, its legs paddling slowly against the current, and noticed its carapace, as humped as a dromedary's and a beetly, glossy green, so green it was almost black, and divided into neat squares, the border of each as well defined as if it had been wrought from metal by a chisel. But it was its head, a small, oddly shaped cashew of a thing on a long, telescoping neck that made me consider it further. I had never to that point been in the habit of imbuing animals with human traits or human intelligence, but watching the opaivuke, I was discomforted by what I suppose can only be called its expressiveness.
I looked in its bagged, drooping amber eyes and felt, if only briefly, that Talent's story was true, that this was an animal possessed of wisdom and fortitude, and that we were its guests and certainly not its superiors. Behind me, I could hear the three guides murmuring something in unison in Uivuan, a low, chant-like hum like cricket song. And after a few moments, in which we all remained perfectly silent, the turtle blinked its eyes at us, and then, almost haughtily, continued its swim, head still held aloft, fin-like feet parting the water in neat furrows. We stayed and watched it leave, but once it was out of sight, the three guides began talking quickly, and I saw in their faces excitement and fear. This was the first Opaivuke they've ever seen, Talent told Esme and me in a quiet voice, and we observed the three men telling one another about the experience they'd just witnessed, all of them speaking so fast that it seemed they were trying to expunge themselves of the memory rather than cement it. We three, even Esme, said nothing, only watched them, and although at the moment I found their behavior, their near panic, curious, later I understood it. Gods are for stories and heavens and other realms. They are not to be seen by men. But when we encroach on their world, when we see what we are not meant to see, how can anything but disaster follow? The hours we walked following the turtle sighting were strange ones. I had never thought of our guides as particularly voluble. In fact, they were often so far ahead of us on our daily hikes that I, shamefully, thought of them rather little at all. But today, they walked with us, near us almost, as if for comfort and protection, somewhat worrisome, as with the possible exception of Talent, we were ill-equipped to protect them from anything. And their silence was not so much a quiet as it was a complete absence of noise. Unlike us, they did not pant as they trudged forward. They did not stop to wipe the slicks of sweat off their brows. They seemed, in fact, to need less breath than we did, to be immune to the jungle's heat. But this afternoon, I was made to realize that the sounds they did make, little chirrups back at the unseen insects that peeped and scraped from the sky, the airy whistle they gave one another to announce their location, had been a part of the jungle's soundtrack after all. It was in this silence that the thing fell from the sky, something wet and heavy that landed with a juicy, suggestive thwack, like one slab of raw meat falling smack against another from a very great height. This startled the guides into talk once more. I fear I may have shrieked a bit, and they clustered around the thing, which turned out to be a fruit, though not like any fruit I had seen before. It was disgustingly shaped, about 18 inches long and fat as an eggplant, and that particular sugary, newborn pink one finds only in tropical sunsets. But what really distinguished it was the fact that it was moving. Something was forcing its thin, unspeckled skin to swell into small bulges before smoothing flat again, the ripples undulating up and down its length. The guides began their excited all-at-once chatter again, and Talent, hurrying over, joined in their chorus. "It's a manama fruit," he explained. "They only grow at this elevation. It means we're close." Then he took the thing from Fa's hand and with his penknife slit it down the middle. Out of the cut squirmed a large, whirling mass of grubs, the approximate size and color of baby mice, which fell from the fruit to the ground and began wriggling off. Against the moss of the floor, they looked like rivulets of suddenly animated ground beef, worming their way towards some sort of salvation. Esme looked sick.
I don't mind admitting I felt a little sick myself. "They're hunno worms," Talent continued, and for a moment I found his serene equanimity, his apparent inability to be repelled by anything nature might hurl at him, somehow inhuman and slightly suspicious. They live in this fruit for their incubation period, and when they're mature, they explode at once from it as butterflies, the most beautiful butterflies I've ever seen. He smiled at us. They're a delicacy, if you can find them, but so is the fruit, and scraping the last of the grubs away with the blunt edge of his knife, he cut a slice of manama for us both. I wasn't looking forward to eating it, but what choice did I have? Esme was already bringing hers to her mouth. The insides were the same color as the skin, barely sweet and slightly fibrous, and had the meaty, elastic chewiness of tendon. When Talent offered me another slice, I shook my head, and he shrugged and handed over the rest to the guides, who began tearing off hunks with their fingers.
Against the dun of their skin, the fruit looked even more vulnerable and fleshy, and I felt a thrum of illogical fear. And so we continued, the manama fruit falling with greater frequency the farther we climbed, each time landing with the same unnerving violence. I chanced looking overhead at one point and found I could see only their bottoms, so that the sky seemed punctuated with floating tumors, attached to nothing but suspended overhead like strange pink moons. Gradually, too, the other trees, like the canava, which had heretofore been ubiquitous, began to be replaced by the manamas, whose bark really did grow in tiered, scale-like crusts, until eventually we seemed to be surrounded exclusively by them, and the air seemed to smell faintly of something human and unclean. But just as I was beginning to despair of Fa ever finding his tree, the one he had marked, Uva gave a call and pointed at a manama trunk upon which was a great swath of blood, a ragged and almost comical splatter paint smear of it. As we moved closer, I saw that it was not blood, but something living, so that it almost appeared a raw, exposed organ, as if the tree turned out to possess an anatomy of its own. Oh God, I thought, can nothing in this jungle behave as it ought? Must fruits move and trees breathe and freshwater rivers taste of the ocean? Why must nothing obey the laws of nature? Why must everything point so heavily toward the existence of enchantment? And so it was not until I reluctantly, wearily moved directly up to the manama that I saw that it really was just a tree, and that what I had taken for a thrusting heart, a heaving lung, was in fact a team of butterflies, their crimson wings spattered with a pallid gold. These, of course, were what the grubs had become, and when Talent chased them away with his hand, I watched a little sadly as they scattered and for a moment hovered around and above us in an assault of cloud. I saw that they had returned to the tree that had once sheltered them, to feed on its sap, which, as Talent had promised, had hardened into a mass of opaque, glassy bubbles. We had made it. This was the tree. This was where Fa had seen his not-humans. This was what our days of walking had led us to. But this sense of accomplishment was diminished by what I very soon sensed was the lack of a real plan. Surely, I thought, slightly hysterical, this had been better considered? Were we simply to wait by this tree as if children in a fable for these hypothetical half-humans to appear before us like walking dreams? I had a vision of us all turning around en masse and heading back down through the thickets of the jungle, entering once again its wet, clammy embrace. And then what? We would somehow return to Ivu, and then Esme and Talent to California, and Ito, nothing. I found myself experiencing that same sense of dislocation I had had at Smythe's house, and wondered bitterly when in life I would be able to tell with certainty when the circumstances around me were a hoax and when they were simply unfortunate. Finally, after conferring for a long time with Fa, Talent announced that we would camp here for the night and continue the next day. Neither Esme nor I asked him for more details. I believe we were both afraid to, and besides, neither of us was in the habit of challenging him, but meekly laid down our things. He sounded defeated, I remember, which I found perversely satisfying, although really I should only have been alarmed. It was, as he had said himself, his hunch that had brought us here, and without him, I was nothing more than a silly, directionless boy stuck in a forest populated wholly by madmen and myths. That night I dreamed as usual, but perhaps because of the reintroduction of sunlight into my waking hours, or perhaps because I was still stubbornly clinging to the mistaken belief that I had reached some sort of significant threshold, or perhaps because of the strange manama fruit, whose ploppy cannonball drops broke the night in an irregular symphony, my visions were of earthbound things, a slideshow of all that was dear and typical and so mundane that I had never thought to miss them. A plain leather boot I had once owned, its sole flaky with dried sod, the elm that had grown outside our house, which seemed to represent all that was stately and dignified, a shirt that had once been my father's, its chambray faded to a blue so pale it was almost white, and Owen, his face floating planet-like against a rippling sheet of silky black, his expression unreadable, but I somehow intuited full of pity. But pity for whom, I wondered, even in my dream? For me? The next day, we woke, ate, and sat. Or rather, Esme and Talent and I sat, and the guides trundled off somewhere. It was becoming clear that in the absence of a plan, we were to sit and wait, like dogs, until some event chanced upon us. Who knows how long we sat? Hours, of course, but how many? During all this time, we occasionally heard the scuttle and slide of the guides, and in between furtively looking at Talent, who was writing more furiously than ever, about what, I wanted to ask, since nothing of any anthropological interest had happened that I could discern, and avoiding looking at Esme, I lay on my back and tried to count the numbers of a particular vine, stringy, slightly dusty looking, that had tangled itself into a snarl on one of the manama tree's branches above. Looking back on that day, I cannot, still, help but feel a bit embarrassed about this. Adventures really are wasted on the young, I'm afraid. I should have used that time for exploring, spelunking through the underbrush, now much more accessible and appealing than it had been a couple of days ago, pawing through the forest floor for unidentified plant life. I physically ache now to remember how many grasses, ferns, flowers, trees I had never seen before and could have spent the afternoon recording, even attempting to follow the guides on their obscure and single-minded missions. Instead, I remained supine and counted vines. Vines! All along, I had prided myself on my curiosity, what I considered the unslakability of my intellectual thirst. And yet, once placed in a situation in which almost everything was foreign, I did nothing, saw nothing. The problem with being young and in a singular place is that one assumes that one will inevitably find oneself in an equally foreign and exotic location at some later point in life. But this is very rarely true. For most of what we see in our immediate surroundings is in fact replicated elsewhere in the world with a sort of dull exactness. Birds, animals, fruits, sky, people. They may look different from place to place, but their fundamental behaviors are essentially identical. Birds tweet and flap, animals prowl and bleat, fruits are insensate and inanimate, the sky fills and empties of clouds and stars, people wear clothes and kill and eat and die.
On Ivuvu, as I had observed multiple times, none of these things happened the way they were supposed to, and yet I was too inexperienced to fully comprehend how truly remarkable that was. In retrospect, maybe talented, maybe that was what he was always logging in his book, not anthropological observations after all, but a documentation of the place's sheer oddity. It is only the old who can look around them and marvel, for it is we who know how alike the world really is, how all of its problems and wonders have already been recognized and recorded. I would like to be able to say that, after waiting, the morning draining away from us, we were suddenly surrounded by Foss people who arrived as unexpectedly and dramatically as, say, the manama fruit had. But that is not what happened. Instead, finally, after conferring with a head-shaking Fa once more, Talent announced that we would split up in different directions, each of us with our guide, to, as he vaguely put it, explore the area and look for clues. He and Fa would go north, uphill, and Esme and Ta became east and west respectively. We would meet back at the tree when the sun was directly overhead. As I recount this story, I am astonished anew by how patchy, how makeshift a solution this was. But again, at the time, it seemed the most sensible, the most practical, the best thing to do. In illogical situations, one clings to any idea that seems at all logical, even if it is only a scrim, translucent and flimsy, that shields the lack of serious planning behind it. And so we went off, all of us, I am certain, less than convinced that anything would actually happen. Fa's people, indeed. How did we know they even existed? But you saw the Opaivuik, I reminded myself, while another voice inside me rebutted, you saw a turtle, nothing more. A turtle whom you have made into a god. You are as lost as the rest of them now. And to that, I had no response. The voice was right. I was. It was Fa who saw it first. This we learned later, much later, when the sun had almost set and the entire forest was awash, ghost-like with an eerie reddish light, the air seeming to thicken with a bright haze of blood. We had been waiting, Esme and Ta and Uva and I, for Fa and Talent to return,
And as time passed, Uva and Ta became increasingly anxious, taking turns running uphill while the others stayed behind to guard our things and us, as if we were prisoners, or children, which to them I suppose we were no better than. And then finally they were before us, walking down the slope, Fa calling out frantically and rapidly to the others, Talent behind him, and behind him someone else, a third person, and we stood, all of us, and watched them emerge from the trees. I saw fear on the guides' faces and knew it was echoed on my own. But I am getting ahead of myself. After leaving us that morning, they walked, Talent and Fa, past the butterfly tree, which, although none of us had said it aloud, we had begun to consider the demarcation line. Below it was land we knew, above it terra incognita. Although this was of course nothing more than a contrived organizing principle, for the fact was, it was all terra incognita. What lay past the tree was no more conquerable by us than what lay before it. And into the jungle beyond. A few hundred yards in, the copses of trees had thinned out further still, although their canopies had become more massive and umbrella-like in their reach, making the air increasingly dark and cool, muted in light and muffled of sound. I had been using the words interchangeably, but here was truly more a forest than a jungle, the bewitched forest of fairy tales, where huts made of glossy black licorice and lardy white frosting appear in clearings, and talking wolves trot upright in old women's bonnets. Around them, too, the plants had changed. Gone were the rapacious fly-eating orchids, the saucy, vulgar bromeliads, the squat cycads, and in their place were frilly wedges of sober-colored mushrooms and whorls of tightly closed ferns. They had been walking for about an hour, they thought, when they heard a noise. Nothing interesting, nothing large, just a crinkling like paper high above them. 2 days before, they would have thought nothing of this. It would have been another family of vucas gamboling across a canava branch, or one of those vexing toucan-like birds whose aggressive, phosphorescent yellow feces streaked the tree trunks like oil paint. But here, the animals were silent, furtive. They had seen enormous fleecy sloths the size of Labradors hanging sleepily from branches, and witnessed spiders, their backs daubed with glittery blue specks, picking their prim, careful way across spun-glass webs. And the sound here was of no sound, of a place holding its breath, an edgy, bitten-back quiet, as if it would at once explode with the color and noise of a great party. And so, hearing this, they stopped, listened. Talent found himself counting, nonsensically, as if once he reached a certain number, something would be revealed to them. He had reached 73 when Fa grabbed his arm and pointed, and he saw it climbing down the trunk of a manama about 50 yards to their left. It was not a skillful climber, nor particularly graceful, and yet, when it began to emerge, he mistook it for a sloth, not a human. Unlike a human, who would have shimmied down feet first, this creature led with its arms, which encircled the tree in a tight grip, the rest of its body following limply and uselessly behind. The manama's branches are sturdy and level, and grow from almost its base to its very top, but the animal did not take advantage of them, did not use them as a human would, as a ladder. Rather, it continued to slither down, snake-like, although this was difficult, as the manama's bark made slithering all but impossible. And whenever it encountered a branch, it seemed to pause, confused, clearly unaware that the branch could be used to its benefit. At the bottom of the tree, when its head had touched the forest floor, it paused again, and then flipped over onto the ground, and for a long moment simply lay there on its back, its arms and legs spread open, not making a sound. Fa held out his arm to keep Talent from advancing, not, as Talent said later, that he needed to. He was too spellbound to think of moving, and for a few minutes the two of them stood frozen, staring at the thing on the floor. When it finally stood, it did so in stages, first moving to a sitting position, which it did without the use of its elbows, but at once, from the waist, as if attached to the end of an invisible pulley, and then, after another pause, abruptly to its feet. And then it began to walk, and Fa and Talent stepped behind a tree to watch it. It was a little shorter than Fa, maybe 4 feet or so, and a woman with a developed chest and a hard-looking, rounded stomach, and Fa's wide, flat feet, although hers seemed wider still, the ends of her toes pooling fleshily into the earth. She was very hairy. The hair on her head appeared a solid block of black, so matted and snarled was it. Her legs, too, were dark with fuzz, and on her back was a fine pelt. Things clung to her hair, chips of leaves and smears of dirt and fruit and mess. Her movements were human, he supposed. They watched as she bent, again stiffly at the waist, to retrieve a fallen manama fruit, which she bit into violently, the huna nose oozing through her fingers and smearing into a pink paste around her mouth. But somehow, poorly practiced, as if she had once, long ago, been taught how to behave as a human, and was slowly, steadily forgetting. And then, in another of her abrupt gestures, she turned and stared directly at Fa and Talent, and while Fa shrank behind the tree, making a low hissing noise of horror and repulsion, Talent stepped from behind it and, ignoring Fa's scrabbling, beseeching hand, made his way toward the creature.
He was slow, careful, aware by now that her movements began without preamble, and came within about 10 yards of her before he stopped. All this time she had watched him approach, the wriggling manama fruit still in one hand, the worms still dropping from her mouth and palm, bouncing off her stomach and falling to the ground, her mouth stupidly, grotesquely open, her eyes not moving from his face. Talent walked a step closer. The creature watched him. He made another step. Still nothing. One more and he would almost be able to touch her. And so he made another. And then she began to shriek, a noise that went up and down, moving in register from growl to keen to shrill to squeal, and then back again and up again. Behind him, he could hear Fa calling to him, come away, but he did not, and remained there, a few feet from the thing, his arms still stretched toward her, her hand still squeezing the manama, the worms still dropping to her feet. Her voice, the only voice in that quiet, awful, haunted forest, going on and on, horrible and arrhythmic and ceaseless. Then it was over. She closed her mouth and the sound stopped. The jungle seemed to echo with it, and then she was eating her manama fruit again, and all he could hear was the sound of her slurping and lapping at it. All he could see was her pink tongue thrusting into the cavity of the pink fruit, the pink worms listing from the corners of her mouth like cilia. She seemed to have forgotten he was before her, and he spoke to her, a few simple words in Uivanan. Hello, who are you? And when she did not answer, he walked backward toward Fa, and she did not watch him go. Fa, he whispered, give me one of the cans of Spam. He prized the lid off with his fingers, slicing himself in his haste, and began digging out the meat with his nails, walking toward her again as he did so. When she was once again within his grasp, or, he fleetingly thought, he within hers, he laid down a chunk of the meat and took a step back in Fa's direction, leaving a hunk of pink flesh, the same color pink as the manama, he realized, although he had never made the connection before, every foot or so, until he backed into the tree behind which Fa stood, his eyes wide. It took her some time to notice it. She had finished the manama fruits. She had been remarkably thorough with it, her broad, flat tongue sucking at the skin with such force that Talent could see her cheeks pulling inward, like a purse, and stood for some time, breathing heavily, as if she had just expended a great effort, her hard stomach puffing in and out. When she turned, she stepped into the Spam, and Talent watched it spread, slow and thick as lava, over the mud of her skin. For a while she seemed once again oblivious, a staring, panting statue, her tongue lolling out stupidly, her eyes fixed on nothing. And then she looked downward, very casually, as if admiring a new pair of shoes, and saw the meat, and quickly dropped to all fours and began sniffing the food avidly, her nostrils making wet, exaggerated snorts. She did this for some time, revolving around the pile on her palms and feet like a pig, before settling onto her haunches like a monkey and conveying the soft meat to her mouth with the flats of her hands. After consuming the first installment, she rested and belched, and then, not standing from her squat, waddled to the next pile and began her ritual. Stare, stare, sniff, sniff, eat, belch again, until she was close to the tree, so close that Fa and Talent could smell her, a composty otter that was less noxious than one would have expected. And then Fa pounced upon her, grabbing her around her waist with both arms. He had expected her to struggle, to fight, but she only turned and looked at him, and drew her mouth back, her head tipping on its stem and her eyes widening, as if all three actions were connected. And although both Talent and Fa waited for her to start screaming again, she never did. The moment passed. Her mouth snapped back into its normal dumb shape, her eyes regained their hoods, her head lolled forward. She was a marionette, her strings had been slackened, and she was ready to be returned to her box, where she would patiently await the next person to give her life. Fa released her. She sat down, hard, not bending her knees, and he and Talent stared at her again. "This is what I saw," Fa told Talent. "One of these. But there were many of them. Men, women. But she is like them. They stood and stared and made noises at nothing. But where are the others? Why is she alone?" He was worried, although whether for the creature or for themselves, alone in a forest, perhaps surrounded by dozens of these not humans, Talent could not discern. He could sense, however, that Fa was exhausted and frightened. He had perhaps half thought, half hoped that he had conjured these people, and the proof that he had not, that yet another myth had come to life before him, was bewildering and terrifying. "Let's go back," Talent told him gently, although he knew he would be bringing this woman with them, and that her very presence would unsettle poor Fa. But there was no undiscovering her now. Fa had led him here, and now he was tormented by his knowledge. And so they began making their slow way downhill, Fa first, silent and jumpy, then Talent, and following him, they had thought they would need to coax her with more spam, but she followed quite naturally, her mouth held in its strange jack-o'-lantern grin, her teeth sharp and bony like glints of flint. The creature. She sometimes wandered off, or stopped still to stare or scratch at herself, and then Talent would walk close to her and beckon, which she seemed to understand, for she would resume walking. In his desire to move far away from the creature and get back to his compatriots, Fa had bolted ahead, and so when he cried out, Talent could at first not see him, and stumbled after his voice, tripping over ridges of tree roots and slipping on flows of moss, until he saw what Fa was pointing at, a spear, about 5 feet long and slender, stuck into a manama tree, the sap frothing around it like foam. They pulled it out, the two of them, grunting, fighting against the manama's grip, and saw how sharply its end had been carved, how it had pulled clean from the tree in one solid piece. Fa had been uneasy before. Now, for the first time in all the time Talent had known him, he looked petrified. The Uivanians are master spear whittlers, and no adult man is without his spear. They are used to hunt boars, to hunt octopuses, and once to hunt humans. But as any Uivana knows, spears are never, ever to be left behind. A Uivanan spear is his soul, mala machina, mama, as the saying goes, and if a warrior should die in battle, one of his comrades will rescue his spear from wherever it has fallen and return it to his family. It is the one possession about which Uivanians are sentimental, although perhaps that is too weak, too cozy a word. So maybe this. It is the one thing that they truly cherish. Everything else is law, meaningless. So it was no wonder that Fa was scared. An abandoned spear, one longer than he'd ever before encountered, left like an omen in this unearthly, unfriendly place. And it was even less of a wonder that Talent was so excited, although he said nothing to Fa at the time. Here was his proof, as much as the creature who stood beside him, making her wet sucking sounds again, that something lay above them, a different world. All he had to do was find it. We would call her, unimaginatively, Eve, the first woman of her kind, and while Talent talked with the guides, their voices low and urgent, Esme and I led her to the river to wash her. I will say this for Esme, she was good with the woman, more tender than I would have thought.
Eve was scared of water, its coldness, its wetness, and when she felt it on her skin, she began to shriek and howl, and Took came bounding over to make sure that Esme and I were safe. We started with her back. Our washcloth was a white rag that I realized, unhappily, was one of Talent's undershirts. How long had it been in Esme's possession? And with every drag down Eve's spine, it changed colors, from dust to dun to brown to black. I was careful not to scrub her too hard, but Esme was more aggressive, rubbing her skin as if its very pigmentation were a layer of debris that might be stripped away. Still, she was matter-of-fact in her duty, not cruel, and as she swabbed the cloth between the woman's breasts, under her arms, prizing apart her crossed arms to reach her abdomen, she narrated what she was doing. Now, well, just wash your elbows, and then your forearms. You're very strong, aren't you? And now your hands, and then we'll move on to your neck. As if she did this every day, as if Eve were nothing more than another in a number of shivering half-human beings she had cleaned in a jungle, in a cool river that ribboned its way out of our sight. As for Eve, she was more patient than I had expected, but when we started combing out her hair, picking apart the clumps with a manama twig, she began to growl, the noise burbling up from her throat, and showed us her sharp little fangs, and Esme stepped away from her, her palms held before her in surrender. So we led her, cleaner, but not much improved, appearance-wise, back to the others and forced her into a sitting position. Later, we fed her. Well, Esme and Talent and I fed her, the guides would not. She took the slippery bits of spam from our palms, sometimes with her mouth, her puckering lips, wet, touched against me, and sometimes with the flat of her hand. She seemed not to use her fingers, and waited until she fell asleep flat on her back, all of us watching her by Talent's flashlight. There was some discussion about whether we should restrain her, and in the end, we bound a long length of rope around her wrists and wound it around a nearby tree. We left her enough rope to be able to move her arms, but not so much that she'd be able to untie herself. While we were trussing her, she relieved herself, licking her lips and sighing in her sleep. And in the dark, her waist was an odd shade of magenta, like something fetal, sour and bilious from all the meat. And although the forest eventually became too black for any of us to do anything except lie down, I am certain that none of us except Eve slept that night. We could only hold ourselves flat and still, listening to her contented grunts and snuffles, her sighing groans, and waiting for the sky to brighten with sun. The subsequent days were busy ones. I left the planning of next steps, the ventures up into the forest beyond and back, the gathering of food and the plotting of routes to the others, and instead concentrated on Eve. She was 52 inches tall, cobby and solid, and I guessed that she had had children, maybe quite a few. Her breasts had been sucked dry, and the nipples were calcified warts, gray and tough as elephant skin. I could not do an internal examination. I tried, but she screamed and thrashed so violently, so extravagantly, that not even the guides and Talent, each of whom was assigned to hold down a limb, could keep her still. But guessed she was postmenopausal, though I have to say I gathered this mostly from estimating her age and from the amount and density of her body hair. I had no other Evuan women to compare her to, nothing to tell me whether they were all this hirsute or Eve was an exception. Her teeth, as I have mentioned, were pyramidal, spiky, but her gums seemed to be in good shape. When I pressed upon them, they were firm and dry, and her breath did not smell of rot. At the base of her skull, half obscured by her snarly hair and the rings of flesh around her neck, was a small, crude tattoo, smeared like an ink stain, of the symbol Talent had once drawn in the dirt, the sign of the Opaivieke. When I showed it to Talent, he reached out to touch it, but then stopped just before making contact, his fingers hovering above the mark, Eve's hair falling about his knuckles. She was indiscriminate in what she ate, but she knew what was food and what was not. She would not eat the pile of grass we placed before her as a test, although she did spend a few minutes sniffing it, so intently that little shavings of it whisked up her nostrils, making her hack. But whatever we ate, she would eat too. She was hungry in the morning when she woke, and hungry again at midday, but otherwise undemanding. During the day, she would forage for food, and when she found it, she would eat it right away. We always had something for her to eat upon waking, but one day we withheld it and watched as, after staring and panting for a while, she hoisted herself upright and began her search, moving her foot in sweeping arcs across the jungle floor, scraping leaves and moss and grubs into a pile that she would then sort through, eating the grubs and leaving the rest. But although she knew what was edible, she seemed unable to distinguish flavors. Later, we tried the grubs, which were plump and squirmy and a greasy candle wax white, and found them almost unbearably bitter, a taste that made you squinch your features and cough, your saliva deserting you in protest. Eve, however, could eat handfuls of them, chewing them with a sturdy, steady rhythm that seemed almost comically militaristic in its consistency, swallowing them in great, noisy gulps. By observing her, we discovered that the jungle was much more edible than we thought. So distracted had we been by the manama that we had ignored the grubs and the fragile, veined, lettuce-like leaves that clustered sweetly at the trees' bases, and the pale, puddingy sacks of eggs some unknown insect had deposited in the shallow scoops where one thick tree root merged into the next. We didn't enjoy any of these new discoveries necessarily. The leaves were crunchy like seaweed but tasteless, and the eggs viscous, a thick, silky clot of mucus. But we did marvel at Eve's ability to find them, especially because, according to the guides, these were not things that a Yuvuan would normally think to eat, much less identify. Temperamentally, she was placid enough until she was not. Sometimes I knew what might upset her. I had assumed my attempted internal examination would probably be a failure, but sometimes I did not. She would be agreeable, letting me examine her throat, her mouth, submitting to my tape measure, which I wrapped around her waist, her thighs, her skull, but then she would turn on me, baring her teeth and snarling, her eyes pricked open so wide that the irises seemed to be floating in a jellied egg of white. And then, just as suddenly, she would recede, return to her stupid, dreamy state, her tongue, an unnervingly bright, pretty peony pink, thrusting between her dark and scabrous lips. They never failed to alarm me, these abrupt turns of hers, although after the first few times, I no longer saw malice in them, only boredom. She was restless in her old way, Eve. She woke each day without any apparent memory of the day before, and her patience for and with us was limited. Her curiosity was saved only for food and for the search for food. At night, after we had fed and bound her, Talent and Esme and I were in favor of letting her sleep unfettered, but Fa had protested strenuously, holding aloft the found spear as argument, and speaking so rapidly that Talent, mostly to appease him, had acquiesced. We talked, sharing the day's discoveries. The guides, who now slept near us, walked every day deeper and deeper into the jungle beyond for hours at a time, looking for signs of other abandoned spears, of other Eves, but had so far found nothing.
Their minuet with the jungle, their parries and retreats were doing us no good, and we knew that soon we would have no choice but simply to enter it and move up the island until we found what Talent hoped for and Fa feared. I would recount my day's observations of Eve, and although I could sense Esme wanting to interrupt her impatience, her need to interject clogged the air like something living, she remained silent, letting Talent ask for clarifications, letting him question me and react to the things I had seen and recorded. "How old do you think she is?" Talent asked one night. I told him it was difficult to say with any authority, but I thought she was maybe around 60, given the gray in her hair, the condition of her teeth, the wrinkles that pulled her lower abdomen into a sorrowful, pleated dog's face, and the way she relied more on her sense of smell than on her sight. For it had begun to occur to me that her porcine behavior, the way she sniffed everything so deeply and at such close range, may have been a necessity, a skill learned to compensate for her impaired vision. Even in the dusk, when the grubs she so enjoyed glowed whitely like stars, she was unable to pluck them from the ground without first scraping them into a pile and then sorting through the pile, bringing her face close to each object. But of course it was impossible to say. I had no way to verify my hunch, and she had no way to communicate with me. But this nearness of vision seemed to be her only potentially serious disability, besides obviously her lack of language and general forgetfulness.
and one commensurate with her age. In all other ways, she was in good, even excellent health, especially for someone who, by all evidence, had been living on her own in the jungle for an unidentifiable length of time. She ate well and slept well and shat well. Her limbs were strong and her calves were complicated with muscle. Her hearing was remarkable. She could hear a manama fruit's windy whistle as it fell through the air, something I would never have thought to listen for myself. Each morning when I took her pulse, I was impressed anew by its steady thrum, like the faraway echo of some primitive drumbeat. Later, when I was older, I would remember with awe and envy another quality as well, her apparent lack of loneliness, how she seemed to need no one and nothing except food, how our company seemed not to disrupt the unchangeable patterns of her everyday existence. 60, murmured Talent. I could be wrong, I added quickly. No, said Talent, I think you're probably right. 60, though, that makes me wonder. But he said nothing more, and after waiting for a while for him to continue, Esme mumbled something about getting ready for bed, and I went with her to lay out our mats, leaving Talent to sit and think his private thoughts, the nature of which I could only try to envision. The average Yuvuan woman is 53 inches tall, the average Yuvuan man 56. The average Yuvuan family has 4 children. Uvuans are stocky and blocky. They have wide feet, which make them good swimmers, long thighs, which make them good trekkers, thick arms, which make them good throwers, and small, square hands. The women, like all women in tropical climates, begin menstruating early as 8, though usually around 10, and are finished with menopause by 40. As a race, they are known for their excellent auditory sense and their exceptional sense of smell. They are prone to tooth decay. The primary cause of death among both men and women is dysentery, probably from their habit of drinking the same water in which they bathe. The average age of death is 52. Of course, I did not know any of this when I examined Eve. So the next morning, when Talent asked me to examine the 3 men as a sort of imperfect control group, I thought nothing of it. I suppose what was surprising to me was how similar, superficially at least, though superficiality was all I had, they were to Eve. The state of their gums, for example, their general flexibility, their good hearing and quick reflexes. They submitted to my exams tolerantly, opening their mouths obediently when I opened mine, taking deep breaths as I pantomimed filling my own chest with air. I even improvised a vision test in which I drew thick black marks on sheets of notebook paper and then stood about 20 feet away. The men showed me by holding up their fingers how many marks were on the page. How are the men? Talent asked me that night. In good health, I answered lamely. How old do you estimate them to be? He asked mildly. Eve's age, I replied. I was very certain about this. 60, give or take. 2 is perhaps a few years younger. His teeth are a little less worn, his vision a little sharper. I did not add that the vision test had surprised me. All 3 men's results were poorer than I had anticipated. At first, I thought that they had not understood the test, but when I stepped closer to them, it became clear that they knew what they were to do. They were simply incapable of doing it. Ah, said Talent, and was silent for a bit. You're right about 2. He is younger than the others. He paused again. 2 is 40, Uva just turned 41, and Fa is 42. He said this without triumph, only a sad kind of wonderment. Then it was I who had nothing to say. But they can't be, I said uselessly. Talent smiled his brief, melancholy smile. They're elders in this country, he said. They are what 40-year-olds look like here. The question is, and he nodded in Eve's direction, why a 60-year-old looks like a 40-year-old. Well, I admitted, then there's a simple explanation. I'm wrong. She's not 60. She must be closer to their age. I don't think so, said Talent, and he called over to Fa, who, once he saw where Talent was heading, came only reluctantly. All of the guides avoided Eve, but Fa perhaps most assiduously. He stopped a few feet short of her, and when Talent pushed aside her fat beaver's tail of matted hair to show him the mark, he craned his neck forward, lifting his heels and lowering his torso like a crane rather than taking one step closer to her. But when he saw the tattoo, his reaction was immediate. For a moment, he froze in that strange stance, his hands still held behind his back in a parody of an English gentleman,
and then slowly moved closer to her. As Talent had that first time, he let his fingertips just hover over the mark and then jerked them away as if he'd been burned. His jabberings to Talent sounded furious, and although I could not understand his words, I could guess at their meaning. What is this? Is this a joke? And, through Talent's soothing, low tones, his reply as well. No, it's not a joke. Be calm. Be calm. Even all these days and conversations later, Uvuans still sounded to me like a blur of glottal stops and aggressive uhs chopped up by the same 3 or 4 graceless consonants. Many years later, in Maryland, I would stand on a playground watching some of my newly arrived sons and daughters be taunted by the neighborhood children, who would scoop their hands under their arms, chasing after them and making noises like cartoon gorillas, ooh ooh ah ah, coo ooh ka ah, and would not be able to stop myself from agreeing with their interpretation. Fa stamped off. He and Talent seemed not to have resolved their argument. Why is he so upset? I asked. Talent sighed. He recognizes Eve's mark, he said, pointing at Eve, who was now lowering herself to the earth with a series of hoggy grunts, as I knew he would. The mark of the Opaivuke is given only to those who reach the age of 60. It is given in a special ceremony, which is followed by a great feast. He was quiet. I have never witnessed it myself. I didn't understand, but why would that agitate him? Because Uvuans don't live to be 60. Ever? Fa doesn't know of anyone.
His great-grandmother, the longest-lived person in the known history of his village, that's what he kept repeating over and over, was 58 when she died. He has never heard of anyone who has lived to 60. It is an impossible age, and a coveted one. So you're right, Norton. Eve is 60, at least, and we need to figure out why and how she has lived this long. Esme arrived then, back from the stream, and Talent told her of what had happened. I sat near them, half listening, but really I was looking at Fa, who was standing slightly apart from his cousins, who, as Talent had predicted, were greedily devouring their salted vukaka, moaning with delight and relish, and looking up into the forest beyond. And suddenly, watching these short-lived creatures eating another short-lived creature, all of them spending their days searching only for a taste of something delicious, the jungle seemed a very sad place to me, and I longed to urge Fa to enjoy his vukaka while he could. He was 42 after all, and would surely not return to this island. But instead, I only watched the 3 of them as if they were figures in a diorama, while in low voices behind me, Talent and Esme puzzled over how an Ivuvuan could have possibly reached the ancient age of 60. The forest was, as Talent had described it, hushed and mossy and magical, and in it I could feel both its lull and its danger. It was dangerous because it lulled. I knew the forest was having its effect because of the way the guide's behavior changed around Eve. They weren't exactly friendly or casual. I could still see their small fingers tighten almost imperceptibly around their spears when they drew closer to her. But they talked to her in Uivuan, and sometimes even reached out to stroke her skin, a gentle skimming pet of a touch, never lingering, never with any pressure. Only Fa remained aloof, his gaze upon her inscrutable, although it was also he who came to me one night after dinner, and, pointing at Eve, said, "Eve," that was how he and Ta and Uva pronounced her name. "Yes," I said, "Eve." "Eve," he repeated, and handed me a stick, mimed writing on the ground. He was the only literate one of the 3 of them. Esme said his father had, for a period, attended one of the missionary schools, and he watched, curious, as I etched in the dirt her name in large capital letters. "Ah," he said, "Eve," saying it as an Uivuan word. "Eve," I corrected, but he smiled, the first time I had seen him smile. He and Eve had the same arrowheady teeth, and shook his head. "Eve," he repeated, and from then on she was Eve to us, Eve to the guides. And so we worked through the days in a sort of not unpleasant half-truce, each of us taking turns leading Eve. She was so forgetful, her attention span so limited, that we kept the rope knotted loosely around her neck like a collar, laying out her food, waiting as she dropped to the ground and sniffed and snorted.
One evening, after we had stopped for the day and were eating our own meal of manama fruit and spam and shures of velvety tree mushrooms that we knew, thanks to Eve, were edible, she suddenly heaved herself to her feet and began her flat-footed stomp into the woods beyond. Eve was capricious, her interest in things unpredictable and often perplexing, and there was always something both funny and irritating about how purposefully she would head off in one direction or another, one of us trotting dutifully behind, only to discover that the object of her fixation was nothing more exotic than a manama fruit trembling with hunos or a steady drip of water pocking against a large flat leaf. I was on Eve duty that night, and so I wearily had to leave my dinner and follow her, the long end of her leash trailing behind her like Rapunzel's braid. Her gait was so galumphing, so graceless, that I always found myself underestimating how quickly she really moved, and by the time she stopped at the edge of the clearing we'd chosen, I was panting and covered the last few yards slowly. She was staring into the forest beyond, all blackness and shadows. But again, I thought nothing of this. She could spend literally hours staring at nothing, her mouth agape, her eyes dull as coins. "Come, Eve," I told her, and it was when I bent to retrieve the loose end of the rope and coil it around my hand that I saw it, a gleam of pale, fatty yellow about 2 feet beneath me. I stepped back, and the yellow disappeared before winking once more into place. Time then seemed to yank into a long, zinging string, vibrating with a terrible, indiscernible significance, as if it were itself alive, a witness to what I might do next. I was terrified, of course. The others were not far behind me, maybe only a 7-minute walk, less if they moved quickly. But in that moment, I was unable to think of them, unable to think even, although I could hear her loud, regular breathing, hear the saw of her fingers as she rubbed them over her scalp. The only thing I could concentrate on was that lozenge of yellow, which seemed to blink and tease like a firefly. I thought suddenly of Greek mythology, of Hades, and that beyond this clearing were not trees but the waters of Acheron, and that the yellow smear was Charon's flickering lantern. But I had to know, and so I stepped forward, my hands stretched before me like a blind man's, groping in the dark, certain that my foot would land in the river's cold, fudgy muck. My fingers closed around the first thing they encountered, but so lost were my senses that it was another second or so before I was able to identify it as an arm, a disembodied arm that I could not see, but that had somehow taken shape within my grasp, or so it seemed. And then I found my voice and screamed, and Eve screamed with me, and the arm screamed too. And from behind it came other screams, all of us so loud that I could hear the forest wake and rearrange itself. Bird wings, bat wings, a chorus of flapping, of insects' patter, of colonies of unknown hidden beasts being roused from their idle and scuttling from one unseen tree branch to another. Our noises an insult to the forest's perfect crystalline calm. They were with me in what seemed no time at all, Talent and Esme and Ta and Uva and Fa, all of them, and then they were pulling at me, working my hand loose from the arm, and pulling the arm itself from the copse of trees beyond. And I saw it was a man, Eve's height, also naked, his face covered with a fantastic beard, his mouth still open in a scream, that yellow light, his teeth, the brightest thing against the black of his face. Behind him were arms, legs, hair, bone, and as Esme soothed Eve and Talent the new man, but who would comfort me, the guides were plucking from the darkness person after person, until there were 7 of them standing before us, 4 men and 3 women, naked and creatively half-clothed, clean and slovenly, talking and not. Really, we realized later, when we had assembled them at our camp, there was little to distinguish them as a group, other than they were all Ivuvuans, and all, we checked, bore the mark of the opaivoke on the backs of their necks. They were also, as far as I could determine, all in good physical health, their pulses, after they had calmed themselves, rhythmic, their teeth and gums strong. None of the men had spears, and their absence made the guides cluck and chatter to one another. To them it was a fearful deformation, as if their hearts were beating outside their chests.
It was a very long night, examining them, talking to them, with Eve, tied to a tree a few yards off, forgotten for the moment, although she seemed not to take offense. They all knew Eve. The apparent leader of the group, the one I had grabbed, was named Mua, and like the others, he appeared to be around Eve's age, a little older perhaps. But he, again like the others, was unlike Eve in one crucial way. He spoke. They all spoke, all coherently, some intelligently, others not so. But I will return to that in a moment. The important thing was that they had been looking for Eve, whose real name, it was revealed, was Pu, flower. She had wandered away from their group. They seemed for the most part happy to let Mua represent them, but then some of them would start talking, their voices lapping over one another like waves, and then the guides, who until then had sat silent and staring and frightened, their fingers wrapped around their spears, would start answering them or talking among themselves, and poor Fa would be swiveling his head back and forth from one of us to the next, trying to follow the various scatters of conversation. Finally, we made them lie down, and soon everyone was asleep, even Talent, and the forest resumed its impassive quiet. Only Fa and I stayed awake, the two of us on guard for the night, sitting across from each other while the other, 6 now instead of ones, sprawled in a misshapen ellipse between us. They were singularly ungraceful sleepers, their mouths yawning open, their hammy thighs twitching like a dog's, and in slumber they appeared a strange hybrid, their bodies those of sturdy children, their faces those of someone much older, a crone, a wizard, a sorcerer. Once I looked across the way toward Fa, who had not spoken a word since we had begun our watch. I could barely see him, so near total was the darkness, but he must have sensed that I was looking at him, for he bared his teeth at me in a gesture that felt reassuring, not malevolent, and I saw a flash of dingy white, proof that he was there with me, and that we were seeing the same thing and living the same dream, however unlikely it seemed. The next day belonged to me, and so while Talent and Esme began, with Fa's help, to interview some of the subjects, I was left to give the rest of them basic neurological tests. Simple, crude things, but no less interesting for that. And besides, they were the best I could manage. I had 2, who spoke a trace of English, assemble 3 things I knew the names of, and placed them in turn before each subject. Name, I asked, sitting on the peaty ground before one of these squatting dreamers with my notebook and ridiculous fountain pen. Why, I thought, as the ink smeared and perspired across the damp pages, had I brought a fountain pen? Kukina? Asked 2. Mua. They were Mua, Vanu, Ikana, Viu, these were the men, and Iviva, Vana, and Ukavi, these were the women. Iviva and Vana were sisters, fraternal twins, I guessed. Iviva was plumper and her face jollier, and Vana somehow dignified, or as dignified as one could be in her state. I presented them with an object. What is it? Eva, 2 translated. Manama. The next one. Eva. Hunono. The next one. The spear Fa had found. When I produced it, 2 recoiled for a moment, but then recovered and asked bravely, Eva? Mala Machina. Mala Machina, 2 agreed. Later, I would learn that the name for spear was actually just a la machina, but that both men had preceded the word with the honorific ma. And then I moved on to the next person. When I had interviewed all of them, Vana, despite her keen, intelligent eyes, misidentified the manama as something called a ponona. 2 drew a shark-like creature on the ground before me, jabbing at it and repeating ponona, ponona. And both Vanu and Viu were unable to name any of the objects. I sat again in front of Mua and asked him to name the objects I'd shown him. Communicating to Uva what I needed required the help of both Talent and Fa. He remembered the Hunono and the Alamakina, but not the Manama. And it was the same with the others. They could not properly remember the objects that I'd shown them less than an hour before. Only Ukavi got all 3 words correct, and recollecting them took her a full 5 minutes, most of which she spent staring at a tree, as if the items themselves might suddenly appear before her. Their results were so poor that I was forced once again to borrow Fa, whom I instructed to rerun the test. He had a low, gentle voice, Fa, and although I couldn't understand what he was saying, I imagined from his quiet, coaxing tone that he was offering them encouragement. What did you see? You remember. Tell me. But his results were no better than Tuz, and indeed, I could see that some of the group were growing tired, their eyes slipping away from Faz before he even began to speak. There was so much I was unable to test. I could not ask them to read a sentence and repeat it back to me, for they did not know how to read. Some Wivuans, Talent had told me, could still read Olalu, their prehistoric hieroglyphic alphabet, but when I had to trace some basic symbols on a piece of paper, man, woman, sea, sun, they stared at them incomprehensively. I could not ask them what day it was, for, embarrassingly, I no longer knew myself. Besides, the difficulty wasn't simply that their memories were poor, it was that their attention spans were so brief. But although they all suffered from mental impairment, their physical condition was, like Eve's, impressive. Their reflexes sharp, their balance and coordination excellent. Without warning, I tossed the manama, its surface long broken and lively with worms after so much handling, to Mua, who reached out and caught it quite naturally before throwing it back to me in a lovely, clean arc. And like Eve, they all had impressive hearing. I stood 2 feet from Ukavi and rubbed my fingers near her right ear, only to have the other 7 and 2 turn quickly in the direction of the sound, which seemed to me no more than a whisper. They were sensitive to smell, to touch. I traced a fern tip down the sole of their left foot, and they jerked it away as if I had cut them with a blade. But like the others, their vision was poor. As I widened the distance between Mua and myself for our game of catch, I noticed at one point that his eyes were closed, and I realized he was listening for the sound of the fruit parting the air, not watching for it at all. At the last second, he stretched out an arm, and the manama landed with a thunk in his palm, flesh striking flesh. They also, not inconsequentially, looked very healthy, healthier in some ways than a 60-year-old in the States. Yes, the women's teats were stretched and obviously depleted, but their faces were smooth, and the men's hair still mostly black. Like the guides, they wore it twisted into a plush knot at the base of their skulls. And all of them had extravagant blooms of pubic hair, so thick that from a distance it was a bit of a shock, as if some vole-like creature had grafted itself onto their skin. Like the guides, they were muscled and dexterous, if not necessarily quick. They had Eve's affectless, slump-shouldered stump, which made them appear curiously resigned. Theirs was the shuffle of people leaving the factory after a long day of numbing work, or slouching down the aisle toward their prison cell. It was an exhausting day, and it wasn't until the air once again grew blurred and thick with nightfall that we were able to talk with Mua. Anyone who saw him with the others would immediately have been able to single him out as the leader. He looked at you directly, unlike the others, whose gaze drifted from you uninterestedly almost instantly, and he was the cleanest and, though this ought not to have mattered, also the most competently and fully dressed. Ikana and Ukavi and Iviva all had some semblance of clothing, though they seemed to interpret it more as decoration than as utility. All Ikana wore around his waist was a necklace woven from some vines from which dangled 5 sharp teeth. Human, I wondered? And Ukavi wore a short band of stiff, fibrous cloth draped uselessly around her neck like a scarf. Iviva had some of that same cloth. Later, when I felt it, I realized it was not as brittle as it appeared, but instead had a soft, fawny texture, tied in a strange lump around her right upper thigh. I presented them with an object. What is it? Eva, 2 translated. Manama. The next one. Eva? Hunono. The next one. The spear Fa had found. When I produced it, 2 recoiled for a moment, but then recovered and asked bravely, Eva? Mala Makina. Mala Makina, 2 agreed. Later, I would learn that the name for spear was actually just a la Makina, but that both men had preceded the word with the honorific ma. And then I moved on to the next person. When I had interviewed all of them, Vanna, despite her keen, intelligent eyes, misidentified the manama as something called a ponona. 2 drew a shark-like creature on the ground before me, jabbing at it and repeating Ponona, Ponona. And both Vanu and Viu were unable to name any of the objects. I sat again in front of Mua and asked him to name the objects I'd shown him. Communicating to Uva what I needed required the help of both talent and Fa. He remembered the Hunono and the Alamakina, but not the Manama. And it was the same with the others. They could not properly remember the objects that I'd shown them less than an hour before. Only Ukavi got all 3 words correct, and recollecting them took her a full 5 minutes, most of which she spent staring at a tree, as if the items themselves might suddenly appear before her. Their results were so poor that I was forced once again to borrow Fa, whom I instructed to rerun the test. He had a low, gentle voice, Fa, and although I could not understand what he was saying, I imagined from his quiet, coaxing tone that he was offering them encouragement. What did you see? You remember. Tell me. But his results were no better than Tuz, and indeed, I could see that some of the group were growing tired, their eyes slipping away from Fa's before he even began to speak. There was so much I was unable to test. I could not ask them to read a sentence and repeat it back to me, for they did not know how to read. Some Wivuans, Talent had told me, could still read Olalu, their prehistoric hieroglyphic alphabet. But when I had to trace some basic symbols on a piece of paper, man, woman, sea, sun, they stared at them
But Mua wore his cloth fastened around his groin, and although it covered not much of anything, his pubic hair made a bristling hedge above it, it seemed the closest approximation to practicality. I'm going to ask him some questions, Talent told me. As he answers, I'll translate, and I need you to write down what I say as accurately as possible. He looked at me, his face unreadable. Talent had chosen me to help him. Esme, along with the guides, would be watching over the others in the clearing uphill from us, and was already busy leading them to the stream for some water. All right? All right, I said. I felt, for some reason, frightened, both of what I would hear and of not rendering it correctly. It seemed, though Talent had said nothing of the sort, that there was something crucial and irreproducible about this interview, this moment, and I had the sudden image of myself in the foggy, gray-haired future, standing before a rapt audience and telling them, this is where it began. This is where I learned the great secret, though, of course, I had no idea what secret I was even supposed to be desiring to learn. Let's begin, said Talent, and took a breath and turned to Mua, who tipped his head attentively, ready for what might follow. And so I raised my pen. My family was not like the other families, said Mua. Other families here on Ivuvivu, they are born on Ivuvivu and they die here, and it is the same with their parents and grandparents and everyone in their family. Ivuvivu is their world, and there is nothing else. But my father was not from Ivuvivu. He was from Uivu, and there his family were planters. They planted makava trees. Do you know what those are? They are like manamas, but the fruit is smaller and pinker, and the flesh is sweeter. But they don't have hunos, so people here don't care for them as much. One day, a day in the year the great king died, my father's mother grew very sick. She groaned and tossed from side to side. The pain seemed to come from her stomach, which was large and hard. For a day and a night she thrashed and screamed, and my father, he had 12 wanas then, didn't know what to do. His father was away in the Makava Grove, where he spent every liliaka harvesting the crops. The grove was not too farmy. Father could have reached it in a day if he hurried, but it would mean leaving behind his 5 younger brothers and sisters, and his mother, through her moans, had made him promise to watch over them. So what could he do? Nothing. He had to stay and watch his mother flop on her mat like a suffocating fish. On the second night, my father's mother's screams grew louder, and the neighbors who had come to hold her hand and slap her cheeks, calling her name so that she would come back to herself and rid herself of whatever was inside her, decided they had to have someone perform kaka. This was a very old practice that involved cutting away the flesh of whatever ailed you and burying it. My father's father was a kaka practitioner.
And when I was a child, my father would tell me how he watched him once crack a woman's skull like a coconut with a blunt piece of wood held to one side of the woman's head, which he struck with a rock repeatedly. The woman's insides oozed out, and then my father's father's father stitched her back up with tava thread, and after that, she had no more pains in her head ever again. At that time in my father's village, there was only one remaining kaka practitioner. There had once been many, but then the hu'alas arrived, and there were fewer. The kaka practitioner came over and chanted to my father's mother, and the Nober women held her down as she bucked and shouted. My father and his sisters and brothers were made to wait outside their hut, but there was a small window, and because my father was the tallest, he was just able to peer over the edge and watch as the kaka man took out a long stick, maybe from my father's makava grove, where he was harvesting crops because it was liliaka, and which he had carved into a sharp point. And my father watched as he held it high above his head and then drove it into the stomach of my father's mother, who screamed so loudly that my father promised that the roof of the house shook and trembled. The kaka man carved a large wedge of flesh out of my father's mother's stomach and held it again above his head, chanting to Aaka and Ivuvivu to save my father's mother, to heal her and comfort her. Then he wrapped the piece of flesh in some tava cloth that he would have pounded that morning and asked one of the neighbor women to bury it under a kanava tree. My father's mother was screaming and screaming. Just as the neighbor women were leaving the hut, and by this time the entire village had gathered outside, chanting for the sick woman, and some were preparing to leave and retrieve my father's father, whose groves were a day away if they hurried, and where he was harvesting makava fruit, my father's mother's screams became louder, so loud that the animals of the village, the pigs and chickens and horses, began screaming too, and my father said the whole world seemed made of sound and nothing else. He was tired from standing on his toes to look in the window, but he lifted himself up again in time to see the kaka man reach into my mother's stomach and lift something out of it. From my father's perspective, it looked like a great gleaming wad of pale fat, the kind that the women would render from horses and cook with. But then it slipped from the kaka man's hands and fell to the ground, where, to my father's alarm, it cracked like a stone, shattering into many shards on the earth. Then there was a great uproar, and the kaka man was pointing at my father's mother and saying that she had had an opaivuike inside of her, and that she had been carrying a god inside her all along. When the villagers heard this, they started rushing into the small hut to see proof of the opaivuike, and when they saw what remained of it, its shell broken in pieces, they started wailing, and the men rushed home to get their spears. It was unclear, my father said, what they meant to do. Was his mother a demon, as some said, for carrying the god, or was she to be worshipped for doing so? Why had she not said anything? What did it mean that she was carrying an opaivuake? Nothing like this had ever happened before, and so they did not know whether my father's mother was good fortune or bad, whether she must be slain or healed. Lost in all of this was the kaka man, who surely bore much of the blame for breaking the god, but who had somehow managed to slip away, but not before convincing the others, for kaka men are known for their ability to persuade people, for their gifted tongues, that he deserved all of the glory and none of the blame for what had happened. But before the villagers could decide what to do with my father's mother, she died, and the people, who were angry at how she decided her fate before they could, set fire to my father's house and then ran after my father and his siblings, the women leaping out of trees, ululating in that fierce way women have, to scare my father and his sisters and brothers into running in one direction, then another, whereupon the women's husbands would leap out and stab them with their spears. But my father, because he was the oldest, was the fastest runner, and after he saw his second sister die, he ran as fast as he could toward his father's makava groves, where he was harvesting his crop. He ran, and eventually he came upon a great hog lying dead on the side of the path. This was strange, because hogs normally kept to the jungles and always traveled in packs. Sometimes a sick hog might wander off by itself, but it was very rare. Even though the hog appeared dead, my father was wary. Many remarkable things had happened already, and the sight of the lone hog did not seem a good omen. He slowed his pace and walked carefully toward the hog. But as he grew close, he cried out, because it was not a hog at all, but his father, burned so black that my father had mistaken the little dried flakes of skin that were lifting in the breeze for a hog's sharp quills. My father said that later he would remember most vividly how his father lay, with his arms and legs bent and tucked into his body, how the fire had been so complete that his legs seemed to have fused into one large trunk. He knew that he must have been on his way home and attacked by some of the village men who had seen the turtle that was inside my father's mother. Now my father was an orphan and alone. He had begun the day as the oldest child of 6, with a father who had macava trees and a mother and sisters and brothers. But now he had nothing. He could not return to his village, and he knew no one else who might help him. His father's and mother's siblings had died long before, and there was no other person he knew in the world. My father crawled into a canava tree not far from his father's charred body. That night, he dreamed that Opaivweke came to him and told him that his mother was cursed for carrying one of his descendants in her womb, but that my father could reverse this curse if, that is, he left behind everything he knew and traveled to Ivuivu, from which he could never return. The next morning, my father awoke both frightened and determined. Ivuans simply did not go to Ivuivu. Ivuivu was, my father said, a land inhabited solely by dads and spirits and monsters. Sometimes he had listened to the adults of the village tell stories at night about Ivuivu, about how in the dark the island came alive and roamed the seas, its huge bulk cleaving the waters and upsetting the tides before returning to its spot before dawn. He had heard stories of how trees there talk in whispery rushes, how stones slid silently across the ground, how there were plants that fed on flesh. Everyone had claimed to know some foolish person who had once gone there to explore and who had never returned. But my father knew he had no choice, and at any rate, he knew from what had happened to his father that while Ivuivu held the likelihood of danger and death, remaining on Ivuivu guaranteed it. My father went down to the shore. He had nothing to trade, nothing to give, and even if he had, there were very few fishermen who would venture as far as Ivuivu. The trip would take almost a day, and that, and their fear, meant that convincing someone to carry him by boat would be impossible. Oh, my father thought, if only I could fly, if only I could swim like a dolphin. And then he thought of the turtle's dream and felt anger and then despair. How could he fulfill such an impossible command? As my father stood near the shore, very sad, he suddenly saw something dark sliding beneath the water's surface. My father assumed it was a school of the skinny, silvery fish that anyone could scoop up with a bit of homemade net and then cook over an open fire, their bones so fine you could eat them whole. But then, to my father's great astonishment, the thing rose, and my father saw that it was an enormous turtle, the biggest he had ever seen, both taller and wider than he was, its feet as large as Loa ferns, paddling the water in brisk, forceful strokes and staring at my father with its slow yellow eyes. My father was so amazed he found himself unable to move. But then the turtle waddled the top half of his body onto land, and my father understood that he was to straddle the turtle's back, and the turtle would take him to Ivuivu. My father had never felt exhilaration like the kind he experienced riding atop the turtle. The turtle swam gingerly through the shallows, careful not to scratch his feet on the great oceans of coral. But once they were in open water, his swimming became swift and powerful, and they passed groups of sharks, pods of whales, and once a magnificent fleet of other Opaivwekes, hundreds of them, each as big as the one he was riding, who lifted their heads from the water and stared at him as if in salute with a multiplicity of glowing eyes. In no time at all, they were at Ivuivu, and as my father was climbing off the turtle's back, he was for a moment certain that the turtle, who had been watching him with his big eyes, as large and yellow as mangoes, was going to speak to him. But the turtle did not, only blinked at my father and turned and swam back to sea, while my father kept his head bowed in the turtle's direction, in respect, until he could no longer hear the turtle's strokes, only the sound of the waves. For the next many days, my father walked. Although he listened as hard as he could, he never heard the trees speak to one another, and although he stayed awake as long as he could, he never once felt the island make its nighttime perambulations. But he did see flocks of strange birds, their plumage bright blue and yellow and red against the forest, who swaggered through the trees in bustling, clucking groups, and branches so thick with chattering vuacas that they sagged under their weight, and macava groves so wild and tangled with fruit that his father would have wept to see them. After a very long time, my father reached a village, and there, although it was not easy, the people were suspicious and thought him a ghost, he was finally welcomed, and on his 14th birthday given his spear. And eventually he made a family. But even after all these years, no one ever believed my father was from another place. They did not believe in Ivuivu. And why should they? They couldn't see it. My father's claim that this island was one of 3 that made a country called Ivuivu was information they had never heard before and had no reason to believe. To us, Ivuiwans, Ivuivu is the world, no more, no less. For many years, I myself did not believe my father's stories. I thought they were tales he had made up to amuse us. But eventually, I began to think he might be telling me the truth after all. Why? Well, first, my father is a very honest person. I have never known him to insist that something is true when it is not. And second, he has told this same story for so many years now. I can only believe in him, and because he is my father, I must. You must remember that the entire time Mua was speaking, I was looking only at Talent. I could not understand Mua's words, of course, so I tried to interpret how Talent was reacting to them by watching his face. It was not very illuminating. I have to imagine that Talent was changing some of the words as he went, making Mua's sentences lovelier and more complex, but I was unable to gauge his reaction. His voice only strode onward, his tone calm and unchanging, even when Mua's voice pitched up in excitement and then crested down. Later, when Talent and Esme and I read over my notes and things were explained to me and put into their proper context, I would marvel at just how calm he had remained, how well he had been able to compose himself, when with each sentence Mua spoke, he must have felt himself moving closer and closer to a discovery he had not even known to imagine for himself. Only once did I hear Talon's voice change, and much later I would wish that I had been watching him more closely at that moment, that I had thought to seize the image in my head and preserve it in wax, so that I might always be able to look upon it as one of those rare moments in which one senses the plates of the world shift beneath one, and life is forever altered. On one side of the buckling earth is the past, and on the other side the present, and there is no soldering the two together ever again. I'm going to ask Mua when his father died, Talent murmured to me, his eyes still on Mua.
Mua? Ekoa huata kuaku make? Mua responded quickly, tossing his arm toward the group, and as he did, I saw Talent grow absolutely still, and in that instant, as strange as it will sound, I had the sense that he was trying to shrink into himself, to pitch himself backward into the soft floor of the jungle, which might open like the mouth of a great beast and swallow him, gently, whole. "He's still alive," said Talent, and then he looked at me, and in the night, we had been interviewing Mua for at least an hour by then. His face, under the copper of his skin, was as pale as bone. "Vanu is his father. Mua says we can speak to him if we like." It took an entire day of Esme and Talent talking to each other, to me, to make me fully comprehend the implications of Mua's story. By this time, we were moving again. The dreamers, as I had come to think of them, for their somnambulist's drool, their dopey half-glaze of clarity, as if they were slogging through a thick sediment of sleep, separated into 3 groups, bound together by their wrists with a long string of vine which was fastened to the waist of one of the guides.
We were headed again uphill, but in no particular direction, for Mua was unable, or perhaps unwilling, to explain to us where his village was. But uphill seemed the only possibility. To our left and right, the forest had once again closed in. The tree trunks nudged together so tightly that only the faintest ringlets of ferns could penetrate the millimeters between them. Of course, the first thing I had done after Talent had finished translating was to pluck Vanu from the group. He had been sleeping and flicked away my hand several times, grouchily, before I was able to rouse him and bring him over to Mua. I watched him as Talent tried to negotiate a conversation between the three of them. Did he look, even as I was thinking it, I couldn't believe I was even entertaining the question, older than Mua? Maybe, I thought, if Mua looked 60 or thereabouts, Vanu appeared maybe 5 or 6 years older. And was there a resemblance? Perhaps. Both had the same flat cheekbones, the same jutting lower jaw, the same low forehead carved up with horizontal grooves like a bit of bark. But on the other hand, they all looked the same to me. And had I brought over Ika Anna instead of Vanu, would I not have been able to see a similarity as well? But later, when I was speaking with Talent, or trying to, at any rate, Esme, who had been so slow throughout most of our ascent, was now trotting after us like a small white dog and telling him of my observations. I was informed that I had missed the more important information that, as Esme seemed pleased to tell me, I could not have understood the significance of. The first thing was, apparently, the matter of the king. "Do you remember when Mua said that his father was 12 in the year the king died?" asked Talent. "Of course," I said, "but that could be any king, right? The current king's father, perhaps?" It could have had he just said the king, but he didn't. He used a particular honorific, ma, which is used only in association with one particular king, King Vaka I, the king to unite the islands. And when did King Vaka I die? I said nothing. Of course, I didn't know. "In 1831, chirped Esme from nowhere. "Right," said Talent. I had the distinct sense then that he and Esme had been practicing this call-in response the night before, and I resolved right then that I would not participate in their little theater. "And do you remember, Norton, how Mua spoke of the Kaka healer?" "Yes," I said, and had again a vision of the healer holding the stone baby aloft in his hands, his chants and the women's cries filling the close, tiny hut. Well, Kaka was outlawed by King Vaka I's son, King Maku, in 1850, upon penalty of death. "So, actually, 1849, said Esme, all but panting with excitement. "Sorry, 1849. "So that means—" "Yes, but surely there were people who disobeyed, if this was a tradition." "You don't understand, Norton," said Esme, and so intense was the effort I expended to keep from slapping her that I felt myself grow dizzy. Ivuans do not disobey the king, ever. "So what are you saying?" I hurried on before Talent could chime in with his agreement and the two could remind me how stupid I was. "That Vanu was born in 1831? "Actually, he'd have been born in 1819, said Talent peaceably. I stopped then and looked at them. "Please," I said, "please don't tell me that you believe him." "Why not?" asked Talent in the same calm, reasonable tone. For a moment, I did not trust myself to speak. Oh gosh, I realized, I have made a terrible mistake. I thought of Sereni, his gusting, benign presence, the sad and resigned look he had fixed me with when I had told him, without any thought, that I would be delighted to fly off to an island I'd never heard of with an anthropologist I'd never heard of for almost half a year. I felt myself gripped by an intense desire to get off the island, followed almost immediately with a dull sort of ache I would never escape. I was aware then of how lonely I was, here with the dreamers and the guides and Talent who was frustratingly out of my reach, and ugly, charmless Esme with her round, shiny face and her khaki shorts that bunched at her crotch. "Well," I said, as calmly as I could, "the turtle, for one." "Oh," said Talent, waving his hand as if I were a waiter offering him a dish he did not care for. "Forget the turtle for a minute. What's important is—" "The stone baby," I continued. "But those do exist," Esme interrupted. "And are exceedingly rare," I finished. But Talent, I pleaded. I needed to know, and I feared his answer. You're not implying that you really believe Vanu to be 131 years old, are you? Talent looked at me for a long moment before answering, and when he spoke next, his voice was gentle again. I know it seems improbable, even impossible, Norton, he said, but I can find no other conclusion. And besides, and here he swept his arm out, indicating everything that was around us, the trees with their microscopic monkeys and massive sloths, the stones bearded with green, and the rocks stubbled with moss, and, ahead of us, Eve and her people shuffling behind the guides in a slow, ragged line. What about this place is not impossible? And to that I unfortunately had no answer. Even Esme was silent. After a while, there was nothing left to do but continue walking, and for quite some time none of us spoke, and the sounds of the jungle stepped in to supply the conversation we could not have. So there I was, a scientist, presumably, a doctor, allegedly, and a colleague, regrettably, of two people who were convinced that a man who appeared to be 65 was actually 131. I knew that they thought I was being rigid and intellectually incurious and boringly conservative, and I knew too that they knew I thought them ridiculous and undisciplined and dangerously fanciful. The difference was that only one of us was bothered by this. Esme, in fact, seemed overjoyed, cleaving to Talent like a flake of fungus to a damp sapling. It was difficult not to sulk. Even Talent, whose ability to notice the everyday shifts of emotions normal people experienced was rather less than stellar, swung into step with me for a minute. "Don't worry, Norton," he said, handing me a manama fruit, bruised, bulging, busy with huno-nos, which I by this time felt confident enough to admit I really didn't like. It was also difficult to admit that in my desire to introduce some scientific rigor and logic into the process, I had unintentionally given Talent and Esme even more fodder for their fairy tale. I had made us re-interview all of our foundlings in a process I had hoped would help us determine their true ages. This, however, had proved more challenging than I'd hoped, chiefly because it seemed that there were very few recorded events on Ivuavu. They had here no notion of the king, no notion of time, no notion of history.
They had never seen a huala before. They continued to stare at us, alone and in groups, in silence, the bolder ones plucking at our wrists and trying to examine us more closely in an artless echo of our examinations of them. But this piece of ignorance was of no help, as no huala had ever set foot on Ivuivu before. Indeed, one of the most memorable events of the past decades, I couldn't bring myself to say the word century, was Vanu's arrival, a day that Ikaana and Viu, Ivaiva and Vana all claimed to remember. Each told the story a little differently, embroidered and embellished in various ways. Viu's rendering had Vanu arriving like a Micronesian Vishnu on the back of a monstrous, trudging Opavweke, but they all remembered it. Skinny little Vanu, his funny, torn tava-cloth bloomers, too young even to have earned his first spear. The twins both claimed that they had been in the midst of their wedding ceremony when suddenly, disrupting the celebrations, there was Vanu, unable to move his eyes from the side of pork roasting over the fire for the feast that would follow. Only Ukavi said that she had not yet been born to witness Vanu's entry into her life. But then, she did remember being a young girl and watching Vanu get married. Like the others, her memories grew more complete and assured the deeper into the past she reached. He'd have been about 17 when he was married, said Talent later, his pen bobbing over his notebook. So Ukavi was born shortly after he arrived, which means she's approximately, 109, 108? Around there. But it was Ikaana's story that really made him and Esme excited. For Ikaana, it emerged, had been born 5 years before the Great Earthquake, the one event that everyone on Ivuivu seemed to remember. This was a terrible catastrophe for the islands, felt as far away as Fiji to the west and Hawaii to the north. Uivan mythology explained it as a passionate lovers' quarrel between Ivuivu and Aka, over what, no one seemed to know, a war in which the gods, each determined to destroy the other, assaulted one another with all the weaponry they had.
Aka enlisting his siblings, the gods of the skies, to storm and rage on his behalf, and Ivuwivu riling the waters into towering waves, ones that reached so far into the sky they almost scraped the sun. After it was over, the two never fought again, in part, so the story went, because they realized their powers were evenly matched, and one would never be able to overwhelm the other, and in part because their old and long-suffering friend Opavweke had begged them to stop, and neither god could bear to see him made unhappy by them. In Uivan, the earthquake was known as Kaweha, the fight. I was a small child during Kaweha, said Ikaana to Talent, but I remember how the ground beneath me split and cracked like a noaka fruit, and how my mother ran with me into a nest of loa ferns and held me until the gods stopped their arguing. And I remember how, when we made our way back to the village, the cooking fires had spread, and the Malays were on fire, and how my mother said we were lucky it was the beginning of Uka, because the rains would soon be coming and we would be safe. That night we prayed and danced to the gods in their happiness, and there has never been another fight since. He said a great deal more, and although Talent leaned forward, asking questions and writing, he translated nothing else for me. And when I asked him what else Ikaana had said, he only looked thoughtful and said he needed to think about it for a while. Think about what? I asked, but he didn't answer. But anyway, the important part. Kaweha had taken place in 1779. Ikaana was therefore about 176. He can't be, I protested, the panic rising up again, nearly choking me. It's 1950, said Talent, calmly but with a slight edge to his voice. He was growing frustrated with me. He was 5 during Kaweha. Math doesn't lie, Norton. Math didn't lie. But everything else did. Talent was right about one thing, though. It was 1950. A few yards off, Ikaana sat, slightly rheumy-eyed, eating his portion of spam. Next to him sat Fa, his fingers fanning out and then closing again around his spear. And although I could have reached them in a few long strides, I still couldn't have told you simply by looking who was the younger and who was the older, who was the madman and who was on my side. Of all the characters who have populated the last half-century of anthropology, Paul Joseph Talent, 1916, is arguably both the most fascinating and the most unknowable. Thought to have been born to a mother of Sioux extraction, he was raised from a toddler at the St. Joseph's Orphanage for Boys in the town of Cloud Prairie, just outside of Pierre, South Dakota. The town's territory, if not its name, is now a suburb of the capital. St. Joseph's was a Catholic orphanage with a disproportionately large number of Indian boys. It was known for training its charges in various vocations, including plumbing and carpentry. Talent, however, attracted the attention of one of his teachers, a brother Peter. His lay name was Michael Talent, and it is from him that Talent undoubtedly took his surname, as all of the boys at St. Joseph's were automatically given the name of Joseph, who mentored him and secured him a scholarship to a Catholic boys' boarding school in Pierre, St. Francis. Talent excelled at St. Francis and went on to win admittance to first Dartmouth, AB 1937, and then the University of Chicago, where he received his Ph.D. in 1941. Like Norton, Talent was granted an exemption from service, although it's unknown on what grounds. He was indeed, as Norton notes, very handsome, a fact that contributed to the aura of heroic romance that later came to surround him. Talent was immediately considered something of a prodigy in his field, first at Chicago, where he stayed to lecture for 3 years after receiving his doctorate, and then at Stanford, which would become his permanent academic home. While at Chicago, he found a mentor in the renowned anthropologist Leo Duplessis, who was at the time studying the reproductive rituals of the Hawawa people, a small tribe that lived in the jungles of Papua New Guinea. He was no doubt responsible for Talent's intellectual leanings and fields of interest. It is thought that Duplessis, who died in 1943, assisted Talent in his first trip to Uivu later that year, but this is not documented in Duplessis's papers, so cannot be definitively stated. Chief among the many frustrations Talent's later biographers and scholars would encounter was their subject's lack of journals or papers of his own. Indeed, most scholars find it difficult to believe that Talent, who was so scrupulous about documenting every detail while in the field, should not have left behind a personal diary, or at the very least correspondence. This absence, along with his work and his still mysterious disappearance, which Norton will discuss later, has naturally only heightened the intrigue that surrounds Talent, and several historians have been at work for many years now trying to compile definitive biographies of his life. Norton, who is among the people who worked with him the most closely and at the most significant period of his scholarship, is often approached by them for interviews and insights. In my opinion, however, it seems a job more suited for a novelist than for a historian. Among the unknowns of Talent's life are his sexual predilections, his parentage, the specifics of his childhood, his romantic life, if any, and, of course, the manner of his death. He has become fertile ground for conspiracy theorists of all make, and is even revered as something of a mystic among certain fringe elements of the liberal arts community. This was actually untrue.
While Duff, who was at the time a lecturer in the anthropology department at Stanford, her specialty was Micronesian village life, had accompanied Talent on his previous 2 trips to the island, she had never been known among her colleagues as a linguist, and her understanding of the language was considered by later Ivuavan scholars to be rudimentary at best. However, she was certainly not quick to correct any misunderstandings regarding her fluency. All 3 of the guides were boar hunters on Ivuvu, where the hogs mostly keep to the forests on the Taimamana range. They would have had great expertise not only scaling steep inclines, but negotiating rough jungle terrain. Later, Norton would speculate that Talent might have been referring to a series of experiments that were conducted at St. Joseph's around 1910 by a phrenologist named Murrow Upton, whose theories about skull size and proportion were considered quite fashionable at the turn of the century. Upton was particularly fond of saying that the Indians had been biologically ordained to lose their lands to the Europeans, which he was convinced could be proved by measuring their skulls, which he posited were both smaller and lighter than those of various European ethnicities. The Opaivweke remains the only turtle in recorded history that can live in both freshwater and saltwater for sustained periods of time. Literally, my spear, myself. This concept, la, which Norton here translates as meaningless, though others have interpreted it as something closer to the Zen Buddhist concept of mu, or nothingness, is arguably the most important governing principle in traditional Yuvuan philosophy, not to be confused with their mythology or their religion, which is largely animistic. In The Land of Law, New York, Farrar Straus Giroux, 1987, the theologian David Holt even argues that although Buddhism never reached Yuvuan shores, the core values of the belief system are closer to early Buddhism than the way the religion is currently interpreted and adhered to throughout Asia today. In fact, Holt writes, "We can see the Yuvuan philosophy as a sort of Buddhism, an argument for the theory that the belief system, and by extension, history's other major religions, was an inevitability, that its tenets are something man was destined to create for himself. I myself have a law story, one I have always remembered from when I visited Ivuvu in 1972. It was very hot, and I was disoriented and groggy from the humidity, the bugs, the stenches. As I walked through the town's circle of poor, flimsy huts, I came upon a group of 3 little Ivuvuan girls, all half naked, holding hands and moving slowly in a circle, chanting. They had the sort of high, pretty voices only very small children have, sweet even in their tunelessness, and I watched them move round and round, singing their song. Later, however, when I told Norton of what I had witnessed, he said he knew exactly what the girls had been chanting. A nursery rhyme, I guessed, but it wasn't. It was the first verses an Ivuan child learns, a chant sung at both births and deaths. What is life? La. What is death? La. What is the sun, the water, the sky, the forest? La. What is my house, my pig, my beads, my friends? La. But what is life without my spear? Oh, la, la, la. Among the many things that were unique to the Ivuans was their way of measuring time. The Ivuan ana, or year, is divided into 4 periods of 100 days each. First comes waka, or wet season, when it rains literally every day, sometimes for hours at a stretch. Then comes liliwaka, or small rain season, when the air is still damp but the rainfall less frequent and the temperature warmer. The next season, liliaka, or small sun, is the most pleasant.
There is rain in the morning, but it burns off quickly, and the rest of the day is sunny and fairly arid, or as arid as a tropical climate can be. Last comes Waka, the hottest season, when rain arrives only in unexpected, stingy splatters, and even the trees seem to wilt under the relentless sun. Although Norton does not specify, his journeys in Uivuvu probably began around the end of Liliwaka. Aside from these 4 seasons, the Uivuans were remarkable for not measuring any increment of time. They had no sense of hours, minutes, weeks, or months. Even their numeric system only went up to 1,000. A day began when the sun rose, or, in the case of Waka, when the sky lightened, and ended when the sun set, or the night descended. People's birthdays were marked by which day during the season they were born. So, for example, someone born on the 17th day of the small sun season would say that they had marked a year on Liliwaka Oholole, or small sun 17. This means that because of their 400-day year, a 60-year-old Uivuan would actually be 65.7 by the Western calendar. But Norton has used the Uivuan calendar throughout this narrative to avoid confusion, as the majority of Uivuan scholars have in subsequent studies and writings. The past 3 decades have seen an erosion of many of the most compelling and distinct Uivuan traditions, the result of a growing interest in the country, which Norton always found himself to blame, and a great influx of Christian and Mormon missionaries, who were able, through their 20th century efforts, to gain a toehold that their 19th century predecessors were not. Today, the majority of Uivuans adhere to the Western calendar and are fully conversant with, though do not necessarily abide by, Uivuans are notoriously tardy, the civilized world's definition of time. Of course, this is no longer true. Like everyone else on the planet, the Uivuans have gotten taller, fatter, and longer-lived, themselves participants in that modern paradox in which we find ourselves becoming simultaneously healthier and less healthy. Today, the average Uivuan man lives to be 63. Women typically live a year or 2 longer. And although dysentery has been more or less eradicated with the introduction of plumbing, the primary cause of death for both men and women is currently heart disease, something once virtually unheard of in the islands, but now, given their new tinned food-heavy diet and love of alcohol, depressingly common. The Uivuans and Ivuans spoke the same tongue, but Ivuuans are now considered by linguists to speak pure Uivuan, the original version of the language unsullied and unchanged by, say, Western influences. A good example of this can be found in the word for hut. In Ivuvuwu, a hut was known as a Malay, but in Uivu, it had become simply a Malay, apparently changed after a protracted and heavily concerted effort by a pedant of a late 19th century missionary named Daniel Makepeace, who decided he would rid the language of its distracting glottal stops and what he characterized as its extraneous syllables. In the Ivuvuans' language was a record not only of a people without encounters with the rest of the world, but of a people completely ignorant of technology, jobs, and even, largely, time. There were no words for doctor, for example, a village midwife and a village herbman administered to the pregnant and sick, or light, as in electric light, or of any country other than their own. Indeed, as isolated as Uivu often seemed to visitors, its inhabitants at least had some idea of the peoples and innovations and cultures that existed outside their own, even if they showed remarkably little interest in encountering them in person. A lithopedion, or stone baby, is a condition in which the fetus dies in utero and, being too large to be reabsorbed by the body, as the death usually occurs after the first trimester, instead calcifies to spare its host from infection. A woman can live perfectly normally for decades, even for her entire life, while carrying a stone baby. Indeed, she can even bear other children.
The phenomenon is, as Norton notes, extremely uncommon, a particularly ghoulish medical curiosity, and these days all but unheard of in the civilized world. Girls were usually married at age 14, so if Iviva and Vana's story was true, that would make them around 133 in 1950. A close relation of the coconut, nawakas, are a round gourd-like fruit that grows on vines, like watermelons, and are about the size of a large honeydew melon. On Uivu, they're more commonly referred to as uka moa, or hog food, for the resemblance the stiff black hair that covers their surface bears to a hog's bristles. The ninth hut, I have called it, and would call it the village, but it wasn't a village, really, just a large dirt-floored clearing with 24 shaggy dried palm huts ringing its perimeter, which appeared as abruptly as a mirage. We had come across a particularly impassable-looking scrim of trees, and the guides grunted as they shouldered their way through them, the dreamers shuffling after them in their stumbling, disorganized way. Esme and Talent and I followed, and although we began in the forest as we pushed our way through a clutch of manimoss, we emerged at the edge of the village. The first thing I saw were the bodies. They were everywhere. Women lying flat on their backs, their children's heads thrust up into the furrows of their armpits. Men, their legs spread wide apart, their mouths open. A passel of hogs, their forelegs tucked beneath them like a cat's, their bristles black and shiny as porcupine's quills. In the middle of the clearing, a small fire snapped and spat to itself. Suspended over the fire was an unidentifiable skinned animal, smaller than the hogs and black where the flames had lapped at, its eyes still intact and staring wretchedly at us. It was the scene of a massacre, a mass death, and it was only when I looked again, more carefully, that I saw that the women's chests were moving, and that the men's thumbs were dreamily stroking the spears they clutched even in their sleep, and that with each exhalation, the quiffs of stiff hair on the hogs' noses trembled and shifted. Fa was the first of us to speak, and although I didn't understand what he said, I did understand that his tone was unsurprised. Behind us clustered the dreamers, all of them uncharacteristically silent, and for a minute or so, we all, as a group, simply stood and watched the village at sleep. But then, and for no particular reason, Eve let out one of her echoing, pistoning shouts, and the sleepers burst into movement like a bundle of tinder catching fire, the men seeming to go from horizontal to vertical in one swift shift, the women adding their voices to Eve's in fear, the hogs grunting and running to the men's sides, their eyes small and mean and oily. Only the animal skewered above the fire remained where it was, the flames spitting to themselves. Later, I would remember it as a repeat of the day the dreamers had encroached upon us, stepping out of the forest in a gang, and would think how this time we were the intruders, inserting ourselves rudely into a play in which we had no written part. Later still, I would remember this scene and the panic that had ensued when one day, many years after, I was watching one of my children watching television. On the screen was a cartoon. There was a hunter, a potatoey squirt of a man with a speech impediment, who bustled into a village populated by similarly tuberous people, although these people were black, and the only things distinguishable from the black of their bodies were their lips, fat and red and as ridged as an unsplit cacao pod, and the startled bright whites of their eyes. The hunter chased the black creatures, who ran about in frantic wobbling circles, waving their spears and shouting at nothing, while the hunter pranced around, the group of them making a crazy ballet. And that was us then as well. The villagers ran and screamed, and we ran after and around and above them, probably screaming ourselves. Anyone looking at us would have imagined we were playing a children's game. You can well imagine by this point how many hours it took Fa, poor Fa, to re-establish something resembling order, for the men to cautiously lower their spears, for their snarling hogs to sink back to the earth, docile but alert. It took many, many hours, and by the end of it all, the women sitting on one side of the clearing, their children surrounding them, and all of them blinking at us like toads, the dreamers, guarded by Uva and Tu, at the edge of the clearing, somehow managing to drift off to sleep, most of the men sitting on the other side, their hogs beside them, and I, along with Talent, Esme, and Fa, in the center of the village, where the creature continued to roast above the fire, its whole backside so burned now that its skin continually ashed off in little confetti that drifted through the air like flocks of moths. I was exhausted. Across from us sat 3 of the villagers, all men, all robust in appearance, their hair dark and exuberant, their arms and legs stripy with tendon and muscle. For a moment, the 2 groups stared at each other a bit shyly, as if one of our group was to be betrothed to one of the other, and we were here to make introductions and discuss terms. The men held their spears upright in their right hands, and, as I had seen Fa do, opened and closed their fingers around them in a gesture that seemed more rhythmic than nervous, so that at some points, when they were all fanning their fingers at the same moment, it appeared choreographed, and I half fancied they might break into song. It was the man in the center who first spoke, and even were it not for this fact, nor that he sat in the center, I would have assumed he was the superior of the other two. He was slightly taller, even sitting down, and sat with his shoulders pulled back at an almost unnatural angle, and his hog was bigger than his friend's, its coat marvelously shiny, as if it had recently been rubbed with oil. I was mesmerized by the hogs, which were unlike any I had seen before, either in books or in person. The first thing that distinguished them was, of course, their size. They were as tall as foals and as fat as unshorn sheep, enormous, muscular beasts that might have been magnificent were they not so ugly. Standing, they had been scarcely shorter than their masters, but looked much more substantial. Their torsos were as round as barrels, and while I had seen that they were not particularly deft, they had a funny way of running, folding in both hind legs at once while flicking out their front quarters, which made them appear to be hopping rather than scurrying. Their hooves were as tough as horn, and their legs thick and dense with hair. But I was most struck by their tusks, which curved out and up from either end of their wide, scythe-like mouths, and were chalky like stone, and chipped and splintered at their tips. They sat prettily, like kittens, with their legs folded beneath them, all except for the leader's hog, who, throughout our meeting, kneaded with one front hoof a scrap of fur and blood that had once been some sort of living creature. I watched him worry it in the dirt, dragging it back and forth in a lazy arc that was somehow human in its insouciant cruelty, like a fat man in a pinstriped suit playing with a set of dice before his quavering victim. His eyes never left us, however, and as Fa and then Talon spoke, he turned his great head slightly, moving between them, occasionally stopping to look up at his master, as if to gauge his reaction, which was the most unsettling thing of all. Around me, the conversation groaned on. There would be a long, bright spatter of talk from the village leader, then responses from Fa and Talon. Were things going well, not well? It was difficult to say.
I could discern from the softness of Fa's and Talon's voices that they were being willfully calm, possibly conciliatory, but was unable to determine whether this was costing them much effort. Next to me, I could hear Esme breathing adenoidally, but she often did that, and so that too proved unhelpful. I saw from time to time the men, and then Fa and Talon, turn to look at the dreamers, who did not look back at them, and when this happened, I heard Fa's and Talon's voices dip lower, their speech become faster, and somehow more beseeching. Naturally, this interlude would prove to be another to which I wish I had paid more attention, that I had tried harder to fix in my memory every gesture and sigh, but in the actual moment I simply daydreamed. I studied the neatness of the boundary between the village and the forest, the abruptness with which the trees stopped, and how they indeed seemed to ring the clearing like people themselves, as if the village were a theater in the round, and we the actors. I wished I could turn my head and look at the women and children who were grouped behind us, but I didn't dare. And so instead I watched a baby hog, which was about the size of a feral cat, play in the dirt behind the village council. He must have been very young, because his tusks had not begun to grow in, and his eyes were still big and wet in his face. He was playing a game with himself, in which he jumped back and forth over the line between the forest and the village. A little hop, and he was in society. Another hop, and he was not. Hop, 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 hop. It was so easy. I couldn't take my eyes from him, not for a very long time. Something about the village had been troubling me, but it wasn't until that night, when I was lying on my palm frond mat and waiting for sleep, that I realized what it was. The negotiations, or whatever they were, had taken time, so much that we all felt the light dim and the air grow cooler, and heard the children behind us begin to mewl for their meal. At that point, the conversation ended abruptly, and all of us, the 3 on their side and the 4 on ours, clambered to our feet, Fa and Talon bowing their heads slightly to the others, who did not bow back. and then we rejoined our group, the dreamers, while the 3 village representatives went to speak to the other men, and the women began to swat at the children and disappeared into various huts for dinner supplies. It did not feel auspicious, the group of us sitting there, still at the forest's boundary, the guides passing around manama and canava fruit to us all, while just a few yards away, the village went about its life as if we had never existed. But Talent came over to Esme and me to briefly assure us that all was well. "We can stay, for now," he said. "I'll tell you about it once we've fed them." It was a very grim meal, sitting there trying to swallow the manama fruit, whose squished, squirmy pulp seemed to clot and then expand in my throat. Some of the women had at last taken down the animal from the fire. It was now so charred that its entire back had been scattered to the wind, and replaced it with a large, swaying apron of red meat, extravagantly quilted with white threads of fat. The smell of it cooking, indeed the scent of the fire itself, made the fruit all the more unbearable, and I finally had to put it down so I could let my memory of eating flesh, real flesh, fill my mouth and mind and palate. The feel of meat's unyielding viscosity, how you could turn it in your mouth for minutes if you chose, how with every chew it seeped blood, so tannic and tart on your tongue. The women did not cook the meat for very long, just until the red had begun to shade into brown, before 2 of them plucked it off the fire and laid it on a large lala leaf, and the men and children hurried over to pull at it with their bare hands, stretching it until pieces smacked off into their palms. And then another, smaller curtain of meat was stretched over the flames, cooked and eaten by the women. In the end, it took us so long to get the dreamers settled for the night, they seemed oblivious to the smells of the fire, that we were all too exhausted to talk. But as I said, it was only when I was lying there, the dreamers and Esme snoring around me, Fa's back shadowed against the still-burning fire. A truce might have been made with the villagers, but I noticed that Talent was not abandoning our nightly watch, that I was able to identify what I had noticed but was unable to articulate. There were no old people in the village. The 3 village representatives had appeared to be in their 30s or at the most their 40s, but I had seen no one who looked older. It was a village of the young. Of course, I had not had a chance to observe them closely, I reminded myself. Tomorrow I would pay more attention. But as I dropped off the edge into sleep, I could hear a small voice asking, "What does it mean?" "Nothing," I told it. I was tired. But I knew even then that I was wrong. "I'll have to explain later," Talent told us. It was morning, and the dreamers were agitated. Mua, in particular, was babbling away at Fa, who was holding his palms out placatingly. Sometime in the night, Fa and Talent had moved them deeper into the forest, and I had to walk some 200 feet or so into its darkened depths toward their voices to find them. "I have to find out what's bothering them." He turned to Esme. "Can you take the women to the stream and give them water?" "What about me?" I asked. He glanced at me wearily. "You can walk back into the village," he said. "They've given us permission." "All right," I said. Part of me was miffed that I hadn't been asked to help sort out whatever was wrong with the dreamers, but the other part of me was bored with them and eager to explore. "But, Norton, what? Don't antagonize them, all right?" "Of course I won't," I assured him. I was serious about this. He looked at me then and was about to say something else when Fa called his name, "Po, Po," and he turned away again. In the village, the people were moving around in the slow, muted, half-stagger of the recently roused, although it didn't seem to be particularly early. The huts were already throwing pale shadows against the ground, and the day was already warm. I had thought that my appearance would elicit some sort of reaction, panic, suspicion, fear, or at the very least curiosity, but no one looked up as I approached. They appeared, indeed, to have collectively decided to ignore my very presence, which I thought quite an accomplishment, given the absurdity of my existence in their realm. One woman bustled past me with another sheet of meat, this one pinkish but again flounced with white fat like lace, and dropped it, blanketing the still smoldering fire. Another dragged from a hut a woven basket piled with what looked like large pine cones and started snapping off their leaves as one might from an artichoke. A third woman took those leaves and placed them to soak in another basket, this one filled with water.
On the other side of the village, I saw the leader, across from whom I had sat yesterday, and raised my hand to him in greeting. But he looked past me, as if I were waving to him from across a busy street, and he was pretending not to know me. The artifice of it made me smile. There were 13 huts in the first ring surrounding the fire, and 9 in the second, all of them about 7 feet high and of a simple conical construction. In the center of each was a tall post of what looked like palm wood, and splayed out from it, like ribbons on a maypole, 7 ropes of thickly braided palm frond that had been stretched taut like cables and staked into the earth. On top of this loose-knit infrastructure had been laid a large cape of tiered palm leaves. The cape overlapped in the front, so you could tie one edge of it back and make an entryway.
The huts in the first ring were for sleeping. Secured with more braid to the outside of the capes were woven palm mats, each about 5 feet in length and 3 feet in width. Inside, though, the huts were empty and smelled of dried grass and dirt. They were sizable. I estimated perhaps 2 adults and 2 or 3 children could sleep in them comfortably. The huts in the second ring, actually, it was more of a half ring, a crescent that hugged the backs of half of the sleeping huts in a loose embrace, were of the same build and shape, but these, unlike those in the first ring, were used for storage. The first was the meat house. After one of the women had left it, I walked in and saw that the entire floor had been hollowed out, maybe about 10 feet down, and that its bottom was lined with parcels made from dark, glossy leaves. The villagers had carved from the dirt crude steps that led to the depths of the hole, and I climbed down them to scoop up one of the packets, which was cool and heavy with something dense but yielding. As I was lunging upward, however, my foot slipped and I caught myself against the leaves lining the floor's bottom. As I did so, I felt the ground shift under me, a gentle sway, and when I reached my hand under the leaves to investigate, I felt a cold slosh of water and realized that they had dug down to an underground stream, which they were using to refrigerate the meat. The next 3 huts held dried things, many of them tied to braids that crisscrossed the interior of the space like strands of Christmas lights. I identified a string of waka-hai hanging by their poor, hairless tails, their eyeballs sunken and clouded, and another heavy with dried manamas, their once babyish skins leathered into wrinkled hides, and a third of mangoes, their scent still richly sugary. There were other things too, things I could not identify. Something that resembled a flattened lizard with a hideous death grin of burned toffee fangs, plump cigars of dusty, silvery leaf sacks that appeared hollow but whose weight sagged their line until it almost brushed the floor. Translucent amber triangles speckled with sprouty black hairs. In the baskets that lined the walls, I found more of those pine cones, unexpectedly weighty and fuzzed like mushrooms, seed pods of various lengths and widths, and fungi of different shapes and mustardy shades, and one, woven very tight, a brim with handfuls and handfuls of what looked like toenail clippings, but that I eventually realized were hunanos. The 5th hut was the only one occupied, but the 3 women within it, after looking up and seeing me, quickly returned to their silent work. 2 of them were braiding fresh green palm into ropes, and the 3rd was shredding the long leaves into strips. A braid demanded 3 pieces, each about 4 inches in width. The center section was taken from the center of the leaf itself, the part with the spine. The other 2 pieces were taken from its softer and more pliable wings. The leaves were quite long, about 8 feet or so, and when the women were finished braiding the length of one leaf, they would hasp it to another braid with a short, rolled rope of a curly, noodly plant that resembled Spanish moss. All around them, in neat coils stacked on the floor and hanging from the inside of the capes, were lassos of this rope in various stages of drying and in various lengths and thicknesses. The 2 huts adjacent to this held more rope and more capes for the huts, and other things made of the palm rope as well. Nooses, for the hogs I imagined, with long leashes, braided trebly thick, and a shoulder-high stack of palm frond mats, and long sawed-off pieces of palm, one end sharpened into a point so it could be driven into the earth and a hut staked around it. There was no one sitting in the next hut, but it too was clearly some sort of workshop, for there was an indentation in the center of the floor where someone might sit, and a large stone, its surface worn flat, that was clearly used as a table. Stacked in pyramids to the left and right of this were more lengths of palm, slenderer than the ones I had found in the previous hut, some of which had been polished and sharpened, and I realized that this was a place for making spears. I found myself admiring the village, even its simplicity. Yes, it was a crude sort of life, but there was a cozy sense of bounty here, of everything having its place, of every need of life, food, shelter, weaponry, being well considered and provided for, of life stripped to its essence and yet comfortably fulfilled. How many societies can say this, that they have recognized all they need and have made provisions for it all? Here, there was food and a source of water and the tools of self-defense, all of it not only available, but of a surplus. This, I thought approvingly, was a place that had no needs and therefore no wants. So I was perplexed by the final hut, the 9th. Unlike the other structures, this was draped with not one, but 2 capes, and inside, the floor too was covered with a cape. Atop this cape was a woven palm mat, but unlike the sleeping mats I had seen, this was wider, as if it were meant to accommodate 2 people instead of 1. The hut was unlike the others for another reason as well. This was the only one that had any sort of decoration. Here, lashed to the supporting beam, was what I recognized as an opavweke carapace, so beautifully polished that each of its bony plates glinted as if faceted, even in the gray non-light of the hut. It was a mystery, this hut, especially after the straightforward utilitarianism of the others, and I even peeled back the edge of the carpet to see if some explanation might be hidden beneath. A secret bunker, perhaps, or a subterranean storage space? But there was nothing, only the ground, and after I left the hut and walked away, I could feel its presence, as if it existed only to remind me that in my tidy theories about the simplicity of life here, I might after all be mistaken. It was only after I had finished exploring all the huts that I realized I was hungry, and once again I was drawn to the fire. I should interrupt myself here and explain that one of the reasons it was impossible to see the village as anything but benign, despite the omnipresence of the hogs and the spears and the fact that I was an intruder, was that it was so small. It took me only some 80 strides to walk from one side of the village to the other, and aside from the hogs, everything within it seemed miniature in scale. The huts were short, the people were short, even the flames spitting up from that ever-burning fire were short. I stood quite near the fire and waited for someone to offer me some food. All around me was industry. There was a cluster of 5 women tenderizing a large, misshapen side of unidentifiable meat with stones, and another group of 6 sorting through a small mountain of manama fruit. The bruised and inanimate ones they sawed lengthwise into thin rounds. The ones that pulsed with hunanos they placed in a separate stack. The trio I had seen with the pine cone-like vegetables had moved on to a pile of what looked like sausages, chubby little logs of young green, and I watched as they split them with a palm blade and flicked out the seeds within, which were kidney-shaped and the size of my thumb and a marbleized lilac and peach color. They talked among themselves, but not consistently, and only briefly. One would speak, and her companions would make a low whistling grunt of agreement, so that it sounded, in the moments between declarations, as if a fug of wasps were hovering overhead. To the right of the fire were the men, 19 of them, including the village leader, who were using short, sturdy, sawtooth-edged leaves to polish and sharpen their spears. I stepped closer and saw that in the center of their circle were 2 bowls made of halved nawaka shells, each of which contained a little pudding of something jellied and the color of diluted milk. After they had addressed their spear's tips, the men would reach 2 fingertips into the bowl and stroke some of the substance down their weapon's shaft, repeating the gesture several times. Unlike the women, the men did maintain a steady sort of conversation, one that rolled and overlapped itself, an echoing monotone that sounded more like a chant than like speech. I was wishing then, as I often would, that I spoke Uwivuan, when I heard my name and then saw Esme stamping into view. "Paul wants to talk to us," she said. Paul, I thought again, not Talent. His name in her mouth seemed a taunt, and I turned to follow her back to the woods. I looked behind me as I left, but no one watched us go. "Did you have an interesting morning?" Talent asked me as we walked into view. He was tired, I could tell. The dreamers were nowhere in sight. Was he being sarcastic? I didn't know. "Yes," I said. "I saw something strange," and I told him about the dish of strange ooze that the men had dipped their hands into, happy and hopeful that I might have discovered something new for him. "Oh, that," said Talent, kneading his forehead with his fingertips. "That was probably animal fat. The Uivawans render it and polish their spears with it." He sighed. "Although it is interesting to hear that they do that here as well." "Oh," I said. My discovery was no discovery at all. And of course that was what they were doing. How could I not have seen that? I didn't dare look at Esme, for I could not bear to see her triumph, her glee at witnessing yet another example of my naivete. "Sit down, you two," said Talent, and we obediently did. "Are you hungry?" He pulled from behind him a club of yolk-yellow bananas. The entire stalk must have been 3 feet long, but each banana was only about 3 inches, though perfectly shaped and as gently curved as a sword. "Fa cut these down a little while ago," he said. "Taste them. They're delicious." And they were. Though clearly bananas, there was nothing mealy or starchy about them. They were juicier than I thought the fruit could be, and so sweet they left a burning singe on the tongue. "I asked the guides to take the others down toward the stream so I could talk to you both," he continued. He ate a few bananas before he continued. "We're in a delicate situation here, one I need to explain to you as best I can." Esme adopted a serious expression, and I tried to as well. "Although we're welcome to stay, well, perhaps the better way of putting it is that we are to be hospitably tolerated. There are certain rules, and we must be careful to respect them at all times." He listed them for us. We could observe the villagers, but should not initiate conversation unless the village chief permitted us to do so. We must never touch the hogs, nor the men's spears, nor should we feel entitled to their food, although, of course, if it was offered, we could accept it. We must adhere to their schedule, which meant sleeping away most of the morning because we, like they, would be awake late at night. I didn't quite see the point of this rule. We would remain out of sight of the villagers well into the forest until told otherwise. And most important of all, we were not ever to bring the dreamers into the village. This was for their sake as well as the villagers. "But why not?" Esme asked. "I'm not sure," Talent admitted. "But I can tell you this, most of yesterday's negotiations involved the dreamers, and it was their presence that so distressed the villagers." "But they are from here," I pressed. "Yes," he said. "They knew them. Well, they knew Mua, and I think they knew Ukavi, and maybe Ivaiva and Va'ana and Viu as well, just from the way they were trying not to look at them. Maybe. But regardless, they didn't want to see them. And Mua, last night, when you were asleep, I heard him say to Fa again and again, 'I must not go back there. I must not go back there.'" We were all silent for a moment, trying to interpret what Mua could have meant. "What did Fa think he was trying to say?" Esme asked. He didn't know. He only told me, and this I could see for myself, that Mua was frightened. "But there was something else," said Talent, who stretched his arms above his head, almost as if parodying a casual gesture, but unconvincingly, because he was worried too. He wanted to be here, he wanted to set foot in the village, but he dared not. And we were all quiet again. That night it was the same scene, the unbearable smells of cooking meat, the whine and chatter of the dreamers, the throbbing mamama fruit, the darkness of the forest drawing shut around me like the throat of a drawstring purse. And once again, before I fell asleep, I tried to seize the scattered thoughts that were flying through my head like bees. What was the significance of the villagers knowing some of the dreamers, but not others? Why was Mua craving and fearing the village, both? Why would the villagers not allow them back in? There was something, some kind of connection. I knew it for certain. But what? Time compresses and conflates one's memories, but I think it accurate to say that soon after our unilluminating talk, things began to happen very fast indeed. In retrospect, I understood that several things were occurring simultaneously, although at the time they seemed semi-discrete events, related to but ultimately independent of one another. The first thing that happened was that Talent, Esme, and I were invited by the chief to explore the village and the villagers. I realize I am somewhat understating here the significance of our discovery, and that discovery was soon to be eclipsed, far eclipsed, by my own. But now, many decades later, I must say that even without my own revelation, the village's mere existence would have been sensational enough. In the moments of discovery, however, we were oddly muted. So many strange things had happened in the course of our journey that I believe all of us had, somewhere along our trek, begun to assume that something astonishing was awaiting us at the end of our walk, an assumption that made us take for granted what we had actually found: a lost people, a micro-society of 66 that had never been studied before. Now, I know, both from listening to some of Talent's and Esme's talk and from the many books and explorations that preceded and followed our own discovery, that many others have purported to have found a lost people as well. It is almost as if every generation or so, a new group of people is unearthed, which, if you look at it from a purely mathematical standpoint, is highly unlikely. The world is quite well explored by now, and yet every decade or so, like clockwork, a new claim is made and much time and money must be spent to disprove it. But if one discounts the fraudulent claims from that number, what is left with a very small population of potentially unknown peoples? And if one looks at that population, one sees that most of those lost tribes are actually lost only to the white man. Just because civilized society stumbles upon a group of Amazonian people does not mean that those people are unknown to dozens of other, better documented neighboring tribes. One of the things that made our discovery so profound was that ours was of a group of people who had not only never been seen by a white man, but rarely by a Wivuan either. For hundreds of years, they had lived and hunted and bred and died while remaining nothing more than a myth, a dark fable, half human and half monster, to the very people from whom they had originated. Given that, it was startling, almost unnerving, to witness the almost eerie equanimity with which the village accepted our presence.
Of all the characteristics and temperamental quirks and oddities that were particular to them, it was this: their ability to readjust and recalibrate to almost anything that they encountered, or, in this case, that encountered them, that I found most compelling. In later years, of course, the village would be rediscovered multiple times by boatloads of civilized visitors, and although they came to learn the secrets of something else the villagers uniquely possessed, I would always think that they should have concentrated instead on isolating whatever gene endowed these people with such an expansive, unshakable calm, with their ability to absorb, and in many cases simply ignore, whatever was new or disagreeable or even unfathomable. During these early days, while Esme and Talent were taking notes and conducting more fruitless interviews with the dreamers, and then taking more notes, I explored the village in greater detail. Initially, Esme and Talent were reluctant to disrupt or contaminate the villagers' daily routines, and so spent hours sitting like gargoyles on opposite edges of the village, watching its inhabitants toddle about their daily activities and filling entire notebooks with minute descriptions of the most mundane of activities. Once, while Esme was bathing, I peeked inside one of her notebooks and found a 6-page narrative describing one woman's waist, detailing its characteristics. I, however, was bound by no such ethics, real or otherwise, and was happy to step over the forest's boundary and into the circle of the village. I liked to watch the children most. They were smaller than the children I had seen in America, and unexpectedly more handsome. The features that looked odd on their parents, the squat, bricky legs, the inappropriate volume of hair, the large, batty ears, the coarsely chiseled messiness of their features, like something half-melted, were charming on them, and they wore their nakedness well. They were bolder than American children, too. The boys, even the toddlers, played with bits of stick sharpened into points, which they pretended were spears, and with which they charged at one another, shrieking.
and both boys and girls had the habit, which I initially found alarming, of running full speed toward their parents' hogs and then landing atop them with a whoomp. The hogs seemed accustomed to such treatment and merely flicked their tails as at a fly or twitched their ears. Remarkable, too, was their almost total lack of supervision. There were 26 children in the village, ranging from 4 infants to 3 who I knew were at least 14. For each, they happened to be boys, carried at all times his palm spear, which was about 1.5 feet longer than he was tall. Unlike the case in other primitive societies, the children here were not made to do any work, not even the eldest among them. Instead, they seemed to spend their days simply playing. Sometimes the older ones would slip into the forest singly or in groups and return hours later with a whole clan of vuwakas impaled on their spears and stacked one on top of the other like linens on a shelf, or with a palm leaf wriggling with harvested grubs. Sometimes I watched them play at the same stream we had followed uphill, although here it was wider and faster still, hurrying its way over rocks and twigs, ferrying briskly down island the scraps of flowers and leaves the children tossed into it. I knew from Talent that they had been told to avoid the dreamers, and curiously, for this would certainly not be my experience with children later, they complied without challenge. There were days when I myself was told to avoid the dreamers because Talent or Esme was engaged in allegedly important interviews with them, and on those days I felt myself drifting almost inexorably toward them despite Talent's request to keep away. The women spent their days sorting beans, vuwakas, manamas, palm leaves, palm wood, palm braids. Whenever I saw them, they were engaged in busy organizational work. They took pride and comfort in being well prepared. At the end of their day, as the air began to gray, they would heave their baskets back to the appropriate hut and place their supplies within, and then stand in the doorways making a satisfied clucking sound as they regarded the way the day's labor had added to their stores, which, given their steady work, seemed never to diminish. Unlike Esme, whom I overheard enthusing to Talent one night that their efficiency must be attributable to some obscure and superior technique, I quickly realized that the reason they had so much time available to them was that they weren't wasting it doing things that women spend hours doing elsewhere in the world. They had no clothes, for example, and so did no laundry. Their hair, like the men's, was folded into a simple roll at the back of their heads, and I never saw them washing or brushing it. They never cleaned their huts or did repairs on their mats. When one was frayed, it was bent and snapped apart for kindling and placed on the fire, and a new mat was fetched from the hut. And they certainly, as I have mentioned, never minded the children. I watched one morning as 2 of the women, one so fat that she could not even bring her hands to meet over the globe of her stomach, braided some palm leaves outside one of the palm storage huts. A few feet away, an infant, a little girl, was pulling herself with her elbows toward a splinter of dried bean pod that had fallen from one of the baskets. Upon reaching it, she of course put it in her mouth, and when she did so, she of course began choking on it. I watched fascinated as her breaths grew shorter and wheezier, and then, as she flipped onto her back, her stubby legs and arms pinwheeling, her face painting itself a radishy hue. Finally, she gave a great cough, and the piece jumped out like a hiccup, and the girl began wailing. Neither woman moved the entire time. It is certainly possible that they hadn't seen her, they seemed quite focused on their palm braids, but even after she cried, they didn't look up. In the end, it didn't make a difference, as after a few minutes, the girl rolled back onto her stomach and pulled herself off again, presumably in search of something else dangerous to gnaw on. The men hunted daily. Half the group would remain in the village, polishing their spears and talking to one another and stroking their hogs, and the other half would disappear, their hogs following them between the trees. Watching them return with their catch, which was always disturbingly unidentifiable, as they skinned the animals on sight and returned with only the carcasses, already hacked into large ragged hunks, I always found it difficult to remember that we were on an island. Except for the stream, which was too shallow to support anything but the smallest slips of minnows, there was no sense of water, no sense of the sea. We were, of course, surrounded by it, but I had no concept of what the villagers knew of it, how and whether they conceived of it, or how much experience they had of it, or whether at any time in their village's history they had turned to it for food or exploration. The only animal they valued was the hog, and even those they did not fetishize. In later decades, after I had visited my share of remote and backward civilizations, I would come to recognize the animals and decorations and behaviors that mysteriously unite them, as if they had all outfitted their societies from some inner jungle department store that catered exclusively to primitive peoples. But I think there'll be a pretty significant feast of some sort. They're building an additional fire, and everyone's tidying up over there. I squinted toward the village and saw that indeed there were 2 fires smoking instead of 1. How old is he turning? I asked, more to make conversation than anything else. But here, Talent turned to look at me and smiled.
60, he said, saying the word as if he were giving me a gift. 60. The word hung in the air like smoke, and I thought of what I wanted to say next, to separate the one question I knew I needed to ask from the tangle that filled my mind and mouth. Naturally, Esme had to ruin the moment. 60, she yawped. Eve's age. Eve's approximate age, based on Norton's physical examinations, Talent reminded her gently. It didn't matter, however, because Esme wasn't listening, and to be honest, neither was I. Talent's revelation was demanding some recalibration on my part. No longer was this a village filled with young people. Now it was a village with people who appeared to be young, but might not be. What this might mean, I could not determine, but I knew it meant something. He's the oldest person in the village, Talon added, looking at me closely, as if he were giving me an essential clue that would make me remember where I'd hidden the answer. But it didn't. I had to think, and to do that, I had to be alone. I told Esme and Talent that I was going for a walk. The ceremony starts at dusk, Talent called after me. Be back by then. I walked in widening circles around the circumference of the village, but by the time the light began to thicken into syrup, I was still no wiser. It was very frustrating, and in my frustration, everything about my surroundings, the damp, squishy forest floor, the far-off moans and bleats of the dreamers, the trees' continual droppings of various crackly dried plant matter onto my head and shoulders, chafed. I began irrationally to somewhat hate Talent, who had brought me to this island and then dropped on me an enormous mystery that he seemed to expect me to solve. By the time I crossed back into the village, I was in a very foul mood. But I walked over to the fires, where I saw Talent and Esme sitting among the villagers, who had formed 2 long rows on either side of the flames. To my surprise, Fa was also there, seated next to Esme and staring straight ahead, his spear laid across his lap. Fa's here? I asked Talent, sitting down to his left. Yes, he whispered back. The villagers were again vibrating with their collective hum. The chief invited all of the guides, but only Fa wanted to come. Before I could think about what this might mean, the chief appeared, walking slowly toward the head of the rows. And although he, like the rest of the villagers, was wearing no clothes, he carried himself as if he were heavy with jewels and cloaks. His straight back might have supported a cape made of yards and yards of weighty crimson velvet. His long, thick neck might have been hung with twisted ropes of gold and slabs of diamond-studded metals. He did at least wear a crown, a double strand, about as thick as my thumb, of a gorgeous, shimmery marigold, in a soft material of such lambency that it gleamed even in the firelight. I had never thought of the chief as particularly handsome, but this night he was indisputably majestic. His skin had been oiled to the same mirror-like gleam as his crown, and his hair had been brushed out somehow and oiled as well, so that it hung past his shoulder blades and flared around his face in an imitation of the fire. As he drew closer, I could smell the faint, rancid odor of fat. His hog, and his hog was, not surprisingly, the biggest and cruelest and most dangerous looking of the bunch, had been polished as well. And for once, his mean little eyes, which were as shiny as lathed bullet shells, were outshone by his slicked, coarse hair and tusks, which seemed to have been honed and scrubbed especially for the occasion. On the chief's left were the men who had joined him for our negotiations, and on his right were 3 women, all of whom appeared to be in their 30s, and 2 boys, one of whom was one of the spear-carrying adolescents I had seen during the Inina ceremony.
When he had almost reached the first of the fires, the chief sat down and began to chant, a rolling, rhythmic song without beginning or punctuation, which sometimes rose into a falsetto that was almost a wail, and sometimes thickened into a groan that was almost a growl. After a few minutes of this, I sensed a movement at the other end of the rows, and saw, staggering into sight, two men who were dragging behind them a boulder, atop which sat another stone of approximately the same size. As they came into view, I heard the crowd break from their humming to give a collective sigh of pleasure, or dismay, I couldn't tell, and as the men approached our end of the row, I saw that what I had mistaken for the second stone was actually an enormous turtle. I had never seen, and would never again see, a turtle that large. Even now it is difficult for me to find something to which I might compare it. I can say only what it was bigger than. It was bigger than a truck tire, bigger than a washtub, bigger than a wolfhound. Because it wasn't particularly thick, only about 2 feet high or so, its size was almost completely attributable to its exceptional diameter. And although I knew it was an opivuec from its distinctive mountainous back, it otherwise seemed as unrelated to the creature I had seen all those weeks ago in the stream as it was to the chief's ferocious hog. The men positioned the turtle in front of the fire closest to us and the chief, and then stepped away, breathing hard with the exertion. The chief went on chanting, and just as I recognized the word opivuec in his song, the turtle, as if on cue, slowly muscled his head out from his shell. He was facing me, and when he opened his eyes, he seemed to look in my direction, as if trying to communicate some message meant solely for me. "What?" I whispered to him, ridiculously. He raised his head then, that odd little beautiful head he had, his neck stretching out as he did so, his eyes never leaving mine, and I felt myself leaning toward him. But just as I was doing so, I heard the chief break from his song and give a great, gleeful, terrifying cry, and then bring his spear, which I hadn't even noticed him holding, down swiftly in front of him. And then the opivuec's head was bouncing into my lap, its black eyes still staring at me, its blood weeping onto my shorts. What a bizarre ceremony, Esme grumbled as we walked back to our mats. Fa had left earlier, as soon as he politely could, and so it was only the 3 of us. I can't believe that after all that, we weren't even offered anything to eat. It's very unusual, you know, to be invited to these kinds of events and then not be treated to some sort of feast. But I suppose I should just be grateful that no children were harmed tonight. Although I would never have agreed with her aloud, I did have to admit that it seemed a shoddy and somewhat pointless sort of event. And it did seem odd, given the participatory nature of many of the village's other ceremonies, that this was such a solo performance. A long and tedious night spent watching the chief dismember the opivuec, which he did in a particularly bloody and laborious way, by ripping its carapace off, the sound was upsettingly juicy, and then spooning out the flesh with his hands, and scorch it in chunks over the fire while the rest of the village hummed and looked hungry. Having witnessed the chief's thoroughness with the boy, I suppose it should not have surprised me that he was also a thorough, though not very fast, eater. We sat there watching as he grilled and ate the soft meat of the turtle's body, but also sucked the cartilage and blood from its scaly feet, and, having retrieved the head from me, crunched down on its eyes, and, after heating it in its skull like a soup, greedily slurped down the slurry of its brain. Only one other man, one of the chief's advisors, one who had also been present with the boy at the first Ainina, was offered any of the turtle to eat. We all watched as he pinched out the liver, a glistening puce thing, and swallowed it as one, an oyster.
"What I don't understand is where they got the opivuec to begin with," I said. Flies swirled around my groin, attracted by the turtle's sticky sweet blood. That was far too large to have ever lived in the stream, but I haven't seen any other water source around here. "It's a good question," Talent said. "There must be somewhere around here, a lake or a larger river that they go to find these. But we've been asking and asking the dreamers, and they've never mentioned anything like that." We were all quiet for a moment, and then suddenly I knew what I needed to do. "Mua," I told Talent, "we need to talk to him." "But he's asleep," Esme protested. I ignored her.
Talent, please, I said to him. I need to ask him some questions. Talent sighed. But what could he do? He had no answers, and if I thought I might be able to get him some, he had to defer to me. All right, he said. Esme, go tell Fa to wake him. It had been a few weeks since I had last interviewed Mua, mostly because, I am now ashamed to admit, I had begun to find his persevering exhausting. But now, seeing his sleep-puffed face come into view, I found myself convinced that it was he who had the answers, that if I asked just the right questions, everything would at once reveal itself. I asked Talent to translate. Fa was wearing his now permanent expression of wariness. For a few minutes I said nothing and thought carefully how to begin. It is difficult to choose a beginning when you don't know what you want or expect the ending to be. I felt like a prosecutor trying to make an accused man confess to a crime whose nature I had not been told. Mua sat there, patient and sleepy. Time seemed to mean nothing to him. Mua, I said at last, do you remember the celebration of your 60th birthday? Oh yes, said Mua. There was the vakaina. What is the vakaina? A celebration. And what happens during the vakaina? You go to the hut. You are rubbed in umakuslav fat, and your hog is rubbed in umaku. You go to the fires, and you chant the vakaina chant. What else? You eat the opaidwike. I stopped to think. I felt like I was at the gates playing a game with the Sphinx, but only she knew the rules. Do you like opaidwike? Oh, yes. Do you... I stopped again. I stepped 1 foot closer to the sprite. He tensed on the balls of his feet, ready to dart. Does everyone like opaidwike? He hesitated, his mouth open in confusion. Please, I thought, please. I don't know, he said at last. Why don't you know? Because not everyone eats the opaidwike. Why not? Because you only get to eat the opaidwike at the vakaina. And why do you eat the opaidwike? Because you are special. Why? Because you are 60 onas. Because most people do not see that many onas. So you are special if you do? Yes, and that is why you eat the opaidwike. Why? Because if you eat the opaidwike, the gods are happy. What do you mean? They will let you... He was getting tired, I could tell. His face was growing long and ugly. They will let you... He was getting tired, I could tell. They will let you live forever, like they promised. No one spoke. Even Fa was leaning forward, his hand wrapped tightly around his spear. Mua, I said, very quietly, how many onas do you have? His head nodded. 104, he said. Maybe. Think, I commanded myself. Mua, has everyone else you're with, Viu, Ivaiva, Vana, all of them, eaten the opaidwike? Oh, yes. And did they all eat it at their vakainas? Of course. We paused again. I'm going to ask him when he left the village, Talent whispered to me, and then put the question to Mua, who shook his head and replied briefly. Talent turned back to me, apologetic. He said he can't remember, he said. He kaka, said Mua. Wait, I told Talent. Mua, where do you get the opaidwike from? He looked at me directly then, a bit puzzled, as if I'd asked him how many hands he had. The lake, he said. Which lake? I asked him. Where? The lake where the forest ends, said Mua, after which, although we tried very hard, he would say nothing more. He kaka, he repeated. Take him to bed, Talent said to Fa, and we watched the two of them go. The next day it was abruptly hot, and the sunlight seemed to drool through the leaf tops like honey. Uaka, said Talent, shrugging, when I looked over at him, my mouth dry. The hot season. We had been on Ivu Ivu a little more than 4 months. I craved something cold and watery, something far from the fibrous fruits that the island seemed to specialize in, and was grateful to Fa when he brought me a gourd, about the size of a cucumber and covered with an unappetizing pelt of coarse brown hair. But when he cracked its tapered neck against a rock, I saw that it was hollow, and inside was a viscous clear liquid, as thick as oil, but as coolly sweet as honeysuckle nectar. When he saw me drink it, he brought me 4 more, and showed me how I could tear out the thin layer of meat with my fingers. It too was cool and barely sugary, and seemed to dissolve on my tongue at once into 1,000 little crystals. After I'd finished my breakfast, I went over to where Esme and Talent were sitting and announced that today we'd go find the lake. Esme didn't want to go. As far as we knew, there was no lake. We didn't know where this lake was. Mua seemed exhausted. What did I expect to find at this lake? Etc., etc. I found such skepticism and sudden embrace of practicality very ironic, coming from a woman who had been willing to accept without question that Ikana was 176. But I knew enough by then to realize that her discomfort rose not from any philosophical differences, but because the dynamic among the three of us had changed. I would be the one who would find what we sought, whatever that might be, not Talent. He had recognized and accepted the inevitability of this. She had not. Fine, I told her, you don't have to go. From her silence, I knew she would come anyway. The next thing to do was to question Mua again, though I was dismayed to see that he looked no more alert than he had the previous night. It would be a trying day. Mua, I asked him, where are we? Talent translated the question to him. He laughed at the stupidity of the question. Ivu Ivu. Yes, I said, but where? I handed him a stick. Can you draw where we are on the island? But he only looked at me in reply, his mouth open. I thought for a minute. I could almost feel the smugness radiating off Esme. And then I knew what to try. Mua, I said, I need your help. He looked at me. There's going to be another Vakaina, I told him, and we need to find an Opaivwike. Can you help us find it? Whose? Mua asked reasonably. His, I said, gesturing at Talent. Ah, said Mua, nodding wisely. And then he stood and began striding in the direction of the village. Was it to be that easy? Apparently it was. This, I reflected, was one of the difficulties of working with the dreamers, and of being dependent on them for answers and direction. Sometimes they grew mulish with a sort of stubbornly adhered to logic understood and respected only by them. And sometimes they seemed wholly oblivious to the obvious. Talent was clearly no more a 60-year-old than I was, and yet here we were, off to find the Lake of Turtles like a jolly pack of travelers in a bardic tale. Or perhaps it wasn't that they were oblivious. Perhaps they simply saw things differently than we did. Or perhaps it was that they saw nothing at all. If they were told someone was 60, then he was 60, and no more proof was demanded. It was exhausting, this quicksand logic of theirs, applied with an inconsistency that was all the more frustrating for being so unpredictable. The five of us walked, concealed by trees, around one side of the village, Fa running back to tell Tu and Uva to watch the dreamers before joining us again, until we reached the back of the 9th hut, where Mua paused, frowning a bit, looking about him at the forest beyond.
Then he gave a grunt, as if in recognition, and led us around a particularly thick manama trunk, behind which was hidden a rough sort of path, scarred with rock, that gradually, so slowly one barely sensed it, wound its way uphill. It felt good to be walking again after being so long confined to the village. The air was warm, and the earth smelled cozy and biscuity, and we were none of us encumbered by anything but our notebooks and pens. I noticed Callant sketching a rough, mostly gestural map in his book as we went. The trek was not difficult, but we would never have been able to follow the path were it not for Mua. In some places, it disappeared entirely, and in others, it became an asphalted road of donkey gray stone in which were embedded hundreds of chalky white fossils. I identified delicate insect carapaces, their legs as fine as threads, and the ridged backs of scorpions, and many other creatures that bore no resemblance in their stony state to anything I had seen before. Mua too seemed to enjoy the walk, and he hummed a vague, meandering tune through his nose as he went. Watching him bustle through the trees and sheafs of ferns, I was reminded anew of how superior his physical condition was, and how, from the back, he could have been no more than 30. Around us, the foliage alternately thickened and thinned, so that sometimes we were in darkness, an utter cocoon of green and black,
And sometimes we were in landscape that resembled a meadow, with vast, imperial sweeps of feathery yellow bushes and only a few slender trees, their boughs extravagantly trimmed with ruffled drapes of leaves. In these meadows, we could see the sky above us, a bright, aching blue, and feel all around us the clicks and whirs and mechanical ticks and talks of whole societies of insects. I came to realize that we had been in a prison of trees, all of them our wardens, and recognized then all that they had kept from us: light, wind, air, sound, space, the things every living creature on Earth craves. So reveling in these familiar, long-lost sensations was I, that I at first failed to notice that Mua had slowed, and that beside me Fa had stopped. We had entered, after another purgatory of trees, more meadowland, the fifth or sixth one, when I saw before me, about 500 yards ahead, a shimmering lake. For a moment, I did not believe it existed, not because it was particularly large, indeed, it was about the circumference of the village, or particularly lovely, or in fact particular in any sort of way at all, but because of its mere existence. Just as I had nearly forgotten what it was like to be in sunlight, true sunlight, not the inmates portion that was meted out to us each day by the treetops, so too had I forgotten what it was like to see a contained body of water, one not in constant motion, but simply being. My instinct was to run into it, to feel the sensation of breaking its surface, but of course I didn't. "Opayevike," said Mua, matter-of-factly. We looked. There was nothing around the lake, no reeds, no trees, no shrubbery. Its borders were as clean and precise as the borders of the village, and later I would wonder if the people had modeled their village on this lake. But as we walked closer, unconsciously, we moved together as one organism, as if that might protect us from something we didn't know to fear. I saw a cluster of tiny, clear eggs speckling the lake's surface, a group here, a group there, all of them as fragile and pretty as glass. Drawing closer still, however, we realized that they weren't eggs at all, but bubbles. And just as the first of us had begun to exclaim, the first turtle's head emerged from the waters, its mouth slightly open, its pleated throat stretching toward the sun, its eyes closed. This was followed by another and another until we counted, dotted around the lake, 7 opaivikes. There was no sound, not even the sound of the water breaking, and when they submerged themselves again, they were replaced by another group, this one of 6, including 3 that were clearly children, their heads no bigger than a walnut shell. Down and up they went, an uncomplicated and lovely synchronized performance, while we stood and gawped from just a few yards away. It was then that I noticed that the insect's buzz had been replaced by Fa's low chant, the same one, presumably, he had made when he had last seen a live opaiivike, the tiny one paddling its way downstream at the start of our journey. "Hawana," observed Mua, squinting at the lake. "Many." He said something else too, and Talent translated. "Sometimes there are many, sometimes there are few." Then he spoke to Talent again, something longer, and I saw Talent shake his head, and Mua in fist, and Fa, despite himself, let out a faint cry. Talent looked at us, stricken. "He says I must go pick out the one I want, and that he will help me carry it." Something was beginning to shape in my mind. "Ask him if I can pick one." He did, and then turned back to me, shaking his head. "Only people who have reached 60 onanas can touch an opaiivike," he says. "So you can, because you're supposed to be 60 onanas, and he can, because he already is." Beside me, Fa moved from one foot to the other, shifting his weight and gazing into the woods beyond the lake. Talent confirmed this with Mua and nodded. Ask him, what would happen if you touched an opaiivike before you made 60 onanas?" I saw the agitation in Mua's face immediately. His answer was long and seemed complicated, and Talent frowned, so hard was he concentrating on what Mua was saying. A couple of times he stopped Mua and asked him for clarification, and Mua answered him rapidly, his hands fanning the air. "He says," Talent reported, and I could tell that he was excited by the way he was forcing himself to speak so slowly and deliberately,
I could be wrong, but he says that anyone who touches an opayivike brings a great curse upon his family. One of the wrongdoer's family will reach 60 onanas and will get to eat the opayivike, but after a period of time, that person will slowly lose his ama and will become a mu kwa'au. And then, unexpectedly, he smiled at me, just at me, a brilliant, shining smile, and I knew what he was remembering, that first week on the island, when he had told me his story of the hunter and the myth of the mu kwa'au, the creature who lived without love, without speech, whom Fa had seen prowling the woods of Ivu Ivu. Many decades later, I can reflect upon this and acknowledge that his triumphs, our triumph, was premature. After all, we had no idea what any of this meant. But at the time, it seemed a delirious relief, especially, I imagine, for him. He had not been foolish after all. He had followed a story, and it had revealed itself to be, well, if not true, then certainly confirmed. In reality, of course, it was little better or more conclusive than rushing off to New Mexico because you had heard that aliens purportedly lived in some small town there, and then being independently told by the inhabitants of the town that they themselves had seen aliens. But in the moment, logic and its various demands were briefly abandoned. Ask him, I instructed, what happens when you become a mu kwa'au? Talent did. You are banished, he reported. Ask him, I continued, and I will not lie, I was as excited as Talent. If he was banished, he did, and for a long time, at least 3 minutes, Mua said nothing, only looked at the lake, where the opayivikes were still performing their simple avant-garde choreography. When he at last spoke, it was less his answer itself, I noted, than the sad, whistling sigh on which it rode, so that I knew what he would say even before I heard the word itself. He said, yes. Back in the village, which now seemed unbearably landlocked and airless and confined, I did my prisoner's walk through the woods, looping around the clearing again and again before going to my tree.
The tree that I had begun to consider my own was a manamama, and distinguished only by the fact that it was relatively lonely. There were few other trees surrounding it, and I could sit or even lie on the thickly piled moss that surrounded it, protecting it from the forest floor. To get to it, I walked 15 minutes to the west of our camp and then took a right at a particularly vicious-looking orchid whose urinous blooms spat out 2 long, spiraling stamens the color of fresh blood. At the tree, I considered what I knew. First, I knew that the Uvuans thought the opevweke sacred. Second, I knew that it was forbidden to touch one unless you had reached 60 annas, in which case you were expected to eat one. Third, I knew that in the Uvuan ceremony, only those 60 annas or older could join in the eating of the opevweke. Fourth, I knew that it was relatively rare for people to reach this advanced age, witness the chief's vakaina, in which only his advisor had been able to join him. That meant that only 2 of 66 people in the village had reached that age. Fifth, I knew that Mua and his compatriots were all at least 60 annas. How much over 60 annas I couldn't trouble myself with at the moment, which meant they had all eaten the opevweke. And sixth was Mua's story of the curse. If someone touches an opevweke before his time, he dooms someone in his family to becoming a mu kwa'au, which leads to banishment. That much, naturally, was uncomplicated, a simple synthesizing of information. Esme and Talent could have done it. Esme and Talent probably had done it. Obviously, I heard Esme's honking voice in my ear, "It's the opevweke." But what did that mean? Did everyone who ate the opevweke become eventually a mu kwa'au? And what did being a mu kwa'au mean? Talent had translated the term as being without voice, but with the exception of Eve, all of the dreamers could speak. Not very coherently always, or interestingly, certainly, but they all could. So why had they been banished? And if it was the opevweke that was responsible, why did they keep eating it? Back at camp, I shared with Talent some of what I had concluded, although I couldn't share all my suspicions because Esme had approached us, breathing heavily and clomping through the undergrowth as she did. Talent frowned, concentrating, and eventually it was agreed between us that I should interview the chief. Fa was dispatched and a meeting requested. Later that night, after the villagers had eaten and a group of men had gone hunting for the screeching, red-eyed bats they liked to roast, we were summoned. Once again we were at the fire, the same group of 4, though I had tried to suggest that Esme's presence wouldn't be necessary and might perhaps be detrimental. Given her dislike of the chief since the Inaina ceremony, might not she make her displeasure known and offend him? But she glared at me and announced that she was perfectly capable of keeping silent and would be accompanying us no matter what. Across from us sat the chief, alone but for his hog, who had reverted to his former dusty state, the chewed bark tips of his tusks splashed with mud. He was masticating something I couldn't quite distinguish, but every once in a while a piece of idla, a little 3-toed paw, as small as a thumbnail and speckled with a patchy fur, would emerge from between his teeth as he turned his snack around in his mouth. I knew it was not logical, but I kept looking at the chief as if I might discern something transformed in his appearance. After all, I had seen him participate in 2 monumental rites of passage, and it seemed only natural that they should have left some sort of significant mark on him or his personality. And although they hadn't, I did notice that he was wearing something around his neck, a loop of woven vines, from the center of which hung a chipped shard of something hard and glazed, shining dully against his skin. For a while, we all sat in silence, polite and embarrassed yet again, neither side willing to begin. Finally, Talent spoke, and the chief nodded to him. I told him we were honored to be invited to join his vakaina, Talent told us. Yes, said the chief. There was another silence. Chief, I began, and watched as first his head and then his hogs moved slowly in my direction. Do you celebrate the vakaina often? Oh no, said the chief. Naturally, this was all being translated by Talent. When was the last one? 3 annas ago. It was Loweke's vakaina. His voice was unexpectedly gentle. With one hand he held his spear, and with the other he stroked his hog's back in long, smooth sweeps, the hog making contented, rumbling purrs as he did so. I saw Talent scribble in his notebook, Loweke apps ict 63 annas, and Loweke was the one who joined you in eating at your vakaina? A. And at Loweke's vakaina, did anyone eat the opaizweke with him? A. Who? 3 others. May we speak to them? They are not here any longer. They died? No, they did not die. I wasn't sure how to continue. Where are they then? Away. Where away? He gestured with his free hand, lifting it from the hog's back and indicating the woods beyond. Away. When did they go? He tilted his head to one side, thinking. About 1 anna ago. And why did they go away? Because they were becoming mukwawos. I could feel Talent tense beside me, could hear his breath change. How did you know they were becoming mukwawos? I could see them change. We could all see them change. What did the changes look like? First, they forgot to do things. They would go into the forest to hunt and not return. They would forget to take their spears with them. They would throw their spears at things and then return without them, and we would have to look through the forest to retrieve them. Then they would tell the same story again and again. Their speech would sometimes lack sense. Then we knew that they were cursed, and that soon they would be mukwawos. And so what happened? Our best hunters took them very deep into the forest, farther than any of them had ever gone before, and left them there. It took the hunters many days to walk back to us. Before they left, we had to remind them that they were cursed and that they could not stay in the village because they were becoming mukwawos. We were all quiet. Did you ever see them again? He made a sudden sharp noise, like 2 wood clappers smacking against one another, which I later recognized as laughter, and jutted his chin in the direction of the dreamers. Eh? The dreamers? Esme asked in surprise, and the chief glanced over at her, and she flushed. Who? I asked the chief. Mua, he said, and I could hear the distaste in his voice. So Mua was one of the people you led into the forest a year ago, I said. Not me, others. All right, but do you recognize anyone else over there? I asked. The other 2 who had to go away? He peered over at them, though if his eyesight was as bad as Fa's and the others, I very much doubted he'd be able to make out their forms, much less their faces. No, he said. No? I asked him. Not the others? Not Ivaiva or Vana? He looked at me steadily. No. No, they were not the ones who were led away. Or no, you don't know them. He shifted on the ground. They were not the ones we led away. Ah, I thought, he does know them. So, I continued, slowly now, last Ana, some of the hunters took Mua and 2 others who were becoming Mukwawos into the forest, but the only one of those 3 you've seen recently is Mua, correct? He looked impatient. He said. And what happened to the others? He tipped his head to the side, which I had begun to recognize was a sign that he was thinking, but was also something of a shrug. I don't know, he said. Your father, I began, and then stopped. The chief waited. Your father, I said, did he celebrate his vakaina? No, he answered swiftly. I am the first in our family. But Laweka's father did. Where is he? He is here.
He is? I looked around as if I would somehow recognize him, as if I might see him hefting himself out of the meat pit or strolling toward us. Why wasn't he at your vakanai? He is unwell. Unwell in what way? The chief sighed, and I thought, though it was difficult to tell, that I read sorrow in the flat, unknowable surfaces of his face, or perhaps regret. He has become a mukuau. So, will you have to take him away? When did he become a mukuau? He tilted his head again. Some time ago. At first, it was slow. But now, he really is a mukuau. But you kept him here? He made a strange gesture with his head, a sort of sideways wag. He is Lowake's father, he said, after a long pause. We were silent for a while. When did he celebrate his vakanai? He thought. I was a child, he said finally. It was shortly after my Ainaina. He smiled suddenly, and I saw that his teeth were the same discolored chips as Faz. He was my initiator. I could feel, if not see, Esme stiffen at his words. I did not know how Talent would feel about my next request, and indeed, when I asked, he paused before translating, and looked at me quickly before he did so. May we meet him? The chief was silent for such a long time now that I feared I had offended him, and for a moment the only sounds were his hog enthusiastically sucking on the remains of whatever poor creature he was enjoying, and the background shrieking of the children and the guttural barking of the women. But then he grunted and climbed to his feet, and we followed him and his lumbering hog through the village and to the back of the 9th hut, to the exact manama tree behind which lay the secret path. But this time, there was, tied to the tree with some of that thick palm leaf breda, a short, strong length of it, with a noose at one end that I'd assumed was for leading hogs a man. Did he resemble Lowake? I suppose, although I was having difficulty remembering what Lowake looked like and what exactly distinguished him from, say, the chief, although I seemed to recall that he was shorter. This man certainly did not appear to be much older than the chief. Perhaps his skin was slightly breadier in appearance, leavened somehow, although that could have been from the heat, or too much water, or lack of it, or a dozen other causes. And he too had his spear and his enormous shrub of hair and, like the chief, a leathery cord around his neck, from which dripped several stony, splintery shapes. We all stood in a half-ring around Lowake's father, watching him sleep. A fly circled above his open mouth, darting closer and closer as if playing a game with itself. Behind me, Talent was quietly questioning the chief, and the chief was giving brief replies. If the chief was correct, then Lowake's father was around 110 years old. Back at our station, I considered this. After some minutes of staring at Lowake's father, there seemed to be nothing else to do. The chief had not wanted to wake him, and indeed, when I reached down to poke him, he said something in a tone even I could not ignore, and so we had gone back to our respective sides of the clearing. I had asked Fa to fetch Mua for me, and he now appeared from within the darkness, pulling Mua by the arm, Mua yawning and staggering, Fa's normally unreadable face wearing an expression of great disapproval. Beside me, Talent sighed. Esme was, thank gosh, at the river. Mua, I began, making my voice stern, even though I needn't have bothered, as he would compliantly answer any question posed to him. This is very important. You once knew the chief, am I correct?
He stared at me. "Don't be frightened," I told him. "The chief said you should tell me." It was as if I had told him he would be eating nothing but spam for the rest of his life. So quickly did his face transform itself into a mask of joy. And Talent looked at me once, warningly, before translating his answer. "Did he?" "Oh, yes," I said blithely, unthinkingly cruel. "He said you should tell me everything." He craned his neck upward then, as if directly behind me he'd see the chief, conferring upon him a blessing. But of course, the light was gone by then, and the chief was nowhere to be seen. "We were friends," he said, his face sad again. "The night you were led into the forest. Do you remember that?" He let out his breath. "Yes. They took us very, very far in, and left us. They had to. When was this?" He shook his head. "I don't know." "It's all right," I thought. "The two people you were taken away with, were they men or women?" "Men." "Are they here? Are they part of your group?" He exhaled again, noisily. I began to discern that he, like the chief, was growing impatient with my questions. But while I had sensed that the chief's impatience was born out of a sort of weariness with the subject, not to mention a wariness, Mua's felt different. He was waiting only for me to ask the correct question, after which he could and would tell me all that I wanted to know and all that he wanted to say. But no was all he replied. This went on and on and on, me asking the apparently incorrect questions again and again, Mua giving up little smidges of answers with each, so that it was not until late that night, when I sat down with Talent and we began to work through his notes, that the cumulative information revealed itself as a real story. One night, Mua did not know when, as I have stated, but if we were to believe the chief, it would have been around 1 Ana ago. Mua and 2 other men were led into the forest by the hunters. They had all known that this would happen, and indeed they had been waiting for it. When Mua was younger, he had seen other men and women who were becoming mukuaus being led into the forest, always late at night, always by the village's best hunters. In fact, almost all of the people in his group, except for Ikana, Vu, and Eve, were people he remembered being led away. They walked into the forest for a night and a day, and then another night, until on the second night, Mua could feel the air around them become crisper and lighter and knew that it was dawn. Each of them had carried a palm leaf package heavy with food that they had tied to their spears, and although they could keep the food, they had to surrender their spears to the hunters. They had known that their spears would be taken from them, for a mukuau is not a full human, and therefore has no right to carry a spear. But when the moment came for them to sacrifice them, one of Mua's peers refused. He would not, Mua recalled. The hunters commanded the man and threatened him with their own spears before simply attacking him, trying to seize it from his grasp. They were, after all, the best hunters in the village. But the man, although becoming a mukuau, was still strong and fought back. Years before, Mua said, this man had been one of the people elected to abandon the mukuaus in the forest. The hunters stabbed at the man, but he dodged their thrusts, springing from place to place, until finally, when even Mua could see him tiring, he turned and sprinted away into the forest, his spear still in his hand. One of the hunters made to follow him, but he was stopped by another. "Leave him," he said. "He'll only get lost. He won't find his way back." And then, without another word, they left with their spears and 2 extra. I was very sad, Mua said, because these were my friends. I had fought with them and hunted with them, and they had all attended my wakanai, and now they were leaving me without saying goodbye. But I understood that this was the way it must be. "Did they eat the opai vuke at your wakanai?" I asked. He shook his head. "They had many fewer anas than I did," he said. "Have you seen them in the village?" I asked. "No, they are dead." He said this with such fierce certainty that we were surprised. "How do you know?" He shrugged. "I know," was all he said. And then he began his chant. Hi kaka, hi kaka. I'm tired, I'm tired.
Wait, I pleaded with him and with Fa, who was already standing, ready to take Mua back to the others. "Mua, what happened to you and the other mukuas?" He sighed. "We walked and walked. We ate the food. Sometimes we caught something to eat, but it was difficult without our spears.
One day we came across a stream, very deep, very fast, and stayed there for a long time. There were plants that grew around the trees, and we ate those. The man I was with was becoming more and more of a mukuau by the day. He forgot, and I had to watch him like a child. I did more and more of the work. One day I came back from getting us something to eat, and I saw that he was dead. How did he die? Talent asked gently. He was in the river, said Mua. He shook his head. He forgot to ask permission to drink its waters, and the water choked him, and he died. We were all quiet. So what did you do? I asked. I left. And did you ever find the other man, the one who ran from the hunters? No, he said. But he was becoming more of a mukuau as well, so I think he is perhaps dead too. How would he have died? Maybe he fell. Or maybe he too forgot to ask permission to take a drink and was cursed and killed. But how did you meet up with... I gestured toward the group. The others. Ah, said Mua. Well, I walked, and some days I had food, and some days I didn't, and then one day I met up with some of them, and then with others, and then we hunted as a group, and ate as a group, and fought against the others when we needed to. I felt Talent look at me. Which others? I asked. The others, he said, a bit impatiently. The others in the forest. Hunters? No, not hunters. Mukuaus. There are others? Of course. How many? Where are they? Why don't you speak to them? Why were you fighting? Why? Hikaka, he sang, almost mockingly, as if he knew how desperate I was for the answer, and Fa stood with a resolute air. Wait, I told him. But this time it was Fa who shook his head, Fa who never contradicted any of us, and we all fell silent. Talent, I hissed at him as we watched them go. We need to sort this out right now. We need to figure this all out tomorrow, Esme interjected, a little too decisively for my taste. She had unfortunately returned from the creek just in time to insert herself into the proceedings. Tomorrow, Talent agreed. It's late. And although I hadn't noticed it before, we had quickly grown accustomed to the village's hours. In that moment, I noticed that it was.